Chapter 1. I want to re-choose my life path. Ding, life is like a play, there are countless forks in the road. The right path can ensure a safe and prosperous life, but choosing the wrong path can lead to a peaceful life or even the destruction of your family. The following are the life choices you have made in your lifetime. In the reefs deep in the ocean at Samui Beach, Thailand. Shu Bin, whose oxygen tube was cut off, could still vaguely feel himself being dragged down by a heavy object and could not float up no matter how hard he struggled. The feeling of choking on water had blurred his vision, and he knew that he was about to die. In his last moments, he heard a voice in his ears. The scene before his eyes also changed, becoming a revolving lantern of his life. 22-year-old Choice, after graduating from university, in order to satisfy Bai Yue Guang's high consumption, he gave up the internship offer of 3,000 yuan a month in an investment bank and became a food delivery man. 23-year-old Choice, Bai Yue Guang unexpectedly got pregnant. In order to marry Bai Yue Guang, he borrowed money to pay the high bride price. In order to buy a wedding house, his parents sold their own property in their hometown. The choice of the 25-year-old, because he could not afford to pay off his debts and could not support his wife's high consumption, the couple quarreled frequently, and under the double pressure, the parents worked to subsidize the young couple, which led to both of them being overworked and sick. 30-year-old Choice, father is seriously ill, wife has squandered all the family savings, no money for medical treatment, had to choose to give up treatment, father passed away. The choice of a 32-year-old, after discovering that his wife often stayed out all night, and had a close male best friend, he chose to forgive her after she sincerely apologized because he had no substantial evidence. 36-year-old Choice, his wife secretly bought a high-value insurance for him, and then tricked him into going to Thailand on the pretext of traveling on their wedding anniversary, and was eventually murdered in the deep sea. The revolving door ended and his life came to its final moment. He found that the turning point of his life seemed to start from the year he graduated from college at the age of 22. He regretted his original choice and a strong desire arose in his mind that it would be great if he could be reborn like on TV. Congratulations to the host for activating the main system for choosing the life path. You will have the opportunity to re-select your life path. Then Jubin felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and then a bright screen. When he opened his eyes again, his vision was very blurry. He vaguely saw that the person standing in front of him was Su Shui, the beautiful white moonlight of the past, and he was kneeling on one knee, holding a diamond ring in a box in his hand. All around were the voices of friends and relatives shouting, "Marry him! Marry him! Is this the scene where he proposed to me? So I am really reborn? I do, but there is a post-nuptial agreement you need to sign. I'll tell you the content now." Su Shui stood in front of Zhu Bin with her arms folded across her chest, giving people the feeling that she was superior. First, my betrothal gift must be 388,000 yuan. This was set for me by my mother when I was a child, and it cannot be changed. Secondly, the wedding house must be in my name, and it is best to pay in full. If there is a loan, I will not be responsible for repayment. After the house is renovated, my parents will move in to take care of us. Third, I'm worried that the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law will be difficult, so your parents are not allowed to live here. Fourth, you have to hand over all your wages, and I will give you 800 yuan in pocket money twice a month. Fifth, any major assets such as real estate and vehicles purchased after marriage, regardless of the source of funds, must be registered only in my name. Sixth, all your debts are your personal debts and have nothing to do with me. Seventh, you will take care of all the housework after marriage. Eighth, you must be home before 10 p.m. after marriage, and if there are any special circumstances, you need to report to me in time. Ninth, you must give me personal space after marriage and you must not interfere with my private life. If you can agree to these requirements, I am willing to marry you. Shu Bin shook his head helplessly. When Su Shui made these requests in his previous life, he thought about how he had been pursuing Su Shui for 3 years, but he didn't expect a pie to fall from the sky. He mindlessly agreed to all her conditions and married her. In this life, when he once again listened to the murderer who ultimately killed him speak, he felt sick to his stomach. But this time he noticed that Su Shui's best friend Lu Qing had been persuading Su Shui that these conditions were too much and that they were just jokes in their usual chats and she shouldn't take them seriously. It turns out there are kind people around this vicious woman. It is detected that the host is facing a critical choice at a fork in life. Activate the system for trial. After making a choice in life, you can get corresponding rewards. Note, this system gives newbies benefits. This choice will clarify the right and wrong paths through rewards. Option 1, continue proposing, it will succeed. Reward, system uninstall. Option 2, give up the proposal and break up with Su Shui. Reward, a luxury apartment and the official activation of this system. Xu Bin smiled. Is there any need to choose? It must be option 2. Since God has given him the chance to live again, how could he repeat the same mistakes? He only has hatred for Su Shui. He even had to consider how to take revenge on Su Shui in front of him. The host has chosen option 2. The system rewards a high-end apartment in Guanlan community. The interactive reality has been carried out. The property certificate has been stored with the community property manager. Please contact the community property as soon as possible to collect the house. A surprise came, and Xu Bin's eyes lit up. The reward was a high-end apartment in Guanlan community, a famous luxury community in Ningxiang. Several apartment buildings were facing the river, with a particularly good view, and were known as Riverview Villas. This was the beginning of his new life. Su Shui was still waiting for Xu Bin's reply at this time. She smiled brightly because Xu Bin, the spare tire and bootlicker who had been licking her for 3 years, had never refused any of her requests. If it wasn't for the unexpected pregnancy this time, it would have been because she had checked into hotels with several men last month and no one knew who the father of the child was. There was no way she would hint to Xu Bin to propose to her, but she didn't expect that this guy actually prepared an elaborate proposal for her. In fact, she also knew that even if she found out who the father of the child was, those rich second generations would not marry her so easily. In this case, it was a good idea to have Xu Bin as a backup. In the future, Xu Bin would be her nominal husband, and she could still maintain that kind of relationship with those rich second generations. Su Shui looked at Xu Bin, who was in a daze, and said in a serious voice, "Xu Bin, you have liked me for a long time. As long as you agree to all the conditions I just mentioned, I will agree to marry you, and we will go to get the marriage certificate tomorrow." Xu Bin looked up, looked at the disgusting face, stood up without hesitation, and turned over the box containing the engagement ring in his hand. The ring fell to the ground with a clang. Xu Bin took a step forward, stepped on the ring, and kicked it a few times. Then he said loudly, word by word, "You are not worthy of my love. I don't want to marry you anymore." Everyone in the audience was stunned by this scene. What was going on? Wasn't he at a very romantic scene just now where he was proposing? Why did it suddenly take a 180-degree turn? The people at the scene were basically Su Shui's close friends and relatives, and some were Xu Bin's buddies and friends. Everyone just now was shouting in unison, "Marry him, marry him." At this moment, what he heard was Xu Bin's words. Su Shui was caught off guard by Xu Bin's words. She yelled hysterically, "Xu Bin, what did you say? There were originally 13 requirements. I have already reduced 5 of them for you. How dare you do this? Is this the sincerity of your proposal?" She stared at Xu Bin with her mouth wide open in disbelief. She really didn't expect that the man who usually obeyed her in everything would be so tough today. The key this time was that if Xu Bin really didn't propose to her, it would be a huge shame for her. She also felt that Xu Bin refused because her request was a bit excessive, and she was thinking that she should have listened to Lu Qing's advice earlier. But she didn't believe that Xu Bin, who had licked her for 3 years, could be so cruel. Then she used her special move, and tears immediately began to well up in her eyes and then flowed down her cheeks. In the past, whenever she cried, Xu Bin would obey her even if it meant going through fire and water, and she thought this time would be no exception. Chapter 2: The beginning of a new life, starting from a mansion. While Su Shui was crying, she kept glancing at Xu Bin's reaction out of the corner of her eyes. In fact, she was very angry now, because Xu Bin had always been obedient to her, but this time he actually went against her. However, since she had taken out her trump card, she didn't believe that Xu Bin would not agree. In the past, whenever she shed tears, Xu Bin would come to apologize to her and try his best to please her. She lowered her head and pretended to wipe away her tears, but in fact the corners of her mouth were raised, and she was ready to accept Xu Bin's apology. Xu Bin watched Su Shui acting indifferently and couldn't help laughing in his heart. In fact, to be honest, in these 3 years, Su Shui never officially admitted that he was her boyfriend. But at that time, I was so happy that I lost my mind because my white moonlight suddenly said that she wanted to get married. He was once blinded, but now he is very clear-headed. No, it has nothing to do with your request, I'm just not interested in marrying you. You. Su Shui's expression changed very quickly. The pitiful look disappeared immediately, and was replaced by an extremely angry expression. Do you know what you are saying? Don't regret it. Xu Bin turned around, smiled faintly twice, and walked away without looking back. Only Su Shui was left, beating her chest and stamping her feet as all the relatives and friends looked at her sideways. Shubin doesn't have time to waste here with that vicious woman. Having been reborn, he now has to consider what his future life path should be. Now he has the experience of a 36-year-old and the body of a 22-year-old. He believes that after getting rid of Su Shui, he can live a wonderful life again. Congratulations to the host, you have initially changed your life path and officially activated this system. There will be no prompts for future life path choices, and the host needs to choose the path he wants to take. In addition, this system will also activate subsystems based on some key nodes in the host's life path. Please continue to pay attention to system notifications. The system has been officially activated, and the first thing he has to do now is to check in. After thinking about it, I realized that I should still be living in a rental house in the urban village. I should quickly move into the apartment and change my living environment. He ran to the side of the road, got in a taxi, and said to the driver, "Take me to Guanlan Community." Guanlan Community? The driver looked Zhubin up and down in disbelief, thinking that maybe he was a relative of a community owner, visiting? No matter what he thought, the driver's professional ethics made him keep his mouth shut and not say a single unnecessary word. However, with Zhubin's current experience, he could completely understand what he was thinking. It was just that he was dressed rather poorly, unlike the other owners in the community, but of course he didn't care. On the way, Su Shui called several more times, but Zhubin was too lazy to answer, so he hung up all the calls and then decisively blocked them all. About 20 minutes later, we arrived at Guanlan Community. Walking into the community, we found that it is mainly composed of single-family villas and low-rise apartments. The community has beautiful and grand landscape and a very low floor area ratio. It is indeed worthy of its reputation as one of the top wealthy communities. He remembered that the system rewarded him with apartment building number 1 here, so he wanted to go over and take a look at his own house first. Following the road signs in the community, he crossed small bridges, flowing water and horticultural gardens, came to the edge of the community near the river, and sought his apartment building number 1. The apartment building is 3 stories high, with 2 households on each floor, for a total of 6 households. Each household is about 350 square meters, and the building has a British look. He walked around his house for a while and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that Brother Tonzi was so generous that he gave him 6 large luxury houses at once, which he couldn't even live in. I want to go in and take a look and decide which apartment I want to live in first. Just as he was about to take out his cell phone to call the property management office, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Hey! Shubin." Shubin turned around and saw a somewhat familiar face, wearing a professional suit and walking towards him with a perfectly professional smile. After searching his memory, he found out that it was Fong Jialing, the daughter of Uncle Fong, his neighbor from his hometown. Because they were neighbors and Uncle Fong and his father were buddies, the 2 old friends even joked about becoming in-laws. Although it was a joke, Uncle Fong and Sister Fong had always been very caring towards Zhubin. However, in the village back then, Fong Jialing was considered the most beautiful woman within a 10-mile radius. She was the goddess in the eyes of all the boys in the area. Sister Fong, who dressed fashionably, always wore a white t-shirt and denim shorts, revealing her long, straight, white legs. I wonder which boy in those days didn't secretly look at Sister Fong downstairs from his window and think about her love. She loved money and never hid it. Later, the goddess went to the city to work in order to catch a rich husband. In the end, the goddess married a rich man in the city. Everyone said that she married well and had a good life. She became the envy of many girls in the village. Looking at the nameplate on Jialing's chest below, it turns out that she is now working as a property manager here. Could she be in charge of building number 1? Ah, there are so many coincidences in this world. Zhubin felt a little sad. Fong Jialing's income as a property manager in this community should be quite high. Plus, she married well, so the Fong family in the village has been very proud in recent years. Now only he knows what this sister whom he once admired will encounter in the next few years. Do you want to help her? What brought you here? A voice with a hint of surprise and joy interrupted Zhubin's thoughts. Fong Jialing felt it was him from a distance, and when he turned around, she confirmed that it was indeed her neighbor's brother Zhubin. The professional smile on her face instantly turned into the enthusiasm between acquaintances. Meeting her neighbor's brother here brought some surprise to her boring job. But she was also a little curious about why this brother Zhubin came to this community. She remembered that when she went home for the New Year last year, she heard that Zhubin also stayed in Ningxing after graduation. It was a pity that this handsome and academic brother became a delivery man for some reason. Could he be here to deliver a takeaway? But I didn't see him holding any takeaway in his hands. Are you here to deliver takeaway? Fong Jialing asked tentatively. Ah, no, I'm here to look at the house. Oh, sure. Have you made a fortune recently? Fong Jialing gave a puzzled look, then put on a carefree smile and patted Zhu Bin's arm hard. Beneath her carefree smile, what she was thinking was that this silly brother probably didn't know the price of this property. She knew Zhu Bin's family situation very well, and Zhu Bin was now working as a delivery man. As we all know, delivery men can earn over 10,000 yuan a month if they risk their lives, but so what? He has only graduated for a year. The money he earned from delivering food this year is not enough to buy 2 bricks here even if he doesn't eat or drink. She is materialistic and doesn't like dealing with poor people, but this is her neighbor's younger brother after all, and he is handsome. She has just entered society, so she has to give him some face. Just accompany him for a walk, give him a brief introduction, and then he will probably give up. I'm in a bad mood today, so I might as well take it easy. Brother, the houses here are really expensive. How about I accompany you for a walk? How could the sensitive Zhu Bin not understand Fong Jialing's facial expressions and language? Isn't she just like the driver? She doesn't believe that she is the owner of this place. He didn't care. He had already notified the property manager via text message. She would know when she got the property certificate after the tour. Okay, then show me apartment 1. Chapter 3, Why are you hesitating? This subsystem must be turned on. Apartment 1? No way, this apartment number 1 has just been taken over by a mysterious rich man, and the manager said that the mysterious rich man might come to collect the house today. If I were to slack off and take my brother around the apartment, and the mysterious rich man happened to come and look at the house, wouldn't I even lose my job? That won't work. Brother, it's not convenient to look at apartment 1 today. I'll take you somewhere else to look around. Oh, why? I just want to see this apartment number 1. Brother, the main thing is that this apartment was bought by a mysterious rich man today. The rich man will come to take possession of the house today, so it is really inconvenient for me to show you around. Zhu Bin took 2 steps towards the lobby of apartment 1, then turned to look at Fong Jialing and said with a smile, Sister Fong, do you think it is possible that the mysterious rich man who bought this building is me? Fong Jialing was amused by him. She covered her mouth and bent over to laugh for a while, but her impression of Zhu Bin became worse. This little brother wasn't saying this just to show off in front of her, right? She knew that the boys in the village, whether older or younger than her, all had some thoughts about her. The whole outfit he was wearing didn't cost more than 500 yuan, but he had to tell such a lie just to save face. It was a bit too presumptuous of him. Fong Jialing now looked down on him. No, brother, do you know how much a square meter of housing here costs? Just this apartment number 1 is currently 70,000 per square meter, and the whole building will cost 150 million. Don't tell me you can make 150 million yuan a year delivering food. Fong Jialing's tone was somewhat unhappy, but she still kept a smile on her face. Zhu Bin pursed his lips and knew that she wouldn't believe it. Forget it. The manager will send the property title and keys over soon anyway. I know you don't believe me, but I am the current owner of apartment 1. Your manager will send the property deed to me soon. How about you introduce me to this apartment first? Fong Jialing shook her head and sighed. That's enough, Zhu Bin. I can introduce you to apartment 1, but please don't act so cool in front of me. We know each other well. Do you think it's fun to do this? Seeing that Sister Fong was a little angry, Zhu Bin immediately raised his hands and said jokingly, Sister, I'll listen to you. Please introduce me. Well, let us find out about the situation of my house first. This girl does know about my past details, so it's normal that she doesn't believe it. Our community is a villa community, and there are not many large flats like this. Building 1 has 3 floors and 6 units, each with an area of 350 square meters. In fact, many wealthy people now prefer to buy large flats like this rather than villas. However, the previous owner did not buy the house for his own use, but made some minor renovations and entrusted us to rent it out. Currently, there are 3 households on the first and second floors whose leases were signed just this year. Zhu Bin was surprised. What? This house already has a lease? What's wrong with the system? Host, this property does have a lease, and the lease has been automatically transferred to your name. The 3 households can receive a monthly rent of 20,000 yuan. Starting this month, the rent will be paid to the host's account. At the same time, the system has paid the property management fee for the host for 5 years. Please feel free to move in. Zhubin touched his nose and thought to himself, so that's how it is. The system is really considerate to send me a house and tenants. This month's net income is 20,000, and I don't even need to send takeout. Do you know that the property management fee for this house is 20,000 yuan per month? Now you know that with your current situation, you can't afford to buy a house here. Fang Jialing was still talking when she heard hurried footsteps from behind. A middle-aged man in a neat suit came hurriedly over with a briefcase in his hand, and a woman in a professional suit followed behind him. Hello, manager. Fang Jialing greeted respectfully when she saw the visitor. Oh, Xiaofang, who is this? Asked the middle-aged man. Oh, this is my friend Zhubin. He came to see the house and I gave him a brief introduction. Fang Jialing answered with an awkward smile. Oh, you are Mr. Zhu. I am the property manager of Guanlan community, my last name is Lu. Hello. Manager Lu came forward with great enthusiasm, bent down and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Zhubin. Zhubin naturally reached out and held Manager Lu's hand. Yes, it's me. Fang Jialing's face became even more embarrassed at this time. She was a little confused. Why was Manager Lu so polite to Zhubin? He even bent his waist almost to 90 degrees. Usually, she would only see such a scene when facing the owner of the best building here. Hey, Mr. Zhu, since our Xiaofang is your friend, I guess I have already introduced the situation of apartment number 1 to you just now. Manager Lu, who shook hands with Zhubin, never let go of his hand. He continued to bend over and raised his head to speak to Zhubin. After saying that, he immediately signaled with his eyes to the woman who came with him to hand Zhubin the relevant information about apartment number 1. Seeing Manager Lu's attitude, Fang Jialing lost her composure at all. She was a little afraid to look Zhubin in the face. She silently took 2 steps back, her eyes constantly secretly glancing at Zhubin. It was not until Manager Lu opened his briefcase, took out the red property deed and a bunch of keys, and handed them respectfully to Zhubin. Fang Jialing was so shocked that her mouth opened wide and her pupils trembled unconsciously. It turns out that my neighbor's younger brother is the owner of apartment number 1. He is really the mysterious rich man. Realizing that she had lost her composure, she immediately lowered her head and covered her open mouth with both hands. It was unbelievable that Zhubin, who had been delivering food for a year, was so rich. This was completely different from the Zhubin she knew. But think about it, Zhubin is a top student who graduated from a 985 university after all. Maybe he has encountered some opportunity recently and suddenly became rich. This possibility does exist. After Manager Lu gave the house deed and keys to Zhubin, he looked at Fang Jialing with a meaningful look, thinking that this little Fang had just said that she was Mr. Zhu's friend. When he came over just now, he saw the two of them together and it seemed that they did have an unusual relationship. Manager Lu immediately revealed a mysterious smile, turned to Zhubin and said, Mr. Zhu, Xiaofang will continue to accompany you to check out the house, and we will go back first. Xiaofang, you must serve Mr. Zhu well. Before Zhubin could react, Manager Lu disappeared quickly, leaving only him and Fang Jialing. Fang Jialing saw Manager Lu's mysterious look and smiled, knowing that Manager Lu must have misunderstood the relationship between her and Zhubin. But when she thought of her disappointing husband and looked at Zhubin in front of her, she suddenly felt that Zhubin was radiating a brilliant light. Fang Jialing was not a beauty, but she was pretty after all. She also did not hide her materialism. She had come to Ningqing to work in the hope of catching a rich husband and changing her social class. She married her current husband because he had a lot of assets, but he went bankrupt just 1 year after the marriage. She has to stay at home and has to pay off inexplicable debts from time to time. Now she can only make ends meet on her salary, and her life is not as good as the villagers think. Recently, a new debt has arisen and the creditor has threatened her. She is worried about it. If her brother is so rich, she wonders if he can help her. At this time, there was a bit more tenderness and desire in her eyes when she looked at Zhubin. She stood beside Zhubin and put her arms around Zhubin's arms. Brother, I didn't expect you to be the mysterious rich man. It was my fault that I suspected you before. Don't mind it, brother. Zhubin suddenly felt Fang Jialing's enthusiasm and the jelly-like softness on his arm from time to time. With Zhubin's 36 years of experience in his previous life, he certainly knew why Fang Jialing's attitude changed, but he did not hate this neighbor's sister. And if Zhubin remembered correctly, Fang Jialing would encounter a family disaster that would change her life starting next month. Emotionally, Zhubin did have the urge to help his sister. Ding, it is detected that the host is seduced by a beautiful woman and faces new life choices. Option 1, keep yourself clean and refuse the temptation of beautiful women, and you will be rewarded with 10 million in cash. Option 2, accept the temptation of the beauty and try to change Fong Jialing's life, reward 5 million in cash, activate the subsystem See King Life. Seeing that Sister Fong was so proactive, Jubin immediately hugged Fong Jialing in his arms. Damn! Why are you still hesitating? This subsystem must be turned on. Select option 2. Chapter 4 Binding Married Woman Fong Jialing. The host chooses option 2, receives 5 million in cash, and activates the See King Life subsystem. See King Life subsystem, when the host contacts a woman who was judged by the system to be in A-level beauty or above and whose favorability toward the host reaches 80 points or above, the host can choose whether to bind to the woman. After binding, the system will issue relevant tasks, and various rewards can be obtained by completing the tasks. The See King Life subsystem wishes the host a colorful love life in advance. A favorability of 80 means that the woman is attracted to the host and is willing to develop a relationship with the host. A favorability of 90 means that the woman is willing to give her body and soul to the host. A favorability of 100 means that the woman will be loyal to the host until death. The system is really thoughtful, and it has such a subsystem. Favorability? Or should I let the system help me see how much Fong Jie favors me? Fong Jialing's current favorability towards the host is 79. Jubin was a little confused about the number 79. After all, judging from Fong Jialing's initiative, it should be over 80. But when he thought about it, it was only 1 point, and it should be brought up quickly. Fong Jialing, who was being hugged, was a little resistant at first. She felt like she was being electrocuted and instinctively resisted a little. She still pushed Jubin's hand away from the sensitive area. She didn't expect Jubin to be so direct. It made her heart beat faster and her face flushed. She now indeed had different thoughts about Jubin. The look in her eyes when she looked at Jubin became affectionate, and her body pressed closer to Jubin. Jubin, whose hand was pushed away, put his arm around her shoulders, thinking that Sister Fong was a married woman after all, and she should still have a psychological defense line, and this defense line might be that last bit of favorability. Holding Fong Jialing's arms, the two of them visited Jubin's apartment. As soon as we entered the door of the apartment, we saw the giant shared activity hall renovated by the original owner. Then we took Jubin to visit 2 large flats on the 3rd floor. The houses were all luxuriously decorated and fully equipped with furniture and daily necessities, so we could move in right away. Jubin also decisively decided to live in room 301 on the 3rd floor today. After all, for him now, he is his entire property. This was not the first time Fong Jialing had entered the apartment. Every time she came in and looked at this luxurious house, she would always imagine that if she could have married the owner of this community back then, would she also be living in such a house now? At this time, Fong Jialing no longer had the feeling of being the arrogant sister she had just been downstairs. Instead, she very respectfully introduced the layout and functions of the house to Jubin in detail. After introducing these, Jubin sat on the sofa, and Fong Jialing got a bottle of his favorite Coke for Jubin. Then she sat aside, but at this time she acted a little shy, wanting to speak but not saying anything. Jubin smiled, put a hand on her thigh and asked, "Tell me, is there any problem at home, Sister Fong?" Fong Jialing wanted to take Jubin's hand away, but she gave up. "Jubin, I'm not as happy as everyone thinks. My husband's family went bankrupt. Recently, I don't know why my husband has an extra debt that I don't know about. The family doesn't have enough money to pay it back. The creditor will come to my house in 2 days. I don't know what to do now. So, how much is missing? 200,000. Well, what do you think?" Jubin stared at Fong Jialing with sharp eyes. Fong Jialing's heartbeat quickened. She pulled Jubin's hand to the top of her thigh and said, "Jubin, can you help me? I can stay here today." Jubin checked the system prompt and saw that Fong Jialing's favorability towards him was still 79. He turned over and stood on top of Fong Jialing, supported himself on the sofa with one hand, and slowly approached her. Fong Jialing thought Jubin couldn't wait to take action, so she put her hands on Jubin's chest and closed her eyes. Jubin leaned close to her ear and whispered, "If this happens, it will become a transaction between us." "That's not good." After saying that, Jubin sat back down with a smirk on his face. Fong Jialing bit her lip and lowered her head. She didn't know what Jubin was thinking. Now she felt extremely embarrassed that her neighbor's brother saw this side of her. "I can transfer the 200,000 to you right away, but don't you want to know what this debt is?" And I suggest that you must solve it from the root, otherwise your life will suffer a serious change. Zhu spoke very seriously. Fang Jialing was shocked when she heard what Zhu said. She had been busy helping her husband deal with various sudden debts during this period, and she really didn't investigate where these sudden debts came from. Zhu pulled Fang Jialing's hand over. He thought about it. In the previous life, Sister Fang was tricked into owing high-interest loans because of her husband's gambling. Her husband could not pay back the debt, so he used her to pay off the debt. As a result, Sister Fang was controlled by the gang and had to receive customers every day. She contracted a lot of serious diseases, and no one heard from Sister Fang again. Judging from the time, her husband should use her to pay off his debts next week, but she will definitely not believe it if I tell her directly. She has to find out with her own eyes. Sister Fang, those debts are gambling debts, and they are all usurious. Your husband should discuss with the creditors recently to use you to pay off the debts. If you don't believe it, go back and ask your husband or check his phone. Fang Jialing's head was buzzing and her eyes were a little moist. She didn't quite believe what Zhu said, but seeing his firm look, he didn't seem to be lying. Also, I suggest you get a divorce immediately. After the divorce, you can follow me if you want. After saying that, he picked up his phone and transferred 200,000 yuan to Fang Jialing. Fang Jialing looked at Zhu gratefully and accepted the 200,000 yuan. Go back quickly, you'll probably be busy again these few days. As soon as Fang Jialing left, the system voice rang. It is detected that Fang Jialing's favorability has reached 80. Do you want to bind? Option 1, bind Fang Jialing and obtain evidence of the criminal gang's crimes. Option 2, give up the binding and get 1 million in cash. Of course it has to be bound, otherwise why activate this subsystem of Aquaman's life? Already bound to Fang Jialing, the Neptune life subsystem is generating tasks. Fang Jialing's exclusive task, Fang Jialing's desire manual will regularly refresh Fang Jialing's desires. As long as the host satisfies Fang Jialing's desires, he can get corresponding rewards. Zhu opened Fang Jialing's desire manual and there was only one item on the first page. Fang Jialing's wish 1, it would be great if I could live in a luxury house in Guanlan community. Reward, a Bentley Continental GT. This was very easy to achieve for Zhu. He only needed to live in one household in the apartment, and the other 2 households could be rented out. The reward turned out to be a luxury car, a Bentley that he had never dared to imagine before. He immediately made up his mind to rent one to Sister Fang when she came back after finishing her business. He lay on the lounge chair on the balcony and looked at the river view for a while, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. He never thought that he, Zhu, would be able to live in such a mansion one day. At this time, a man and a woman walked to the yard downstairs. The man seemed to be trying to hold the woman's hand, while the woman kept dodging to the side. The 2 people seemed to be walking towards his apartment. Are they tenants? Zhu thought the woman looked familiar, and when he looked more closely, he found that it was Su Shue's best friend Lu Qing. Unfortunately, he didn't know much about Lu Qing, he only knew that she had a good reputation in school. But I didn't expect that she was actually my tenant. Since she was Su Shue's best friend, I had to consider whether it was suitable for her to continue renting here. Lu Qing, won't you let me sit upstairs? Manager Lu, we are just working people. I thank you for sending me back. As for the other things, it is not appropriate. Although the 2 men spoke in low voices, Zhu could hear them clearly. It seemed that Lu Qing was being harassed by that man. Chapter 5. What Zhu said was actually true. The man was not affected by Lu Qing's words at all. He still tried to grab Lu Qing's hand and said, Lu Qing, I just want to talk to you about the promotional event in our mall. Lu Qing avoided him again. Manager Lu, I can go to your office tomorrow to discuss work matters. Please go back. The man didn't continue to pester her. Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Before Lu Qing could open his mouth to refuse, the man waved his hand and turned away. At this moment, the expression on Lu Qing's face looked helpless. Zhu just watched the whole process and continued to enjoy the river view. At this time, Fang Jialing was at home. On the way home, she kept analyzing Zhu's words in her mind. She knew Zhu's character, and there was really no need for him to lie to her. As for why Zhu knew so much about her husband, she felt there was no need to delve into it, but what her husband was about to do was directly related to her life, and she had to find out. When she got home, she saw her husband lying on the sofa listening to a novel. Look here, the ashtray on the coffee table is full of cigarette butts and ashes, and there is a half-eaten instant bucket of soup that is spilled on the coffee table. A nameless anger rose up. Ever since the family factory went bankrupt, her husband has never gone out to earn money and has been doing nothing all day. Now she has to earn money to support the family and pay off debts, while also taking care of this giant baby of his. This kind of life was definitely not what she wanted in the first place, so she walked up and kicked her husband off the sofa. Her husband fell off the sofa, still in a daze. Before he could even start to curse, Fong Jialing threw her bag on the sofa and asked angrily, "Xin Shou, tell me, what exactly are those new debts?" "It's the debts we owed when we went bankrupt. Honey, at that time, we repaid our employees' salaries first, and we didn't have the money to pay back the debts owed to many suppliers." The sudden question caught her husband Xin Shou off guard, and he stammered in his answer. Fong Jialing keenly sensed that there was definitely something wrong. She glanced at Xin Shou's cell phone, which was still on the coffee table, then turned back and glared at the man in front of her. He felt uneasy at Fong Jialing's stare and dared not look her in the face. Fong Jialing suddenly raised her voice and yelled, "Who are you kidding? Tell me the truth." After being yelled at, her husband instinctively froze in place, with 1,000 possible reasons why his wife asked this question flashing through his mind. Fong Jialing took advantage of the moment when he was stunned and snatched the phone from the coffee table at an extremely fast speed. Then she quickly walked into the room and locked the door, leaving her husband knocking and yelling outside the room. Fong Jialing flipped through all the records in her phone, one after another. Fong Jialing's eyes became moist. Fong Jialing's face turned red with anger. Fong Jialing's legs felt weak. Fong Jialing felt suffocated and sat down on the ground. "Xin Shou, brother Hong, I will use my wife to pay off your 1 million gambling debt. She is very pretty. Here is a photo of my wife." Hong Chi, "Oh, that's really good. You are a sensible guy. Business has been good recently, and there are not enough girls to serve customers." This was the last message Fong Jialing saw. At this moment, she felt a little dizzy and short of breath. She held onto the wardrobe and slowly stood up without saying a word. All she could think about was what Zhu Bin had said to her today: "Your life will encounter serious changes." What Zhu Bin said came true, but she also felt very lucky that this neighbor's brother saved her. She decisively exported all the chat records from her husband's phone and saved them in her own phone, then smashed the phone at her husband's face as soon as she opened the door. He left a message, "Let's get a divorce," and stormed out. After leaving home, she didn't know where to go. Thinking of Zhu Bin, she called Zhu Bin. "Zhu Bin, can I stay with you for so long today? I can't stay in that house anymore." On the phone, Fong Jialing's voice was clearly tearful, and Zhu Bin knew that Sister Fong should have understood something. "Okay, come here," Zhu Bin answered decisively. An hour and a half later, Fong Jialing rang the doorbell of apartment 1. The moment she saw Zhu Bin, Fong Jialing was no longer the neighbor sister she used to be. She hugged Zhu Bin and burst into tears. Such a truth must be really hard to accept. Zhu Bin stood at the door and hugged Fong Jialing and let her cry. The system shows that Fong Jialing's favorability towards Zhu Bin has increased by 11 points in a row and has reached 91. According to the system description, the favorability has reached 90 points, which means that Fong Jialing is willing to give her body and soul to Zhu Bin. After crying for about 5 minutes, Fong Jialing gradually calmed down. The two sat on the sofa in the living room, and Fong Jialing told Zhu Bin everything she had discovered. "I didn't expect that bastard would really use me to pay off his debts. I really can't imagine what would happen to me if it weren't for you. So what are your plans now? Let's get a divorce first. I don't know what will happen next." Fong Jialing secretly glanced at Zhu Bin's expression. She really wanted to ask if she could stay with Zhu Bin, but she couldn't open her mouth because she couldn't figure out what Zhu Bin was thinking. "How about this, you rent my house, and then you will be my exclusive property manager in the future, and I will pay you a salary, how about that?" Hearing this, Fong Jialing immediately sat up straight and looked at Zhu Bin with joyful eyes. Zhu Bin directly asked the question she wanted to ask but hadn't asked yet. "Really? I do." She grabbed Zhu Bin's hand and nodded. "Okay, we'll sign a lease contract later, and I'll pay you 30,000 a month for your job as a property manager." Zhu Bin has already made a lot of money from this woman, so he naturally doesn't hesitate to pay her this salary. Thank you, Zhu Bin." Fong Jialing's eyes were moist again. Her gratitude towards Zhu Bin was suddenly magnified exponentially. First, it was Zhu Bin's reminder that saved her from a miserable life in the future. Second, Zhu Bin's proposal actually allowed her to realize her long-cherished wish of living in such a mansion. Zhu Bin took out the lease contract that he had prepared long ago and handed it to Fang Jialing. Fang Jialing just glanced over the contents of the contract. At this time, she didn't pay attention to the rent and other contents stipulated in the contract. After all, Zhu Bin promised to give her a monthly salary of 30,000 yuan. Even if the rent was 10,000 yuan, her future life would be much better than before. But she saw that the rent in the rent column was 1,000 yuan per month. She worked in the property management department here, and the rent of 1,000 yuan was not enough to pay the property management fee for this house. She knew that this was just a symbolic form of rent filled out by Zhu Bin. She would not ask any more questions, nor would she pretend to refuse like some others. She just silently picked up the pen and signed her name. Without further ado, the contract was signed and the system voice sounded. Ding, it is detected that Fang Jialing's Desire 1 has been fulfilled, and a Bentley Continental GT is rewarded. The real interaction has been completed. Please go to the 4S store to pick up the car as soon as possible. At the same time, she discovered that Fang Jialing's Book of Desire began to glow again. When she opened it, she saw the second page. Fang Jialing's second wish is to sit in the passenger seat of a luxury sports car. Reward, mastery of ancient boxing techniques. Zhu Bin smiled with satisfaction. Isn't it easy to fulfill this second desire? I didn't expect that on the first day of my restarted life, I would have a mansion, a luxury car and a beautiful woman. His eyes were fixed on Fang Jialing's long legs in black stockings, and his hands naturally fell on her thighs. Fang Jialing did not dodge, but gently stood up and said to Zhu Bin, I'm going to take a shower first. Zhu Bin quite appreciated this point. Sister Fang was smart and not pretentious. Chapter 6 Initial Favorability 80? Zhu Bin woke up at 6 o'clock the next morning. This was his habit as a delivery man. In order to catch up with the breakfast orders of those working colleagues in the morning, he would go out early. Glancing at Sister Fang, who was still sleeping beside him, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This goddess, who was the dream goddess in the hearts of most boys in the village back then, now climbed onto his bed so actively. But what was a bit strange was that last night he discovered that Sister Fang was a little unfamiliar with this aspect of exercise. She had been married for several years. Could it be that her husband was not capable enough? Zhu Bin's two main tasks today were to quit his job as a delivery man and then pick up the car. He took a shower first, then made himself breakfast, and found that even so, Fang Jialing had not woken up yet. It seemed that he had exhausted her last night. After breakfast, he went downstairs and saw Lu Qing in the shared activity hall. She was wearing a white aligned skirt and a high ponytail, exuding a strong youthful vibe. But I don't know why she was standing at the door, hesitating and not going out. Hearing the sound in the stairwell, Lu Qing looked back and stood there in a daze. How could it be him? Zhu Bin, she just saw this man reject her best friend Su Shui when he proposed to her yesterday. Why is he here? Is he here to deliver food? No, usually the food is placed outside the apartment door. It is impossible for the delivery man to come in. She knew that Zhu Bin was just a delivery rider, and she also knew that Zhu Bin lived in a rental house in an old neighborhood. These were things Su Shui often complained about in front of her. Although Su Shui often complained about this man in front of her, she actually had a very good impression of Zhu Bin. After all, she has witnessed Zhu Bin's good qualities with her own eyes over the years when she was with Su Shui. More importantly, Zhu Bin is handsome, which just fits Lu Qing's aesthetic taste. Zhu Bin, why are you living here? He asked at a loss as he watched Zhu Bin slowly approaching him. Zhu Bin looked at her. He now had a bad impression of this woman. After all, there is a saying from our ancestors that birds of a feather flock together. Since she was Su Shui's best friend, her character must not be very good. He replied unhappily, this house is mine now, and I am your landlord. You, what did you say? Lu Qing was shocked. How could this be possible? Yesterday she thought that Su Shui's request for a dowry of 388,000 yuan from Zhu Bin was too much, because she thought she had a general understanding of Zhu Bin's family situation and income. Today, Zhu Bin told himself that apartment building number 1 in Guanlan community belongs to him. Zhu Bin? When he was in school, he lived on steamed bread and saved money for 2 months just to buy an ordinary gift for Su Shui. He turned out to be the owner of apartment number 1? This information was so shocking that she suddenly remembered that she had indeed received a text message from the property management yesterday saying that the owner of the house had changed and next month's rent had to be paid to the new owner. The new owner's bank account was also attached. Seeing Zhu Bin's expressionless face, she quickly took out her cell phone and looked up the message. The account name of the new owner written in the information is Zhu Bin. Is it really you? Lu Qing widened his eyes and looked at Zhu Bin in disbelief. Zhu Bin still had no expression on his face. He didn't want to give the woman in front of him any smile at all. He replied indifferently, "Yeah, what are you doing at the door? If you want to go out, go out. Don't block me." Lu Qing was still in shock, but soon reacted, There's an annoying person waiting for me outside, so. Lu Yufei was waiting outside the door at this time, to pick her up. In fact, she was helpless. She really disliked this man. She only blamed herself for accidentally telling Lu Yufei that her car was still under repair. Since then, the man has been finding ways to pick her up every day. When Zhu Bin heard this, he thought, this woman is the same as Su Shui, she doesn't like the person but wants to hook her up. Zhu Bin said coldly, "If you hate me, then tell me clearly. Why do you keep trying to hook others? Yesterday, you even asked someone to send you back. You are just like Su Shui. Did you see it yesterday? If I say I rejected you many times, would you believe me?" Lu Qing didn't expect Zhu Bin to look at her this way. She felt a little aggrieved. She was also helpless about Lu Yufei. She had indeed rejected him many times, but that guy was the investment manager of the shopping mall where the store she was in charge of was located, and she couldn't fall out with him. Zhu Bin pushed Lu Qing away, put his hand on the door handle, sneered and said, "Just saying no but not taking action, isn't that just keeping a fish in reserve?" Lu Qing became anxious and grabbed Zhu Bin's hand, not wanting him to open the door, nor did she want him to misunderstand. "It's not what you think. Otherwise, help me, pretend to be my boyfriend, and let's go out together." Zhu Bin was stunned for a moment. How could a bad girl who loves to raise fish make such a request? Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, help Lu Qing and get the spy's eye as a reward. Option 2, do not help Lu Qing, and be rewarded with the physical fitness fruit. The first time it appears, the rewards for both options are props, which makes it difficult to choose. From his own inner inclination, he didn't want to help Lu Qing, but the name of option 1, the spy's eye, was not simple. I still need to understand the functions of the two props before making a choice. System, can you explain the functions of these two props? Eye of the spy, can check and distinguish intelligence about things, can check business secrets. Physical fitness fruit, can reshape the body and greatly enhance physical fitness. Sure enough, physical fitness can be obtained through self-exercise, it just takes some time and perseverance, but the spy eye is obviously more valuable and is definitely a plug-in. Even though it was against my will, I still decided to choose option 1. I would help her if I could, and I wouldn't suffer any loss. Although I didn't like this woman, she was my tenant after all. Okay, I'll help you, but I won't explain much. You talk to him yourself. Zhu Bin still answered coldly. Ding, it is detected that the host has selected option 1. The Eye of Spy has been issued and will take effect automatically. Ding, the favorability of S-level beauty Lu Qing has reached 80. Do you want to bind? What? How come Lu Qing's favorability towards me is 80 right away? What's going on? Zhu Bin looked at Lu Qing in surprise. At this time, Lu Qing's face was slightly red. This made Zhu Bin a little curious about Lu Qing, and he decisively chose to bind himself. Ding, S-level beauty Lu Qing has been bound, and Lu Qing's exclusive career funds have been activated. Lu Qing's exclusive business fund, when Lu Qing spends money for the host, 100 times the cash will be returned to the host's account. The returned amount is exclusive business fund and can only be used for business investment. Damn, this makes me feel like a gigolo. Zhu Bin looked at Lu Qing in front of him again. Shouldn't this woman be a gold digger like Su Shui? How could he ask her to spend money on him? Difficult. This is a lousy system. If it wasn't for the reward, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to her. However, since I have already agreed, I might as well help her. Lu Qing smoothed her hair, then took Zhu Bin's arm, but kept a certain distance. Zhu Bin opened the door of the apartment and the two walked out. Sure enough, Lu Yufei was already waiting outside the door. Chapter 7, My First Sports Car. Good morning, Lu Qing, who is this? Lu Qing held Zhu Bin's arm and leaned a little closer to him. This is my boyfriend Zhu Bin. Lu Yufei still maintained a smile on his face, but Zhu Bin immediately sensed the hostility he emanated from him. This was a unique feeling between men. He pretended to be friendly and wanted to shake hands with Zhubin, and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Lu Yufei, I am Lu Qing's work partner, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Zhubin looked the man up and down. He did look good, a handsome guy in a dark green suit, but the wretched aura that emanated from him was quite striking. Zhubin suddenly thought, he wondered if the spy eye would work if used on humans, so he decided to give it a try. Lu Yufei, 29 years old, height 178 centimeters, weight 130 kilograms. Manager of Investment Promotion Department of Ningqing Guangda Commercial Plaza, monthly income is 8,000-12,000 yuan. Assets, 1 Audi, no savings. Debt, loan of 260,000. Love experience, 5 times. Advantages, judging the situation. Disadvantages, insidious, no bottom line. Physical condition, healthy. Future conditions, failure at work, failure in love, bloody disaster. Attitude towards host, hostile. A bunch of information floated above Lu Yufei's head. Zhubin couldn't help but laugh secretly and entered the mode of watching the show. It was not bad that this spy eye could see so much information. It didn't even recognize him and was hostile to him. OMG. But what interested Zhubin more was the future situation. Could it be that the spy eye could see the future? It was just that the descriptions were like fortune-telling, but the skills given by the system should not be false. I have to say that Lu Yufei was really miserable. Zhubin looked at the hand that Lu Yufei extended to him, but did not shake hands with it. He just nodded without saying anything. Manager Lu, I'm really sorry. My boyfriend just came back from a business trip and he insisted on taking me to work today, so. Lu Qing looked at Lu Yufei with a tentative look. Zhubin kept rolling his eyes in his heart. This woman lied without thinking. She is really a scumbag. I have to be careful in the future. Lu Yufei had always heard that Lu Qing was single, and he didn't know where this boyfriend came from, and he came from Lu Qing's home. He didn't understand the situation now, and Zhubin in front of him looked tall and strong, and was staring at him with unfriendly eyes. If he was really Lu Qing's boyfriend, he would rather not make things worse and get beaten by him. He immediately smiled and said, "Oh, I'm sorry to disturb your world. I'll wait for you in the office." When Zhubin heard what this guy said, he felt that this guy was quite sensible and did not pester him. Just like that, the two of them walked out of the community arm in arm, and Zhubin pulled his arm away. Okay, is this enough? I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Well, if you are free tonight, I will treat you to a meal? Just as a thank you for today. No, I can't bear it. But I still want to remind you, if you are not interested in that guy just now, don't try to hook him up. Make it clear that you refuse. Isn't that what you were doing just now? And do you hate me very much? Lu Qing looked aggrieved. Hate? Not really, but since you are my tenant, you are my client. I will help you wherever I can, but one thing is, don't mention Su Shui in front of me. And don't bring Su Shui here, otherwise I don't mind breaking the contract and asking you to cancel the lease. Got it. I'm leaving now. Lu Qing pursed his lips, nodded, raised his hand to greet Zhubin, then turned and left. Watching Lu Qing walking away, Zhubin suddenly became curious about Lu Qing's situation, and he turned on his spy eye. Lu Qing's message suddenly floated above her head. Lu Qing, 23 years old, height 168 centimeters, weight 100 kilograms. Manager of Liuguang Jewelry Store, monthly income is over 18,000. Assets, a Mercedes-Benz car, a cash deposit of 20,000 renminbi. Liabilities, none. Love experience, none. Advantages, honest in kind. Disadvantages, too persistent. Physical condition, healthy. Future situation, harassment and bullying, store crisis. Attitude towards the host, like. Zhubin stood there, puzzled as to why this woman liked his wife so much. Wasn't it her who always said bad things about him in front of Su Shui? In his memory, Su Shui always did PUA to him without listening, always saying that Lu Qing was not good enough and that he was not as good as something. But then again, when I saw Lu Qing again yesterday, he was indeed different from the Lu Qing in my memory. The Lu Qing in my memory would never have persuaded Su Shui like he did yesterday. He couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think about it. He had to do two things today. Taking the subway, he quickly arrived at his takeaway station and found the station master Uncle Zhang. Xiao Zhu, how did it go yesterday? Were you successful? Uncle Zhang saw Zhubin coming and immediately walked over to ask with concern. Uncle Zhang usually takes good care of him. After all, he is one of the few undergraduates in their site. When he heard yesterday that Zhu wanted to take a leave to propose, he was particularly supportive. Oh, let's not talk about that. I don't want to get married. Zhu opened a pack of Furonwang and handed one to Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang thought his proposal had failed, so he took the cigarette and consoled him, "It's okay to fail. After all, Xiao Zhu, you are a talented and handsome man. When you make a lot of money in the future, there will be many girls chasing after you." Zhu liked to hear this. His experience before his rebirth told him that what Uncle Zhang said would definitely come true. He said to Uncle Zhang with a smile, "Thank you for your good words, but Uncle Zhang, I came here today to resign." Uncle Zhang was not surprised. He always thought that Zhu would find a job first and then look for a suitable job. He had met several such college students at his site. "Oh, have you found the right one? I'll help you with the paperwork." "Well, I guess so. Anyway, thank you Uncle Zhang for taking care of me over the years." Uncle Zhang had a question mark over his head. What nonsense was this kid talking about? He had only been here for a year. 10 minutes later, the resignation procedures were completed. Zhu looked at Uncle Zhang and thought that he might never see him again in the future. After completing his resignation procedures, it was time to pick up the first sports car in his life, which made him very excited. Men always have a different feeling towards sports cars. In the previous life, his family finally bought a car for transportation, which was mainly for Su Shui. He mainly traveled by electric cars and public transportation. He made an appointment with the Bentley 4S store yesterday for 10 o'clock this morning. He took a taxi and arrived at the door of the 4S store quickly. What Zhu didn't expect was that there were so many coincidences in the world. The person who walked into the 4S shop side by side with her was Su Shui. She was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants, with heavy makeup on. She was holding the arm of a man who was wearing all branded clothes and holding a handbag. It was really a narrow road for enemies to meet. When Su Shui saw Zhu she took 2 steps back in disgust and shouted, "Why is it you? Why are you here?" Yesterday, she finally realized that only by aborting the child could she find ways to seize her own future. But because of Zhu she lost face in front of all her friends, and now she hates Zhu to the core. Chapter 8, The Lingering Su Shui. Zhu found it funny, "If you can come, why can't I?" He looked at Su Shui with a face full of disgust. He was in a good mood because he had made a choice that changed his destiny, but as soon as he saw Su Shui's face, his mood immediately turned gloomy. "Who is this?" asked the man Su Shui was holding. "I used to be a dog who worked as a delivery boy." "Ha, baby, I didn't expect you have such a bootlicker. It's a bit cheap." The man lifted Su Shui's chin with one hand. Su Shui looked at the man with evasive eyes. She had just hooked up with this man recently. He was a second-generation rich man who was very wealthy and generous. She was worried that Zhu nonsense would ruin her relationship with this man. "Zhu, let me tell you, this is my boyfriend, Mr. Zhao. I don't know why you followed me here, but I'm not the kind of woman a loser like you can think of. You'd better leave." Zhu was a little speechless. This woman is crazy. Can't she tell who dumped her yesterday? Why is she saying such things here today? However, he instantly remembered the man in front of him named Zhao Xiao. His name was Zhao Haotian. In the first few years after their marriage in the previous life, this man often sent Su Shui back home. Later, after the relationship between Su Shui and Lu Qing broke down for some unknown reason, this man never appeared again. Zhu was too lazy to pay attention to her. He didn't want Su Shui to ruin his good mood when he came to buy his first sports car. He shook his head and said, "You're crazy." Then I went to the store. Seeing that Zhu didn't insist on anything, Su Shui breathed a sigh of relief and walked into the store holding Zhao Haotian's arm. Zhao Haotian also came to pick up his car today. He bought a standard version of Bentley Flying Spur and agreed to pick it up at 10 o'clock today. Recently, he happened to hook up with Su Shui who came to his door. "I just brought her here to show off." Seeing that the salesperson and the manager hadn't come over yet, Zhao Haotian asked, "Didn't you say that man was a delivery man? He doesn't look like he's here to deliver food. He looks like he's here to look at cars. How is that possible? He and I were college classmates. I know him too well. His family is not well off. After graduating last year, he became a yellow rider to earn more money. No, you let a man like this lick you? Oh, there's nothing I can do. I can't control him from licking me. Everything I have belongs to Master Zhao anyway. Master Zhao won't be jealous of that loser, right? Su Shui is a little depressed now. How could she meet this evil star here? She lost face yesterday, and today it is obvious that Zhao Xiao felt that she had lost face for him. At this time, Manager Gong, the sales manager of the 4S store, came. Zhao Haotian was about to stand up and say hello to Manager Gong, but he saw Manager Gong turn smoothly and go towards Zhu Bin. Zhao Haotian sat down awkwardly. What the hell? What the hell was going on? A loser came here to show off and look at cars, so why did Manager Gong go to receive him in person? Seeing this, Su Shui hurriedly tried to make amends for Zhao Xiao. Could it be that Manager Gong thought Zhu Bin was also a potential customer? Zhao Haotian thought about it and it made sense. After all, Manager Gong was an experienced salesperson and would definitely give priority to potential customers. But he immediately felt unhappy. Damn it, Manager Gong is a senior salesman after all, can't he see that this loser with no more than 200 yuan on him can't afford a car? He actually left me aside. How can a senior sales manager be so tactless as to treat a delivery man as a potential customer? Su Shui said indignantly. Zhao Haotian couldn't bear it anymore, so the two of them stood up and walked to Zhu Bin's negotiation table. Manager Gong saw Zhao Haotian approaching with an unhappy look on his face, and he knew what was going on. He immediately said to Zhao Haotian with a big smile on his face, "Hello, Mr. Zhao. I'm really sorry. I'm entertaining a distinguished guest here, so I neglected you." Distinguished guest? Him? Zhao Haotian asked back. Ah, yes, this is our distinguished guest, Mr. Zhu. Su Shui immediately burst into laughter. He is your honored guest? Do you know what he does? He is my classmate, and he is just a delivery boy. How could he be your honored guest? Zhao Haotian hugged Su Shui and looked at Manager Gong with a bad expression. Manager Gong, I came here to pick up the car today, but you left me alone to serve this delivery man. Isn't that a bad sign? Manager Gong smiled helplessly. He knew that Mr. Zhao must have been misled by that woman who looked down on others. He has confirmed the identity information of Zhu Bin in front of him. He is Mr. Zhu who is going to pick up the car today. Mr. Zhao, please be patient. Mr. Zhu is here to pick up his car as well. We will handle yours after we have handled his case. What did you say? He has to queue up in front of me to pick up his car. Manager Gong, please explain clearly. I have already made an appointment to pick up my Mercedes-Benz at 10 o'clock. And this loser, what kind of car can he buy? Is your Bentley store so cheap now? Zhao Haotian pushed Su Shui away and said a lot of things in a row. When he heard that he had to queue behind Zhu Bin to pick up the car, his dissatisfaction in his heart suddenly burst out. Su Shui quickly agreed, yes, Manager Gong, you must be mistaken, how could he afford a car here? Zhu Bin rolled his eyes and said leisurely, Mr. Zhao, what's wrong with me buying a Continental GT convertible top configuration and placing it ahead of your Mercedes-Benz? Manager Gong also added at the right time, Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, in terms of ranking, Mr. Zhu is the highest level member in our store, so even though you both made appointments at 10 o'clock, he will be in front of you to pick up the car. What, the highest level customer? How come I didn't know about it? Zhu Bin was a little surprised. Is the system brother really powerful? When I saw a car like Bentley on the road before, the first thing I would do was envy, and the second thing I would do was stay away from it. I didn't expect that after getting the system, I would become the highest level member of Bentley. Zhao Haotian and Su Shui were also surprised. Su Shui even shouted without caring about her image, impossible, absolutely impossible, how could he be a senior member of Bentley? Zhu Bin stood up and pushed Su Shui away. You are so annoying. You are haunting me. Manager Gong, can I go pick up the car now? These two are so annoying. I don't want to see them. I'm sorry Mr. Zhu, it will be arranged soon, otherwise you can go over first. Then Manager Gong turned back to Zhao Haotian and said, excuse me, Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhu's car picking ceremony will begin soon, and then it will be your turn. Would you like to go to the lounge and rest first? Then he arranged for other salesmen to guide Zhao Haotian and others, while he followed Zhu Bin to the car pickup ceremony. Zhao Haotian was frustrated and had no place to vent his anger, so he slapped Su Shui in the face, fuck, it's all your fault. You made me lose face. Su Shui felt aggrieved and followed Zhao Haotian silently, but her mind began to become active again. How did Zhu Bin suddenly become rich? The car he bought must have cost more than 4 million yuan. He suddenly became rich, so he didn't propose to me yesterday. Damn, what a scumbag. But since he is rich, then. Chapter 9 Lu Qing's Cashback. In 15 minutes, the entire car-picking ceremony was completed. Under the watchful eyes of manager Gong, Zhubin drove his first sports car out of the 4S store. As for Fang Jialing, she slept until 9 o'clock in the morning. When she got up, she found that Zhubin was gone. Zhubin was too strong last night and she didn't fall asleep until 3 o'clock in the morning because of him. Even if she got up now, her legs still felt a little weak, but she remembered what Zhubin had told her, that she should go back as soon as possible today and divorce her man. She could leave the house with nothing, and Zhubin would be able to support her in the future anyway. The main thing is to complete the formalities as quickly as possible so that she won't be involved in future debts. After a quick wash and breakfast, she called her husband Qin Shou and asked him to bring his household registration booklet to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce immediately. If he came right away to handle the matter, she, Fang Jialing, would leave the house with nothing and would immediately give him 200,000 yuan to pay off his debts. This was also what Zhubin taught her. Because Qin Shou is now eager to repay the 200,000 yuan debt, he would definitely agree under normal circumstances. As expected, Qin Shou agreed very readily on the other end of the phone. The two arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau just before 10 o'clock. Fang Jialing was lucky as there was no cooling-off period for divorce procedures starting this month, so the two of them got their divorce smoothly. As soon as he finished the formalities, Qin Shou couldn't wait to ask, "Stinky bitch, where's the 200,000 you promised me? When will you give it to me? Why rush? I'll give it to you in a minute." After completing the divorce procedures, Fang Jialing breathed a sigh of relief and felt relaxed. She slowly put away the divorce certificate. At this time, the phone rang. She saw that it was Zhubin calling, so she answered the call immediately. Zhubin's voice rang out on the phone, "Is everything done?" "It's done." "Then I'll pick you up and we'll go have dinner together." "Good." Watching Fang Jialing's happy expression when she answered the phone, Qin Shou's face was gloomy. Damn, it turns out she has a gigolo outside, so she is in such a hurry to divorce me. The 200,000 yuan was probably given by that gigolo. After Fang Jialing hung up the phone, she glanced at the gloomy Qin Shou, quickly transferred 200,000 yuan to him, and then walked towards the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau without looking back. She didn't want to see this man again. Qin Shou took the 200,000 yuan and thought about it. There were still 2 or 3 days before Brother Biao came to collect the debt. If he played a few more games with the money, maybe he could double it. With this thought, he decided where to go in the afternoon. In addition, he had just vaguely heard what Fang Jialing said on the phone. He pretended to leave first, but actually found a place to hide. He really wanted to see who the pretty boy that the bitch was hooking up with was. Fang Jialing waited at the door with her bag for more than 10 minutes, and a black and gold Bentley Continental GT convertible slowly drove towards her. Fang Jialing didn't notice it at first, until the car stopped next to her. She found Zhubin sitting in the car. "Wow, is this your car?" "Yeah, I just mentioned it." "How about it? Cool, right?" "Well, I have never sat in a sports car like this." Fang Jialing touched the car door back and forth twice, and was so excited that she didn't even think of opening the door. "Why are you still standing there? Come up." She then opened the car door and got in. Qin Shou, who was hiding not far away, watched Fang Jialing get into the car with a happy face, his fists clenched tighter and tighter. Damn it, that bitch actually hooked up with such a rich gigolo. Did she think that she could get rid of me completely after the divorce? What a wishful thinking. Ding, Fang Jialing has satisfied her second desire. Sit in the passenger seat of a luxury sports car and gain proficiency in ancient boxing. In an instant, Zhubin felt that countless information poured into his mind, as if he had been practicing this ancient boxing for 20 years. That's great. In this way, your ability to protect yourself will be much stronger. He looked at Jialing's Book of Desire below again, but there was no reaction this time. It seemed that it was not the case that a new task would appear after completing a task. What are we going to eat? Fang Jialing was very happy at this time. She tilted her head and looked at Zhubin with a pure smile on her face. There's a buffet I've always wanted to eat at. Let's go. There is a buffet hotpot restaurant called Lianhai Yenyu in Quanta Commercial Plaza. Zhubin loves seafood and has always wanted to go there since his previous life. Unfortunately, he was heavily in debt after getting married and couldn't bear to go. After the two of them agreed, they came to Quanta Commercial Plaza. As soon as he sat down at Lian Haianyu, Zhu Bin received a system prompt. Ding, it was detected that Lu Qing spent 4,500 yuan on the host, and 450,000 yuan of business exclusive funds will be returned. Hey, why did Lu Qing spend 4,500 yuan on me? I'll go back and ask about it tonight. Then there was the business exclusive fund. It was so simple to return 450,000 yuan. Zhu Bin checked his mobile banking and found that the money had indeed arrived. But according to the system, it can only be used to invest in one's own business. But I originally planned to be a landlord and collect rent and lie down. Now the system means that I have to start my own business? But in this day and age, who doesn't know that starting a business is likely to be a dead end? Zhu Bin frowned, but he thought about it and felt that his current situation seemed different from others. If he started a business, the money would be given by the system. As long as he let Lu Qing spend the money on him, he would be able to obtain a steady stream of business funds. Then why are you afraid of failure? As for what to do, I have no idea at the moment. I will think about it later. Looking at Fang Jialing in front of him, Zhu Bin suddenly thought that now that he had money, he had to buy something for his parents. Sister Fang, please accompany me shopping this afternoon. I want to buy something for my parents. Can you help me with some advice? Fang Jialing is now Zhu Bin's exclusive property manager, so she is happy to accompany him shopping. Okay, what do you want to buy? I don't know either. Let's go shopping and see in the afternoon. At this time, 2 men and 1 woman walked outside the Lianheian buffet restaurant. The one walking in front was Lu Yufei, the manager of the investment promotion department of Quanta Commercial Plaza. He was inspecting the floors and happened to pass by the Lian Haianyu buffet restaurant. I accidentally saw a man and a woman sitting inside. Wasn't he the man Lu Qing's boyfriend from this morning? This man was actually dating another woman behind Lu Qing's back. He immediately took out his cell phone and secretly took a picture of the scene. But doesn't this also become his opportunity? After taking the photo, he opened WeChat and sent it to Lu Qing. It also added, "Your boyfriend is dating another woman." Lu Qing was also having lunch with his colleagues when he received Lu Yufei's WeChat message, and his good mood disappeared again. Zhu Bin was just pretending to be her boyfriend. She had no right to interfere if he dated other women. But if this happens, that psychopath Lu Yufei will start to bother me again. She slammed her phone on the table, not bothering to reply to his message. What's wrong? Is that manager Lu harassing you again? Lu Qing's colleagues were already used to it. They could probably guess what was going on just by looking at Lu Qing's expression. Yeah, I found someone to pretend to be my boyfriend this morning, thinking I could make him give up, but in the end, hey. However, looking at the place in the photo, isn't this Lianhai banquet? Is Zhu Bin having dinner here? Chapter 10, Choice is your own Shura field. Zhu Bin didn't know all this. After he and Fang Jialing finished their meal, they started shopping in the mall. Considering that he couldn't explain where so much money came from now, Zhu Bin decided to buy some clothes, cigarettes, alcohol, and other things for his parents first, and then consider changing the house for his parents when he had a reasonable explanation later. After buying clothes, I happened to meet Lu Qing when passing by the entrance of Liuguang Jewelry. Fang Jialing also knew Lu Qing and knew that she lived in apartment 1 and was currently Zhu Bin's tenant. Hey, Zhu Bin, Manager Fang, why are you together? Lu Qing spoke first. It was unclear who the woman was in the photo Lu Yufei sent just now. It turned out to be the property manager Fang Jialing. Fang Jialing smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Lu, I am now Mr. Zhu's exclusive property manager. I am only in charge of apartment 1. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." Lu Qing looked at Zhu Bin in surprise, but Zhu Bin added, "She will live in 202 from now on, right across from you." Ah, that's great, but what are you two doing? Before Fang Jialing could say anything, the lingering Lu Yufei came over. Lu Yufei saw it when the 3 of them met just now. He originally wanted to go to the store to see Lu Qing, but he didn't expect to see the 3 of them meeting. He was secretly happy in his heart. Zhu Bin, right? You are a scumbag, trying to snatch a woman from me, and now you are caught red-handed by Lu Qing. Let me see how you explain it. Oh, yes, I have to go over and get some more gas. So he ran over happily, just in time to hear Lu Qing ask, "What are you two doing?" Zhu Bin, you are a scumbag. Lu Qing is so good to you, but you still want to hook up with other women. I just saw Lu Qing and him having dinner at Lian Haianyu, and they were behaving very intimately. Lu Yufei walked over angrily and stood next to Lu Qing, but he was secretly happy in his heart. Let's see what you are going to do in this Shura field, you little brat. And he was not afraid at all that Zhu Bin would deny this, because he had just taken a photo and sent it to Lu Qing. Lu Qing, did you see the photo I sent you just now? I happened to run into them when they were dating. Lu Qing was helpless. Why did Lu Yufei come again? It was just a photo and she could still cover it up. But if he found out that she and Zhu Bin were pretending in the morning, he would keep pestering her in the future. So she kept winking at Zhu Bin to hint at him. Fang Jialing was a little overwhelmed by the sudden situation. She looked embarrassed. She only knew that Zhu Bin and Su Shui broke up, but she didn't know that Lu Qing was now Zhu Bin's boyfriend. Is this a problem? Lu Yufei glanced at the large and small bags in Fang Jialing's hands, raised his mouth and continued to exaggerate and said to Lu Qing, although I don't know how he treats you normally, but you see, he is very willing to spend money on that woman. Zhu Bin watched Lu Yufei's performance and yawned. He crossed his arms and calmly considered what to do. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice that affects multiple people. When Zhu Bin heard the system's voice, he became excited. He didn't know what to do at first, but the system gave him an option and he could choose based on the reward. Option 1, continue to play the role of Lu Qing's boyfriend and explain the relationship with Fang Jialing. Reward, 10 million in cash. Option 2, frankly admit the relationship with Fang Jialing and stop playing the role of Lu Qing's boyfriend. Reward, 10 million in cash. Option 3, no explanation, drive Lu Yufei away, reward, 10 million in cash. Zhu Bin was dumbfounded. Usually, each option had different rewards, and he could choose according to his preference for the reward. But this time, the 3 rewards were exactly the same. Which one should he choose? This would be his Shura field. Forget it. As a man, I should help after I have agreed to do so. So I should choose option 1. The phone rang, and 10 million yuan arrived. Zhu Bin also took a step forward without hesitation and pushed Lu Yufei. He looked very annoyed and glared at Lu Yufei and shouted. What the hell are you doing? Trying to sow discord between me and Lu Chang? Do you know who she is? You're just talking nonsense here. Lu Yufei likes to stir up trouble, but he is also a timid person. When he saw the ferocious face of Zhu Bin, who was half a head taller than him, he felt a little nervous. But thinking of Lu Qing, whom he admired, he mustered up the courage to continue to refute, who is she? Isn't she just your lover outside? You are so intimate even when having a meal with her. Seeing this, Lu Qing knew that Zhu Bin had understood his hint, so he immediately ran to Zhu Bin, took Zhu Bin's arm, and said first. This is Fang Jialing, my family's personal property manager. What's wrong with her coming out to eat with Zhu Bin and buying some things for me? Zhu Bin also nodded, yes, this is my personal property manager. After hearing this answer, Lu Yufei felt a little disappointed. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to destroy the relationship between Zhu Bin and Lu Qing, preferably by breaking them up so that he could continue to pursue Lu Qing. Unexpectedly, this happened. But a hint of ruthlessness suddenly flashed in Lu Yufei's eyes. They were all men, and no one would believe that they had an ordinary and pure relationship with such a beautiful private property manager. But I didn't expect that Lu Qing was such a woman. Facing the unclear relationship between her man and another woman, she had such an attitude. It seems that she is a woman who appears serious on the surface but is casual inside. Since Lu Qing is actually a casual woman, he has a way as long as they are in this business world. Anyway, she is not married, so what if she has a boyfriend? Lu Yufei looked gloomy, so that's how it is, then I misunderstood, sorry. After saying that, he turned and left. Watching Lu Yufei leave, Zhu Bin did not forget to warn him again, I'm telling you, Lu Yufei, if you harass my girlfriend again, I'll make you pay. Lu Yufei didn't even turn his head, but when he left, he saw someone in the corner of a store who seemed to be taking pictures of something. However, this kind of thing is not his job responsibility, and he still has to think about how to deal with Lu Qing in the future. At this time, Lu Qing told Fang Jialing that she and Zhu Bin were pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend, because she couldn't figure out the relationship between Zhu Bin and Fang Jialing. Is that so? Don't worry, if he comes to the community to harass you again, I'll have the security guards kick him out. Okay, thank you Sister Fang, but Sister Fang, what kind of relationship do you have with Zhu Bin? Lu Qing asked bluntly. She really wanted to know. Only she herself knew that she had always had a crush on Zhu Bin since college, but because Zhu Bin had been pursuing her best friend Su Shui, she could only hide her feelings in her heart. Xu Bin and Su Shui finally broke up and she felt her chance had come, but Fang Jialing suddenly showed up and she was still very nervous. Fang Jialing shook her head. Although she had slept with Xu Bin, at least for now she had no extravagant hope of becoming Xu Bin's official girlfriend. For her, as long as Xu Bin could support her, that was enough. Okay, what are you thinking? I just broke up with Su Shui yesterday. Xu Bin didn't expect that Lu Qing was so straightforward and asked whatever he wanted to ask. It was good this way. He didn't like to guess women's thoughts at all now. He wanted to let women guess his thoughts in the future. At night, in an underground casino. Xin Shou was pinned down on the table by the casino thugs. In the afternoon, he brought the 200,000 yuan given by Fang Jialing to try his luck, but ended up losing it all. Xin Shou, you haven't paid back the money you owed me last time and the time before that, and you still want to borrow now? Why don't we settle the previous debts first? Brother, please give me a few more days, Slap, a big slap hit Xin Shou in the face. Grace? That's fine, leave 2 fingers for now. Brother, I said before that I could give you my wife as collateral for your debt, and you agreed at that time. What about your wife? This is a photo of my wife. Look, brother. The one next to her is her lover. He's very rich. Look, brother. The bald man with tattooed arms took Xin Shou's phone, looked at the photos in the phone, and kept saying, not bad, not bad. Chapter 11 Xu Bin's beautiful tenants. Apartment 1, in the common room. Xu Bin sat in the middle of the sofa and Fang Jialing stood behind him. Lu Qing and another woman sat opposite them. The other woman had a heroic look and was probably over 170 centimeters tall. She had a strong aura, wore glasses, and a black business suit, and looked like someone who was not someone to be trifled with. Xu Bin, this is Su Xiu who lives in 101. Su Xiu is a famous lawyer. If you have any legal problems in the future, you can go to her. Seeing Lu Qing introduce herself, Su Xiu nodded to Xu Bin. She had just found out that Xu Bin had become her landlord. For some reason, Su Xiu seemed to always be wary of Xu Bin. Xu Bin was confused. Although Su Xiu looked cold and kept people at a distance, she still had a beautiful face and a nice figure. Xu Bin remembered that there were 3 tenants in total. He didn't know what the other one was like. If she was also such a beautiful girl, then he would live with these pretty tenants all day long and have an endless amount of fun. Hello, I'm Su Xiu. May I ask what job Mr. Zhu does? After Lu Qing introduced them, Su Xiu felt that it would not be good to remain silent, so he began to inquire about Xu Bin's information. She is a criminal lawyer. Perhaps out of professional instinct, she always feels that she has to investigate the information of people around her thoroughly before she can feel at ease. Me? Well, just treat me as a freelancer. Xu Bin just resigned today. He felt that calling him a vagrant would leave a bad impression on the beautiful woman in front of him. Anyway, he makes a living by collecting rent, which means he is a freelancer. Su Xiuying is beautiful and charming. Xu Bin's eyes lit up when he saw her for the first time. As a man, he will definitely have some thoughts when he sees a beautiful woman. As for Lu Qing, although she is also very beautiful, she is the best friend of his enemy Su Shui, and he does not want to have a close relationship with her. Will Mr. Su live in this building in the future? Yes, I live in 301. Please take care of me in the future. If you need anything about the house, you can contact me. By the way, I remember there are 3 tenants in apartment 1. Do you know one of them? Su Xiu replied, the one in 102 is a flight attendant. She flies international flights, so she rarely comes back. Is that so? Xu Bin touched his chin, but he was secretly happy in his heart, thinking that the stewardess must be a great beauty. Okay, since we already know each other, I still have work to do, so I'll go back first. Su Xiu stood up. When she just stood up, her hip skirt pulled up a little, making Su Xiu's legs look longer. Xu Bin's eyes widened when he saw this. Lu Qingxuan saw it and asked, Xu Bin, do you really like looking at black stockings? I saw you staring at Su Xiu's legs. Xu Bin was puzzled by this sudden question. What's wrong with this woman? She knows everything but doesn't say anything. Xu Bin retracted his gaze and said impatiently, this is a way for men to cultivate their sentiments. Why do you mind your own business? Oh, so that's how it is. Lu Qing covered his mouth and chuckled, then took out a bag. Inside the bag was a beautifully packaged box. Xu Bin, this is a gift for you, thank you for pretending to be my boyfriend this morning. It turned out that the 4,500 yuan that Lu Qing spent on him at noon was to buy him a gift. This was the first time that Zhu Bin received a gift from a woman in all these years. In her previous life, Su Shui never gave Zhu Bin a gift. I just helped Lu Qing once, and Lu Qing wanted to thank me with a gift. This woman seemed okay. Zhu Bin accepted it and casually said, "It's nothing, just a small favor. You are my tenant after all." Lu Qing seemed very happy. At this time, Zhu Bin remembered that when he used the spy eye to look at Lu Qing's information before, it said that Lu Qing would encounter bullying. Zhu Bin wondered whether he should remind her. "Have you had any dissatisfaction with your work recently?" "At work? Well, there's nothing wrong with my company. The main thing is that Mall and Lu Yufei. Lu Yufei, I think this person is a bit wretched and sinister. You'd better be careful, especially recently. Thank you for this. Thank you for helping me again at noon. It's useless. I don't think that guy will stop pestering you just because you have a boyfriend. As a man, I understand his thoughts. Stay away from him. I know, but it's difficult. I have many requests for him at work." Lu Qing looked embarrassed. Lu Yufei's problem could actually be handled by her family, but like many college graduates, she hoped to get rid of her family's control and solve the problem on her own. At this time, Zhu Bin's phone rang. Zhu Bin picked up the phone. It was his former roommate Wu Tian calling. "Binzi, don't forget the party tomorrow." "How could I forget this?" "Don't worry. By the way, where did you book tomorrow?" "Hey Yueju, come on time." "Hey Yueju, got it, I will be there on time." After Zhu Bin graduated from university, many of his classmates stayed in Ningcheng. Some of his classmates who were doing well liked to organize class reunions. Zhu Bin was usually busy delivering orders and seldom attended class reunions. This time, it was his good brother Wu Tian who invited him, so he agreed. After hanging up the phone, he glanced at Lu Qing, who was in a daze, and went upstairs. When Lu Qing came out of his thoughts, Zhu Bin had disappeared. Looking upstairs, he vaguely heard that he was going to have a party at Heiyueju tomorrow night. "It seems like I have a social event at Heiyueju tomorrow, and I know many of his classmates. Should I show up tomorrow?" The next night, Heiyueju. In the box, 3 men and 3 women were chatting, while Wu Tian was waiting at the door of Heiyueju for the 4 people who had not arrived yet. "Zhu Bin is coming today too. Zhu Bin, evening is his prime time for delivering food, how could he be willing to come to the party?" Wanku has always been unhappy with Zhu Bin because his goddess Sun Rong has always liked Zhu Bin when they were in school. Sun Rong sighed, "To be honest, I really can't understand why he ended up delivering food when he could have gone to work in an investment bank. He's poor. He gets 3,000 yuan a month as an intern at an investment bank. He doesn't have any connections and he may not be able to get a permanent job. When he's doing well as a food delivery man, he can make over 10,000 yuan. Unlike Mr. Wang, who took over the family business right after graduation and now drives a BMW 5 Series. Zhang Fengfeng complimented. Wanko laughed triumphantly and slammed his car keys on the table. "I heard that Zhu Bin proposed to Goddess Su the day before yesterday, but unfortunately, he couldn't accept the request made by Goddess Su, so it didn't work out." "What request can't you accept?" "That's Goddess Su. I can't afford the bride price." "Ha ha ha ha. It's not nice for you to say that about him. I heard that Su Shui made 8 demands, and each one of them is very demanding." Sun Rong said. "Yes, we are all classmates. Maybe Zhu Bin is not doing well now, but he is the number 1 in our class after all. He will not be bad in the future." Kong Xiaojie also echoed and spoke for Zhu Bin. "What's the use of being a top student? Now everyone in the class has found good jobs, and it seems that he is the only one delivering food." Wang Ke said unhappily. At this time, at the entrance of Heiyueju, Wu Tian was still at the door looking into the distance. 2 more classmates had just arrived. He didn't notice that a black and gold Bentley sports car slowly drove up and it was Zhu Bin who got out of the car. Zhu Bin walked straight to his side and patted his shoulder. When Wu Tiankai saw that it was Zhu Bin, they hugged each other. "Binzi, long time no see, how are you doing recently?" Zhu Bin took out a cigarette and handed it to Wu Tian, saying leisurely, "It's okay, it's just that I just dumped Su Shui." "Fuck, you finally figured it out. I've long advised you not to chase that woman." Chapter 12, The Charlatan Zhu Bin. The 2 were chatting at the door, and Zhu Bin's eyes fell on an Audi car. 2 men got out of the Audi, one of them was Lu Yufei. When they saw each other, they were both stunned. Everyone was thinking the same thing: why is he here? Lu Yufei, who was hostile to Zhubin, certainly would not give Zhubin a good look at this time. He walked past Zhubin with a look of disgust and entered the restaurant. After a while, the last classmate arrived and the three of them walked into the box together. As soon as he entered the box, Zhubin took a quick look and saw that several male classmates each had a car key naturally placed in a conspicuous place on the table. He smiled silently. Alas, what era is this? Playing such tricks, Zhubin is reborn after all, and this kind of party with car keys is a trick from 10 years ago for him. More importantly, the cars of these people at the table combined cannot afford his Bentley. Seeing Zhubin, Wang Ku was the first to greet him. Hey, Zhubin, you are such a busy guy. Zhubin was the hardest person to invite to a party before. Why don't you have to deliver food today? Wu Tian immediately glared at Wang Ku. Wang Ku. Zhubin finally got here once, stop talking nonsense. Yes, Wang Ku. Sun Rong also said. Then, Wu Tianxian arranged for everyone to sit down. After everyone sat down, they started chatting with each other. We just kept chatting and the topic always revolved around work, salary, whether we had bought a car, etc. Lotus Sun walked over to Zhubin, sat down, and said to him with a smile, Zhubin, long time no see. Zhubin nodded, yeah, I haven't seen him since graduation. Wang Ko looked unhappy when he saw Sun Rong sitting next to Zhubin. He nudged Zhang Fangfang next to him with his arm. Zhang Fangfang immediately understood what he meant and turned the topic to Zhubin. Zhubin, I heard that the salary of delivering takeout is quite high. How much can you deliver every month? Zhubin knew Zhang Fangfang's purpose. He had attended this party in his previous life. He didn't know if it was because of the awakening system, but he now remembered many things from his previous life very clearly. In the previous life, this party was just a way of stepping on myself to praise Wang Ku. This can't be done today. Those online who say they earn over 10,000 yuan a month are actually fake. The average is probably around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. Wang Ku was the first to laugh. Yeah, that's really hard, there's no social security, right? Zhang Fangfang also agreed. Oh, yes, that's really hard work. After all, you have to run for more than 10 hours a day. Yes, as soon as I came in, I noticed that everyone has done very well this year. It seems that everyone drove here today. Yes, I just picked up a BMW 5 Series. You came here on an electric scooter, right? Wang Ku immediately followed up. He looked at the car keys that everyone had placed on the table. The car he was driving today was the best among all of them. Zhubin just smiled faintly, took out the Bentley car keys from his trouser pocket and slapped them on the table. Everyone's eyes lit up, and Wang Ku and Zhang Fangfang were even more incredulous. How could this loser take out the Bentley car keys? What the hell, Bentley? Fuck, Zhubin, you made a fortune somewhere, how come you can even afford a Bentley? Is it possible that he bought a lighter that looks like a car key? Or maybe he rented a car to save face. Zhubin didn't care whether they believed it or not and continued talking. As for me, I have already resigned and am now unemployed. Zhang Fangfang, please stop criticizing me. You are just as unemployed as me. How can you be superior to me? Zhang Fangfang glared at Zhubin. The others, especially Wang Ku, had no idea why Zhubin stood up suddenly. Apart from discussing how Zhubin could have a Bentley, everyone else listened to Zhubin quietly. Why quit? Because I can see the future now. As soon as this sentence was uttered, several people laughed at him. Zhubin, you are dreaming, ha ha ha. Wang Ku laughed so hard that he slapped his thigh. Zhubin, you just boasted about having a Bentley and it got blown, so you're using metaphysics to fool us, right? Don't believe it? When the waiter serves the fifth dish, he will fall down behind Li Bing, and the soup will spill onto Li Bing's legs. Then the manager will come over and promise to give us a 20% discount on all the consumption today. Li Bing, if you don't want to get burned, move aside. Seeing that Zhubin was speaking very seriously, some people were really frightened, especially Li Bing, who immediately moved aside. As a result, when the waiter was bringing up the fifth dish, he slipped and fell flat on his face. The dish bowl he was holding broke onto the ground, and the soup spilled all over the floor, right next to Li Bing's feet. Li Bing avoided getting burned this time because he kept some distance. Everyone looked at Zhubin with their mouths wide open. He actually got it right. The waiter immediately stood up and kept apologizing. At this time, the manager also ran over and kept apologizing, saying, I'm so sorry, we will serve this dish again later, and all orders today will be discounted by 20%. Once again, what Zhubin said came true. In everyone's eyes, Zhubin is now a charlatan. Well, do you believe it now? I'll continue. Everyone was silent, only Wang said angrily, "TSK, it's just a coincidence." Zhubin glanced at Wang Ku. He knew what would happen to Wang Ku's family in the future. "Wang Ku, let me check the time. Your supermarket will go bankrupt in exactly 1.5 years. After that, you will start to live a life of hiding from debt and being a poor loser." "You actually cursed me." Wang Ku jumped up immediately when he heard this and was held back by his classmates. "Curse you? No, no. No. I just told you what I know about the future. I also know how to avoid it, but sorry, I won't tell you." Everyone else at the table laughed awkwardly, and Wu Tian also tried to smooth things over. Zhubin was probably just joking to liven up the atmosphere. "Wang Ku, don't take it seriously." Although they said so, everyone had just seen Zhubin's prediction come true, so they couldn't help but believe it a little, and wanted to hear more about their future from Zhubin. "Li Bing, you have made good progress and can still become the bank president. Sun Rong, congratulations. You must cherish the person you meet after the party today. He is your benefactor. Wu Tian, brother, you are destined to be rich, haha, you have to protect me." He mentioned several things in a row, and they were all good. Only Wang Ku was extremely depressed by what Zhubin said. So the whole party went on happily with only Wang Ku feeling unhappy. At this time, in the next box. "Manager Lu, if you don't drink the wine our brother Lu offers you, then you are not giving brother Lu face." A man wearing a Quanta Commercial Plaza uniform stuffed a glass of wine into Lu Qing's hand. Lu Qing sat there with a vague look in his eyes, a little shaky, and a blush on his face. Chapter 13. Lu Qing was set up. The party on Zhubin's side was already halfway through, and with a series of comments from Zhubin at the beginning, the chat content of this class reunion was back on track. Everyone was talking about old times in school. Zhubin, who drank a lot of beer, felt his lower abdomen a little bloated, so he got up and ran to the toilet. Zhubin's alcohol tolerance is average, but he is the type of person who likes to eat and drink. After everyone started chatting on normal topics, Zhubin drank a little more because they were having a good time. Just as he was running the toilet, he heard a familiar voice coming from the sink outside the bathroom. "Brother Lu, I think she's almost there, are you sure you still want to drug her?" "Nonsense, it's only effective after taking the medicine, do you understand?" "Will something happen?" "Damn it, what happened?" "It's not the first time. It's all because that bitch doesn't know what's good for her. If you want to do a good job on my turf, you have to accompany me." After saying that, the two of them left laughing, and the laughter became farther and farther away. Zhubin recognized that familiar voice, it was Lu Yufei's. "Oh, I don't know which woman that sinister man is going to harm today." "What a sin." After draining the water, Zhubin returned to the box the same way he came. At the end of the party, the classmates suggested going to sing K in the second half, but Zhubin was not happy to go. He came to the party just to meet Wu Tian, after all, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. As for other people, he was unwilling to get together with them before, and now he disdains to have anything to do with them. When the dinner was over, Wang Ku, who had been feeling frustrated throughout the entire dinner, finally found a point to attack Zhubin, because he still didn't believe that Zhubin would drive a Bentley. He thought Zhubin didn't want to go to the KTV because he was afraid that his lie would be exposed. Arriving at the entrance of the hotel, Wang Ku said, "Then let's decide whose car to take." "Zhubin, how are you going to get home later? How about I take you there first?" "No need, I'll call a designated driver." "Ha, Zhubin, stop pretending. Forget about Bentley. How can you possibly afford a car?" At this time Wu Tian also came over to persuade him. In fact, he didn't believe it either. He thought Zhubin took the toy car key just to be angry. He knew Zhubin best among all his classmates. Just a while ago, Zhubin had borrowed money from him to pay off his Huabei. "Yes, Zhubin, I see you've had quite a bit to drink, and riding an electric scooter isn't safe either, so let someone else take you down first." Zhubin ignored him, called a designated driver on his phone, then took out the car key and pressed the button. The black and gold Bentley Continental GT parked at the door was lit up. Zhubin walked over, opened the door, took out a pack of cigarettes, and returned to give cigarettes to several male classmates. "Don't worry about me. I've already called a designated driver." All the students were stunned and felt like they were about to sober up, especially Wang Ku and Zhang Fangfang. Under the dim light at the entrance of the hotel, their faces could be seen twitching. That Bentley was actually Zhubin's. Fuck, Binzi, this Bentley is really yours, are you rich? Well, it's indeed mine, but I guess some people will say I rented it. Whatever. I don't care about them anyway. The words that were on the tip of Wang Ku's and Zhang Fangfang's tongue were instantly blocked. Don't worry about me, Go Sing K. And Wu Tian, if you need any help from me in the future, just let me know. After these classmates left, Zhubin continued to wait for the designated driver at the door. At this time, a group of men and women came out of the restaurant chatting and laughing. It seemed that another table was leaving. Soon, Zhubin's eyes fell on the last few people walking. Lu Yufei supported Lu Qing. Lu Qing's face was flushed and his eyes were unfocused, looking extremely abnormal. He immediately thought of the conversation he had heard in the toilet before. The voice was definitely Lu Yufei, so the person that guy drugged was Lu Qing. Damn, this man is so despicable, so the game they are playing today is a game for Lu Qing to lose her virginity. But Zhubin hesitated about whether to save Lu Qing. To be honest, Lu Qing and he were just a tenant and landlord. Moreover, Lu Qing is Su Shue's best friend, and he doesn't like her. The type of woman he hates the most now is the scumbag who likes to raise fish like Su Shue. But the feeling Lu Qing gave me was quite different from that of Su Shue. Ding, it is detected that the host is hesitating whether to rescue Lu Qing. Option 1, save Lu Qing and beat up Lu Yufei. Reward, 5% of the shares of Liuguang Jewelry Company. Option 2, ignore Lu Qing, nothing happens. Reward, 10 million, update Lu Qing's personal mission. It is really hard to judge the quality of the current system options, so choose according to your own preferences. Although he really disliked Lu Qing, Zhubin also couldn't stand this kind of bastard who used despicable means to violate girls. I choose option 1. Ding, it is detected that the host has chosen option 1, and a 5% stake in Liuguang Jewelry Company is awarded. The interaction is in progress and is expected to be completed within 24 hours. Zhubin stood up immediately. Lu Yufei seemed to have seen Zhubin at this time, and his eyes began to avoid him. Zhubin walked up and punched him in the face. Lu Yufei was knocked to the ground by the punch, with blood flowing from his nose. Fuck, who are you and what are you doing? The men with Lu Yufei immediately surrounded Zhubin and pushed him. Zhubin immediately supported Lu Qing, who was unsteady on her feet, glared at Lu Yufei and said, "Are you fucking tired of living? How dare you touch my woman?" Lu Yufei was not a pushover. Seeing that his side had more people than him, he immediately jumped up and pointed at Zhubin's nose and cursed. Damn it, Zhubin, are you crazy? Your girlfriend is drunk, so what if I help her up? Zhubin sneered and kicked Lu Yufei in the stomach again, and Lu Yufei was kicked away. Upon seeing this, several other men immediately came up and grabbed Zhubin and wanted to attack him, but Zhubin didn't care and knocked all of them down in no time. Seeing that the situation was not good, several women who were traveling with them immediately took out their cell phones and wanted to call the police. Lu Yufei endured the severe pain and shouted, "Don't call the police." Are you kidding? How could he call the police? If the test found that he had drugged Lu Qing, he would be finished. He has no way to express his pain now and can only admit defeat. Zhubin, are you crazy or violent? We were just hanging out with Lu Qing and she was just drunk. Why are you so crazy? Zhubin walked forward, squatted down, and grabbed Lu Yufei by the collar. Don't you know what you did? After saying that, pa, slapped Lu Yufei's face one after another. After slapping Lu Yufei dozens of times until he was almost unable to speak, Zhubin stopped. He stood up and turned around to stare at the woman who was wearing the same work clothes as Lu Qing. This was Lu Qing's colleague who came with Lu Qing. Her name was Zhao Yan. Do you know what this guy did? Zhao Yan shook her head and said she didn't know. You can't even tell, or are you in cahoots with them? Zhao Yan kept backing away, tears in her eyes, but she kept shaking her head and saying no. Zhubin snorted. This woman was definitely involved in this matter, but the priority now was to send Lu Qing to the hospital. Seeing that Lu Qing had collapsed on the chair with all his strength, he walked over, picked up Lu Qing in his princess hug and put her in his car. Chapter 14, Becoming a shareholder of Liuguang Jewelry. After the designated driver arrived, he signaled the driver to drive to the hospital first. Along the way, Lu Qing seemed to be under the effect of the drug. She kept rubbing against Zhubin and always pulled Zhubin's hand to touch herself. Zhubin doesn't like to take advantage of others, especially a woman like Lu Qing. I had to slap her from time to time to keep her awake. After arriving at the hospital and starting the infusion, Lu Qing slowly calmed down and stopped tossing and turning. At this time, Zhu Bin finally recovered. He was a little excited when he thought that the reward he received today was 5% of the shares of Liu Guang Jewelry Company. However, he did not know much about this company. He only knew that it was a relatively large jewelry chain brand in China and Lu Qing was the manager of one of its stores. He opened a certain search software and started searching. Liu Guang Jewelry Company, Limited, registered capital of 80 million yuan, legal representative, Lu Chuliang. There are 3 major shareholders. Lu Chuliang is the largest shareholder with a 40% stake. The second largest shareholder is Yunjin Group with a 33% stake. The third largest shareholder is Tianyin Capital with a 27% stake. Zhu Bin didn't know which shareholder he would get his 5% from later, but he left everything to the system. However, Zhu Bin also knew that the equity structure of Liu Guang Company was very clear. Even if he had 5% of the shares, he would not have much say and at most he only had the right to know. Zhu Bin had to think about his future again. When he first obtained the system, he wanted to lie down and enjoy life. After all, in his previous life, he had delivered food for more than 10 years in the wind and rain and during lunch breaks throughout the year. He wanted to enjoy life in this life. But today, when he saw that he could become a shareholder of a well-known company, the ambition that had been buried in his heart for more than 10 years was revived. When he was in college, he majored in finance. He wanted to become a successful investor, but unfortunately, ideals are full and reality is skinny. Glancing at Lu Qing who was sleeping on his shoulder, he thought of the exclusive career funds after being bound to Lu Qing. It was obvious that this damn system didn't want to just lie down and was urging him to do business. While he was still thinking, Lu Qing woke up. "Where is this?" She raised her head dazedly, looked around and asked. "Hospital." "Ah, why am I in the hospital?" "You don't remember anything?" "I only remember that Lu Yufei toasted me with wine at the end, and I can't remember anything after I finished drinking it." Well, I used to see introductions to that kind of medicine on short video platforms, and it turns out what they said was true. Zhu Bin told Lu Qing exactly what happened at the hotel entrance. Lu Yufei. Bastard. Lu Qing bit his lower lip and clenched his fist. Then her face immediately turned red again, and she asked timidly, Then what happened between us?" Zhu Bin said helplessly, "Don't worry, no." "Ah?" Lu Qing revealed a regretful expression for some reason. "Am I so uncharmless and unattractive to him?" Zhu Bin continued, "But I'm not saying anything bad about you. You knew that Lu Yufei was pestering you, but you still went out to eat with him? The mall is having an event recently, and I can't be too disrespectful to him. Won't you be in endless trouble from now on?" Lu Qing responded softly, "There is nothing we can do about it. We have to face it. This is a kind of training for me after all. I will be more careful in the future." Zhu Bin looked up at the 4 bottle, which was almost empty. "Okay, the 4 is finished, let's go back." The next morning, Zhu Bin didn't wake up until 11 o'clock. He was awakened by the system prompt. "Ding, the real-world interaction has been completed, and the host has obtained 5% of the shares of Liu Guang Jewelry. Brother Tongzi is really efficient. He completed the equity transfer so quickly." He opened the website again and found that there was a change in the information of Liu Guang Jewelry Company. The number of shareholders had increased from 3 to 4. Zhu Bin's 5% stake was transferred by Tianyin Capital. The current shareholding structure of Liu Guang Jewelry is as follows: Lu Chuliang holds 40%, Yunjin Group holds 33%, Tianyin Capital holds 22%, and Zhu Bin holds 5%. Zhu Bin stood up with satisfaction, stretched, and went to wash up. After washing up, Zhu Bin smelled the aroma of braised pork coming from the living room. He walked to the living room suspiciously and saw Fang Jialing wearing a sexy home outfit and an apron. She had cooked a table full of dishes and had just brought a dish of braised pork to the table. "You're awake, it's time for lunch. I made your favorite braised pork." "Hey, why are you cooking? You're my personal property manager, not a babysitter." Fang Jialing put down the last dish and took off her apron. She didn't answer Zhu Bin's question, but picked up a piece of braised pork and gave it to Zhu Bin. "This braised pork is what your mother taught me. Try it. It should taste similar to what your mother cooked." In fact, Zhu Bin could tell from the smell, because Zhu Bin's mother liked to put fennel when cooking braised pork. He took the meat handed to him by Fang Jialing and swallowed it in one gulp. "Not bad, not bad." As he said this, Zhubin picked up another piece and stuffed it into his mouth. Fang Jialing then smiled and said, I'm only in charge of one building now, and I don't have much to do. I see that you're alone, so I'll just take care of your daily life. Fang Jialing is in a very relaxed state now, and she looks much more relaxed than when I last met her. It might be because she is divorced and no longer has the burden of debt. Zhubin could see through her thoughts, she just wanted to be closer to him. Having said that, married women are different. The dishes they cook are really delicious and taste very similar to those of his mother. He looked around the house again and found that the entire living room was clean. Zhubin thought that this was a good idea. He didn't want to do endless housework in this life, so he nodded and said, okay, let's do this. After showing off a few more pieces of braised pork, Zhubin's cell phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Zhubin? Yeah, you are? Hello, Mr. Zhu. I am the secretary of the president of Liuguang Jewelry. My name is Lin Jiawei. As soon as he heard that it was Liuguang Jewelry calling, Zhubin knew that it would be about him becoming a new shareholder. Hello, what's up? Boss Zhu, this is the case. We just received the news of the equity change. Boss Lu wants to meet with you. Do you think this afternoon is convenient for you? If it is not convenient this afternoon, we can arrange another time. As expected, they made an appointment to meet so soon. Anyway, I have nothing to do today, so I might as well go and take a look in the afternoon. Okay, I'm free this afternoon, so how about an appointment at 1:30? Okay, then Mr. Zhu, please call me when you arrive downstairs at the company this afternoon and I'll come down to pick you up. See you that afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Zhubin looked at Fang Jialing who was tidying up the table and suddenly felt that when he went to Liuguang Jewelry in the afternoon, he should at least bring his secretary with him. Sister Fang was outstanding in both appearance and figure. The last time he was in the mall, Zhubin felt that he was always under the jealous gaze of a group of men. Sister Fang, I'm going to the Liuguang Jewelry headquarters this afternoon. Please come with me and act as my secretary. Fang Jialing was of course willing. She just wanted to use various methods to tie herself to Zhubin. Okay, I'll change my clothes later. At 1 o'clock, the two set out from the community, and Zhubin was still driving his Continental GT. Why are there so many strange people at the entrance of the community, all looking at my car? When Zhubin's car drove out of the community gate, he saw some strangers either squatting or standing at the gate. As soon as his car came out, those people all looked in his direction. Fang Jialing also discovered this situation. Zhubin didn't care. His car attracted a lot of attention to begin with, so he stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the community. Chapter 15: The Ghost in Liuguang Company. At Liuguang Jewelry Company, Lin Jiawei was already waiting downstairs in the company. When Lin Jiawei saw Zhubin, she hesitated for 2 steps before quickly walking towards him. Zhubin was wearing a t-shirt, sweatpants and sneakers, and he looked so young. She originally thought he must be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Hello, Mr. Zhu, I'm Lin Jiawei. Our Mr. Lu is already waiting for you in the office. I'll take you upstairs. Lin Jiawei bowed and invited Zhubin to the elevator with standard rhetoric. When I arrived at Lu Chuliang's office, Lu Chuliang immediately stood up to greet me. Lu Chuliang looked to be in his early 30s and was very polite. He first shook hands with Zhubin, introduced himself, and then took Zhubin to sit in front of the tea table in the office. While making tea, he looked at Zhubin silently, criticizing in his heart that he didn't expect Zhubin to be so young. He was dressed casually and his face looked weather-beaten, but his temperament was still that of a student who had just graduated. 1 year after graduating from college, he worked as a food delivery rider. His parents were honest villagers with no background at all. When Lu Chuliang learned about Zhubin, the new shareholder, he asked someone to investigate Zhubin's information and called Zhubin over for a meeting, just to confirm whether this person was easy to control. Although he didn't know how Zhubin bought 5% of the shares from Tianyin Capital, Lu Chuliang felt that Zhubin's behavior was non-threatening and easy to control. Boss Zhu, I didn't expect you to be so young and promising. Thank you, Mr. Lu too. Mr. Zhu, let's not be polite. Since Mr. Zhu is already a shareholder of Liuguang Jewelry, I asked you to come here today mainly because we can meet and get to know each other first, and I also want to talk to you about the company's decision-making method. Zhubin nodded. Okay, Mr. Lu, you go ahead. I founded Liuguang Jewelry. The other 2 shareholders are shareholders of the company. They are only responsible for dividends, not operations. The company's cash flow is relatively stable, so dividends are paid every quarter. The company's daily decisions are usually made by me directly, while larger projects or matters are decided by the board of directors. The shareholders' meeting usually only makes decisions on dividends and board changes. Seeing Zhubin frown, Lu Chuliang showed a hint of displeasure, but soon his face returned to normal and he continued, I have been working in the jewelry industry for 10 years, and the company's motto has always been that professionals do professional things. After hearing this, Zhubin finally understood. Although he didn't understand the twists and turns in the company, he could now tell that President Lu didn't want him, the new shareholder, to interfere in his business affairs. But this is exactly what he wants. He originally just wanted to lie down and take it easy, but now he has to start a business, and he also hopes to be able to do it as a hands-off boss. It's just that he doesn't like Lu Chuliang's way of speaking. Why can't he just say it directly? Why does he have to beat around the bush? Don't worry, Mr. Lu. I'm just a small shareholder with 5% of the shares. Everything in the company will remain the same as usual. Just don't forget me when you pay dividends every year. Zhubin nodded and smiled, but there was one thing he couldn't understand, why the company's equity ratio was like this, since Lu Chuliang cared so much about his decision-making power. If Tianyin Capital and Yunjin Group join forces, they will have more say than him. Lu Chuliang poured another cup of tea with a smile on his face and pushed it in front of Zhubin. Okay, then the company will remain the same. President Zhu still needs to understand the company's situation. I have asked Jia Wei to prepare the materials. You can take a look here. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. After saying that, he pointed to a pile of file boxes on the meeting table. Zhubin was not polite either. He winked at Feng Jialing and stood up. Okay, Mr. Lu, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll take a look first. In fact, neither of them could understand those reports, but they had to pretend, and Zhubin also had the eyes of a spy. Zhubin began to look through the company's financial statements and he turned on his spy eyes. Liuguang Jewelry Company's operating profit margin this quarter was 10.9%, a decrease of 8% year-on-year. Problem diagnosis: the design director sold the new design drawings to a competing company. Zhubin, I didn't expect to see a company insider as soon as I looked. What is this? Do you want a reminder? Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, point out the problem of the design director on the spot. Reward, 10 points of favorability with the daughter of Yunjin Group. Option 2, do not point out the problem of internal ghosts in the company for the time being, and investigate the truth yourself. Reward, 1 yuan industry acquisition card 500 million. Zhubin touched his chin, looking at the two options displayed in the air, unable to make a choice. Yunjin Group is one of the largest groups in Ningcheng. It would definitely be beneficial to your future career if you could get to know the daughter of Yunjin Group. However, it would not be a good idea to bring up the matter of the design director just after I promised not to interfere in the company's management. The key is that I don't have any evidence and I don't want to cause any misunderstanding. From this perspective, it may be better to choose option 2. Click on the detailed instructions for the 1 yuan property acquisition card 500 million, under the premise that the property owner is willing to sell. Any private property with a total value of no more than 500 million yuan can be acquired in full, and the host only needs to pay 1 yuan. This is not bad, this is it. System, I choose option 2. Zhubin said to the system in his mind. Ding, it is detected that the host has selected option 2, and the 1 yuan industry acquisition card 500 million has been stored in the system space. Zhubin remained calm and continued to look through the company's documents. At this time, Lu Chulian's office door was pushed open, and Zhubin saw that it was Lu Qing. Zhubin was not surprised. After all, he knew that Lu Qing was the manager of a store under the company. But this woman was so aggressive that she didn't even knock on the door when she entered the boss office. Lu Qing saw Zhubin and Feng Jialing sitting on the reception sofa and looking through company documents. He was stunned and asked, Why are you here? Seeing this scene, Lu Chulian narrowed his eyes and said, Lu Qing, do you know each other? Oh, yes, Zhubin is my landlord. Lu Qing looked at Zhubin as he walked towards Lu Chulian's desk. Sitting on the reporting chair in front of the desk, she held her forehead with her hand, her mind no longer on what she was going to report. No way, why is he here? He won't tell anyone about what happened yesterday, it's so embarrassing. Ah, what a coincidence. Let me introduce you. Zhubin is now one of the individual shareholders of our company. He came here today to learn about the company's situation. Lu Chuliang introduced. Zhu looked at Lu Qing with a smirk on his face. Lu Qing could only smile awkwardly. Ah, what a coincidence. What's the matter? Is there anything? Then Lu Chuliang entered work mode and asked Lu Qing what he wanted. Well, our store has been excluded from the promotional activities of Quanta Commercial Plaza. Mr. Lu, can you help to communicate with us? Lu Qing glanced at Zhu from time to time and answered absent-mindedly. How could that be? This activity had already been discussed with the plaza's top management beforehand? How would I know? Anyway, we were suddenly notified today that our store is not allowed to participate. Zhu looked at Lu Qing with suspicion. Why didn't this woman tell the truth? It was obvious that Lu Yufei was behind this. Fang Jialing also came over and whispered, Zhu, do you feel that Lu Qing and Mr. Lu don't talk like superiors and subordinates? Yeah. Zhu responded and wanted to do something bad to Lu Qing. After all, he was also a shareholder of the company and had to protect the interests of the company. This is obviously Lu Yufei's doing. If you don't give him face, he will definitely do something tricky. Lu Qing blushed, clasped her fingers and lowered her head. Lu Chuliang stopped what he was doing, looked up and asked, Lu Qing, what's going on? Lu Qing had no choice but to tell Lu Yufei about how he had been harassing her. Of course, she still concealed the fact that he drugged her last night. Okay, I get it. I'll go and take care of it. Lu Chuliang waved his hand. Zhu, who was still pretending to read the information, raised the corner of his mouth. It was interesting. Why did that woman Lu Qing hide what happened last night? Chapter 16 Fang Jialing's Desire Manual has been updated. After receiving Lu Chuliang's reply, Lu Qing and Zhu also said hello and left. Zhu finished looking through all the information. He knew that Lu Chuliang was just being polite to him, so he said hello to him and left. After Zhu left, Lu Chuliang asked Lin Jiawei, what do you think of Mr. Zhu? Jiawei thought for a moment, then answered, he should only care about the dividends. He just looked at the income statement carefully and glanced over the other materials. Lu Chuliang nodded and continued to work on the task at hand. Zhu drove Fang Jialing back to Guanlan community. When we were almost at the gate of the community, we found that the group of people who were there before were still squatting there. When they saw his car coming, they all stood up, and some of them were writing something in notebooks. It was strange. What were those people doing? When entering the gate of the community, Zhu gave the security guard a cigarette and asked, what are those people at the gate doing? The security guard took the cigarette, put it between his ears, and said enthusiastically, I don't know. They came yesterday and were divided into 2 shifts. They just stood there and did nothing. Zhu couldn't find any specific answers, so he looked back at those people and drove into the underground garage. When they got home, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Fang Jialing helped Zhu put away his clothes and came to him to massage his shoulders. Zhu, what do you want to eat today? I'll go buy some groceries. Hearing this, Zhu thought of himself in his previous life, who was both a mother and a father and took care of all the housework, and felt a little dazed. Sister Fang is worthy of being a wife. She cooks delicious meals and keeps the house in tidy order. I sighed in my heart, everyone only knows that Sister Fang is materialistic, but they don't know that Sister Fang is a virtuous woman. Just cook a few of your specialties, said Zhu. Okay, I'll go buy some groceries in a minute. By the way, Zhu, can I live here directly? That way, I can rent out the apartment you let me live in. Although Zhu rented the house here to her at a very low price, hired her, and even had sex with her for one night last time, she now has her own ideas. Ding, Fang Jialing's Desire Manual has been updated. Zhu did not answer immediately, but opened the system page and flipped through Fang Jialing's Desire Manual. Sure enough, a new page appeared. Fang Jialing's Desire 3, Become Zhu Woman, Reward, Fang Jialing's Exclusive Consumption Fund of 50 million. Fang Jialing's Exclusive Consumption Fund can only be used by Fang Jialing, and activate the Exclusive Consumption Fund to get 100 times cashback. Zhu found it strange. Wasn't Fang Jialing already his woman? Unless she still thought she wasn't, or she had more plans. Looking at this reward, Zhu suddenly realized that Fang Jialing was quite good at making money. Didn't she just want him to be her long-term meal ticket? Then just do it. Didn't she just want a promise? Actually, Zhu felt that it was necessary to make some things clear to her. Zhu grabbed Fang Jialing's hand and motioned for her to sit next to him. Fang Jialing sat next to him obediently. Sister Fang, I think I need to make some things clear to you first. Fang Jialing sat very seriously and listened to what Zhu said, but she felt very nervous. Could it be that she had just proposed to live here and made Zhu unhappy? Zhu placed his hand on Fang Jialing's thigh and said slowly, "When I was a child in the village, you were my goddess. Now you are divorced, so just be my woman. As long as you don't leave me, I will be responsible to the end. However, I have I have seen some unhappy marriages, so I will never get married in this life. If possible, you can stay with me. You don't need to live with me. That house is for you. It's not inconvenient to live upstairs and downstairs." After the promise was given, Fang Jialing was no longer worried. Yes, why did she have to have that certificate? She had just crawled out of the grave of her marriage. Anyway, as long as Zhu supported her, she would just follow him. Why should she think so much? Aren't she already his woman? Ding, Fang Jialing's third desire is completed, and Fang Jialing's exclusive consumption gold of 50 million is obtained. Activate the exclusive gold consumption and get 100 times the cash back. Zhu opened his mobile banking app and saw that 50 million yuan had been deposited into his account. His account balance now had reached 69.3 million yuan. He is already a multi-millionaire now. Even if the 54.5 million is all his personal money, the interest earned from putting it in the bank is still his. All interest income generated by exclusive funds also belongs to exclusive funds, and the host cannot use it at will. Fuck, this is a crappy system that doesn't allow anyone to take advantage of it. Fang Jialing was in a very good mood at this time. She sat directly on Zhu lap, put her arms around Zhu neck, and blocked Zhu mouth with her tongue. Zhu was immediately irritated, and the uniform and stockings were scattered all over the floor. An hour later, Fang Jialing collapsed on the sofa and picked up her phone to order food to be delivered to her door, while Zhu lit a cigarette and watched short videos. After ordering the dishes, Fang Jialing asked, "Do you want to invite Lu Qing to eat with you? You probably have something to ask her." Damn, the wife is really thoughtful, I can see all this. Zhu nodded and said, "Okay, I'll give her a call." Lu Qing was in her store at the time. She had been looking very resentful since she came back from the head office. How did Zhu become a shareholder of the company? Why didn't Zhu expose her? What was the relationship between Zhu and Sister Fang? A series of questions popped up in her mind. At this moment, she saw Zhu calling her. She was delighted and answered the call immediately. "Hello, what's the matter with you calling me, Mr. Shareholder?" "Mr. Shareholder, what do you mean by that?" "Sister Fang will cook today, so please come and have dinner with us." Zhu asked me to have dinner with him, and Lu Qing's heart started beating fast. Why did he want me to have dinner with him? Okay. I'm about to get off work too. She agreed readily. Well, come back early after get off work. I have something to ask you. After Zhu finished speaking, the person on the other end of the phone hung up. Lu Qing sighed. Hey, I was still wondering why he suddenly asked me to have dinner with him. It turned out that he just wanted to ask me something. Oh, and from what he said, Sister Fang would be there too. What is the relationship between Sister Fang and Zhu Bin? Zhu Bin didn't know and didn't care what Lu Qing was thinking. Fang Jialing had already gone to prepare dinner, so Zhu Bin ran to the shared activity room downstairs to continue watching his short videos. Ding, it was detected that Lu Qing spent 25 yuan for the host, and received a return of 2,500 yuan in business funds. Ha! What did this woman buy him again? Looking at the words career fund prompted by the system, and then thinking about Fang Jialing's exclusive consumption fund, I suddenly felt a little disgusted with Lu Qing. Chapter 17 Lu Qing's True Identity. Although Lu Qing's business cashback was given to Zhu Bin for his own use, its use was limited. The key point was that she was too slow in swiping the money and the initiative was not in her own hands. Although Sister Fang cannot use the money for herself with her exclusive consumption fund, she still has the initiative. Besides, she can also enjoy the convenience of spending the money on her. Imagine that if you spend money on Sister Fang, then Sister Fang is a human money-making machine. Otherwise, you can buy a car for Sister Fang tomorrow and get a 100-fold cashback. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Taking another look at the cashback that Lu Qing had just triggered, Zhu Bin couldn't help but reveal a look of disgust. In the past 2 days, his bank card deposits had been at least 1 million yuan, but this amount was only 2,500 yuan. After a while, Lu Qing came back with 3 cups of milk tea in her hands. Zhu Bin then realized that Lu Qing had gone to buy milk tea for him. However, this kind of daily consumption is actually quite frequent, so the accumulated cashback will not be small. Suddenly I didn't dislike Lu Qing so much anymore. Come, I brought 2 cups of milk tea for you. Seeing Zhubin sitting there, Lu Qing picked up the milk tea and put it in front of Zhubin. At this time, Fang Jialing also brought the cooked dishes to the table one after another. Fang Jialing took the milk tea and said with a smile, "Thank you. The dishes are ready, please sit down and eat." There was a happy expression on Lu Qing's face. She was very happy that Zhubin asked her to have dinner together. But her hands were hesitant, and she didn't know what Zhubin wanted to ask her. Sister Fang's cooking is really delicious. Lu Qing likes to say whatever she wants. The dishes cooked by Sister Fang were really delicious. Anyway, she couldn't make them herself, so she just praised her first. She didn't hide anything in her heart, otherwise she would feel uncomfortable. "Zhubin, what do you want to ask me?" Zhubin kept showing off the braised pork made by Fang Jialing, with his mouth full of oil. He raised his head and wiped his mouth with a piece of paper. "Are you familiar with the design director of the company? You're talking about Bian Yunxian. I know him. He's Mr. Lu's classmate and a veteran of the company." Zhubin sneered and cursed the system in his heart for being a scam. Fortunately, he didn't point out Bian Yunxuan's problem on the spot. So do General Manager Lu and General Manager Bian have a close relationship? Are there any conflicts? Zhubin asked tentatively. No way, they were good friends when they were in school. If there is any contradiction, it seems that Mr. Lu's wife is Mr. Bian's white moonlight, hee. Lu Qing said while covering his mouth and laughing. But Mr. Lu had another woman outside, and Mr. Bian found out, so the two of them had a few arguments about this. Suddenly, Zhubin and Fang Jialing stared at Lu Qing, which made Lu Qing feel a little uneasy. He stopped eating with chopsticks and asked weakly, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? How come you know so much about Mr. Lu's private affairs?" Lu Qing was petrified, screaming in her heart, "What should I do? Zhubin wouldn't misunderstand that there was something going on between Lu Chuliang and me, right? Zhubin wouldn't misunderstand that I was the woman Lu Chuliang had outside, right? This must be the case, this is how he looked at me." Lu Qing's expression seemed a little flustered at this time. She kept stroking her bangs, struggling in her heart whether or not to tell Zhubin about her relationship with Lu Chuliang. However, no one in the company knew that Lu Chuliang was her cousin, and she didn't want to let others know. Zhubin looked at Lu Qing's helpless expression, and his eyes turned cold again. Could it be that this woman was really having an affair with Lu Chuliang? Sure enough, Su Shue's best friend was not that good. He still had to keep a distance from her, otherwise he would not be able to face this woman when he wanted to take revenge on Su Shue in the future. As for the woman he identified as being similar to Su Shue, he was happy to point her out and say, "I saw you talking to Mr. Lu this afternoon, and your tone didn't sound like that of a superior or a subordinate at all. You are indeed similar to Su Shue. How can you say that?" These words seemed to hurt Lu Qing. She had put down her chopsticks, bit her lips with her teeth, and tears welled up in her eyes. "I think that the reason why Su Shue and I have a good relationship is just because we had similar consumption concepts when we were in school, but this does not mean that we have the same attitude towards relationships. Lu Chuliang was her cousin's business. She didn't want to talk about it because she ran away from home and it was her cousin who helped her hide her whereabouts. Of course, she also helped her cousin hide his affair. She didn't want to be misunderstood by Zhubin, so should she tell Zhubin? She wiped away the tears in her eyes. "Lu Chuliang, he is my cousin. Of course I know his private affairs. Su Shue and I only have the same consumption concept so we can talk together. As for her attitude towards feelings, I am different from her." Cousin? It turned out to be his cousin. Zhubin and Fang Jialing were both shocked. They didn't expect this was the relationship. "Sorry, I misunderstood you." Zhubin was the first to apologize to Lu Qing, and Fang Jialing followed suit. "It's okay, but I hope you can keep it a secret for me." Lu Qing calmed down a little. "Okay." Zhubin nodded. Thinking of Bian Yunxuan's matter, Zhubin hesitated again, wondering whether he should confront Lu Qing. After thinking for a while, he said, "I found that Bian Yunxian sold the company's new product design drawings to competitors. Since you are Mr. Lu's cousin, I'll leave this matter to you. I promised your brother not to interfere in the management of the company." How could Brother Bian do such a thing? Do you have any evidence?" "No, I hope you can help me find evidence." After all, I am now a shareholder of Liuguang Jewelry, and this is related to my dividends. Lu Qing pretended to be angry and said coquettishly, "Your dividend is the most important. I'll find it if I can." At this time, Zhu Bin's opinion of Lu Qing changed due to his apology, but he thought of a strange phenomenon he had discovered in the company before. Oh, there's one more thing. I don't know if you understand the equity structure of Liuguang Jewelry. Isn't your cousin worried about Yunjin Group and Tianjin Capital joining forces? Lu Qing held his chin and answered calmly, "My cousin and Yunjin Group are one family, so the one you are talking about may not exist." Zhu Bin's doubts were finally resolved, and then Zhu Bin and Fang Jialing looked at Lu Qing in horror. They both thought at the same time that Lu Qing's true identity might be related to Yunjin Group. Zhu Bin even thought of a reward given by the system today, which was to gain the favor of the daughter of Yunjin Group. Could this Lu Qing be the daughter of the boss of Yunjin Group? Lu Qing looked at the two people's shocked expressions and sighed softly, "Don't make blind guesses. Yes, my father is the chairman of Yunjin Group, but I ran away from home and have a bad relationship with my parents." Fang Jialing's mind was buzzing. Yunjin Group was one of the 3 largest private enterprises in Ningxing, with assets worth hundreds of billions. Zhu Bin kept cursing the system in his heart. "System, you bastard. It's a good thing I made the right choice. In that case, I'll leave Bian Yunchuan's matter to you. I don't want my dividend to be reduced." After cursing the system, Zhu Bin continued to talk about the dividend. Lu Qing pouted, picked up the chopsticks angrily and took a few bites, then stood up and said to Zhu Bin, "Got it, I'm going back." Returning to her room, she sat down on the bed, picked up the pillow and threw it. She was angrily muttering, "Stinky Zhu Bin, why would he run away from home? He only cares about his dividends." In the activity hall, Zhu Bin could see that Lu Qing was angry with him, and it was impossible to coax her. His attitude towards Lu Qing might have changed a little, but in this life, he would never coax any woman. Only women could coax him. The next day, Zhu Bin slept until 11 o'clock again. He got up yawning, but he didn't smell the scent of lunch today. He went to the bathroom to wash up first, and when he returned to the living room, it was empty. Could it be that Sister Fang also slept in and forgot to cook today? He went to the second floor again and rang Fang Jialing's doorbell, but no one opened the door after ringing for a long time. "Strange, where did you go?" Chapter 18 Qinsho, you are a beast. There was no reply to WeChat messages and the phone was turned off. Zhu Bin suddenly felt something was wrong. Zhu Bin called Lu Qing again. "Lu Qing, did you see Sister Fang this morning?" "Yes, she even made us breakfast." "Us?" "Yes, Sister Sushio and I. Sister Fang is missing. I can't find her on WeChat or my phone now. She just said she was going to the supermarket to buy groceries for today in the morning. Maybe she hasn't come back yet." Zhu Bin hung up the phone and started thinking. Originally, a thought flashed through his mind that Sister Fang didn't want to stay with him for some reason and had no status, so she left without saying goodbye. But he quickly denied this possibility, but it made him think of another possibility. Zhu Bin walked quickly to the gate of the community, and sure enough, the group of people who were waiting at the gate yesterday were all gone. Zhu Bin came to the guard room, handed a cigarette to the security guard, and then asked, "Why are all those people squatting at the door gone?" The security guard lit up a cigarette and took a puff, then said leisurely, "They stopped Manager Fang and said a few words, then left together." Zhu Bin's eyes turned cold. Manager Fang left voluntarily? It doesn't seem like it was voluntary, it seems more like they were forced to go. Zhu Bin already figured out what was going on. It must be the Beast Qin show. Even if they were divorced, he would probably sell Fang Jialing out in order to pay off his debts. But she was captured only now, so if she is rescued in time, she shouldn't be hurt. After returning home, he sent a message to Lu Qing and then called the police. The inspector said he would come to find out the situation. Just after calling the police, Zhu Bin received a strange phone call. When I answered the phone, I heard a fierce voice on the other end. "You must be Zhu Bin, right? I have your woman in my hands. If you don't want her to get into trouble, prepare 20 million in cash." "Who are you?" "I need time to prepare so much money." "Don't worry about this. I'll give you a day to prepare. I'll contact you then. Don't call the police." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone without waiting for Zhu Bin to speak. Zhu Bin thought it was the same as in his previous life, but there was such a change. The other party actually used Sister Fang to blackmail him. If that's the case, at least Sister Fang is safe now, and the other party won't touch her casually. At this time, Zhu Bin's cell phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Answer the phone. Zhu Bin, this is Su Xiu. I heard from Lu Qing that Sister Fong was taken away? When Zhu Bin heard it was Su Xiu, he remembered that Su Xiu was a criminal lawyer, so there should be a lot of connections. He told Su Xiu everything about Fong Jialing. Okay, I'm on my way back now. I'll call my senior brother first. He's the captain of the criminal police. 15 minutes later, the inspector arrived, and Su Xiu and criminal police captain Zhang Ku also arrived. After Zhu Bin introduced the situation, Zhang Ku and Su Xiu both said that Fong Jialing was safe for the time being, and the key was to find the address of the kidnappers. I have a rough idea of where they are. From the news in his previous life, Zhu Bin knew who the kidnappers were and where they were holding a group of innocent girls. But he suddenly thought again, the ransom paid for Fong Jialing should also be considered as consumption. Would it be returned 100 times? At this time, Zhang Ke spoke up, even if we know one of their bases, we can't be sure that the hostages are there, but we can send someone to keep an eye on it first. We know a little about this tiger. He is mainly involved in prostitution and gambling. They always force women to sell sex after they capture them. This is the first time they have demanded a ransom. Su Xiu blinked, seeming to know what Zhang Ke was thinking. You want to? Yes, this is the first time for these criminals to kidnap and extort money, and they are not very experienced in the business, so they can just pretend to pay the ransom. After knowing the specific location, we are sure that we can rescue the people and recover the ransom. It all depends on Mr. Zhu's determination. Zhu Bin looked at Su Xiu, and Su Xiu nodded to Zhu Bin. I also think Captain Zhang can do it. Captain Zhang must have been keeping an eye on the Tiger Gang for a long time. Yes, he has 10 strongholds. Fong Jialing may be in one of them. I will send people to keep an eye on these 10 strongholds first. This time, we will simply wipe out the Tiger Gang. The two of them looked at Zhu Bin tacitly again. For Zhu Bin, of course he had to save his woman and spend money, but he felt a little sad about the changes he brought to the world after his rebirth. In his previous life, the Tiger Gang had to wait 3 years before it was eliminated. Okay, let's do as Captain Zhang says. I'll go to the bank to withdraw cash right now. I also have some evidence of the Tiger Gang's crimes here. Zhu Bin sent all the criminal evidence of the Tiger Gang given by the system to Zhang Ku. Zhang Ku was very surprised. Why do you collect these things? After Fong Jialing found out that her ex-husband wanted to sell her to Lao Hu to pay off his debts, she and I started collecting evidence just in case. Zhu Bin made up a reason. You are quite prepared for a rainy day. Su Xiu looked at Zhu Bin with admiration. Okay, thank you for your help. I'll go to the bank to withdraw money first. In an abandoned warehouse. 4 hooligans were sitting around a square table playing mahjong, with cigarette butts littering the table and the floor. Fong Jialing was locked in a cage alone at this time, and there were several other women locked in cages next to her. Brother Diao, why did the boss blackmail us this time? Usually, doesn't he let us play with him and then send us to work as technicians in the store? The little brother with a scar on his face looked at Fong Jialing in the cage with lustful eyes. Is it that idiot Qin Shou who said his wife hooked up with a rich gigolo? He can use this woman to ask the gigolo for more money. Just be patient. Now that we have the money, we can still go to other places to work as technicians after we are done. The 3 younger brothers next to him all laughed out loud. Brother Diao, the main reason is that this woman looks too moist. I feel itchy and I can't help it. With a slap unexpectedly landed on the face of the younger brother who was speaking. I'll go first when I can. Why are you so impatient? At this time, the door of the warehouse opened, and a burly man with a big belly walked in with a thin man. It's Lao Hu and Qin Shou. Fong Jialing in the cage saw Qin Shou, grabbed the cage and shouted excitedly, Qin Shou, you bastard, you can do such a thing, you will die. Qin Shou looked at the excited Fong Jialing in the cage without any guilt. Instead, he flattered the tiger beside him and said, Brother, what do you think of my wife? Are you satisfied? The tiger walked to the cage and looked it up and down. Not bad, you are a sensible boy. Well, boss, now that you got 20 million this time, can you pay off all my debts and give me some? I want to try my luck again. Qin Shou, you're a beast. Fong Jialing screamed hysterically with tears on her face. Chapter 19, Play a Play. As for Zhu Bin, he came to China Construction Bank. At the counter, the teller who received him kept a professional smile and pretended to be calm and asked again, Excuse me, Mr. Zhu, are you sure you want to withdraw 20 million in cash? Yes, I need it urgently. Mr. Zhu, I'm sorry, but our bank requires that if you withdraw more than 50,000 yuan at a time, we need to know the purpose of the withdrawal. Mr. Zhu, what is the purpose of your withdrawal of 20 million yuan? Although he had heard before that banks would ask for the purpose of withdrawing a lot of money, he had never encountered this before. How should he explain the purpose? He couldn't say it was to pay a ransom. Calling the police himself was a secret, and if the bank also reported it to the police and the news leaked out, it would harm Fong Jialing. Besides, the bank has no control over how you use your money. It's my own money, and you have no right to control how I use it. I'm sorry, sir, this is the rule of our bank. The teller still maintained a professional smile. Zhu Bin was a little displeased. Do you know that asking me about my purpose is like me going to a restaurant to order a dish and you have to ask me how I plan to chew it and how many mouthfuls I need to swallow it? Do you think this is interesting? Excuse me, sir. We are considering the safety of your funds, so please let us know the purpose of the withdrawal. This is also for your benefit. Zhu Bin was confused. He knew that the bank had a deposit assessment. He thought that the 20 million yuan he wanted to withdraw was too large and the bank was unwilling to release it. However, in order to get the money out as quickly as possible, he could only think of making up a story. I didn't expect that I would have to come up with a brilliant script to explain how to use my own money. I'm using this money to save my mother's life. My mother is seriously ill. Please give me the money immediately. You can't afford to delay the treatment. The teller thought for a moment and asked, could you please tell me your mother's name, which hospital and department she is in, Mr. Zhu? We need to confirm it. Zhu Bin was speechless, but furious. He slammed his hand heavily on the counter. That's enough, I'm using my own money, and you're interrogating me like a criminal. Who would be willing to deposit money with you in the future? If you do this, I'm going to take out all my money today, and I'm going to buy a safe if I need it. Mr. Zhu, it doesn't cost that much to buy a safe. I keep the rest of the money in my own safe. I can use it whenever I want. It's much more convenient than your bank. Excuse me, Mr. Zhu. I need to report to my supervisor. Seeing the teller calling his boss, Zhu Bin sent a message to Zhang Ku and told him about the situation. As a result, Zhang Ku asked him to find a place where there was no one and call him. After the call was connected, Zhang Ku's voice rang out. Mr. Zhu, I knew this would happen. Normally, if you want to withdraw this much money, you have to make an appointment in advance. You definitely won't get it today. I'll ask the bureau to tell the bank to send the money over later. You can continue to argue with them at the bank now. Zhu Bin didn't understand Zhang Ku's operation. Can you tell me why? Didn't I say the robbers were inexperienced? Tell them later that the bank requires an appointment a day in advance. This way you can buy one more day. Also, since they were able to kidnap Fong Jialing from outside the community and knew of your presence, there's no guarantee that they didn't leave someone to monitor you, so you have to act in the bank scene. So that's how it is. Officer Zhang, I know what to do. By the way, have you found Fong Jialing's location? Well, we have sent people to monitor all 10 bases, but we didn't find Fong Jialing. Our people will continue to investigate. Officer Zhang is still too conceited. He thinks he has control over all of Tiger's strongholds. The place Zhu Bin mentioned is actually the 11th stronghold of Tiger reported in the news 3 years later. Officer Zhang still has to send someone there. Did you send anyone to the place I mentioned? We know the Tiger situation very well. The place you mentioned is not their base. Zhu Bin rolled his eyes, knowing full well that the gang had not been eradicated in all these years. Send someone to check it out. I noticed that group of people at the gate of our community a few days ago, and I also overheard them mention that place. Zhu Bin could only make up a source of information in this way, hoping that Officer Zhang would trust him and not be too conceited. Okay, I'll send someone to take a look first. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Bin returned to the counter. At this time, there was a middle-aged man at the counter. Judging from the name tag, he was the bank president. The president said, Mr. Zhu, your deposit has reached the standard of our bank's VIP customers. I apologize for the behavior of our employees just now. Hey, he apologized to me right away. Could it be that the withdrawal was successful? It's different from what Officer Zhang said. Zhu Bin was thinking this, but the president changed the subject and said, but the amount you are withdrawing is too large, so you need to make an appointment one day in advance. We don't have that much cash in our bank right now, so I'm sorry to bother you to make an appointment first. We will withdraw your 20 million to you tomorrow morning. Ha, it's just as Officer Zhang said. I'll just show you how to do it. So Zhubin deliberately raised his voice and started cursing at the bank president and the teller. I put my money in your hands, and you are in charge of everything, including my family affairs. Is this still my money? As long as the money is deposited, does it become your money in your eyes? First you ask what it's for, then you ask for a reservation. You guys are really worried sick. I just want to withdraw some money to spend freely. Why do I feel like I'm reporting a confidential operation to the authorities? Finally, Zhubin said, Zhubin, will transfer all the money when I get back, and I will never deposit a penny in your bank again. The bank president, who was already stunned by what Zhubin said, felt as if he was facing a great enemy when he heard this, and immediately ran out from the counter. He held Zhubin's hand, kept saying sorry, and then promised to apply for a special channel from the head office. Zhubin didn't want to pay any attention to him, shook off his hand and left the bank. Back at apartment 1, Zhang Ke seemed to be discussing a case with Su Xiu and didn't notice Zhubin coming in. Zhubin took a glance and saw that the file in Su Xiu's hand was about the Meirui jewelry commercial espionage case. Isn't Meirui Jewelry the biggest competitor of Liuguang Jewelry? Zhubin thought of Bian Yunxian and decided to ask her after this matter was over. At this time, Zhang Ke and Su Xiu also noticed Zhubin. Zhang Ke walked up to Zhubin and patted him on the shoulder, telling him not to worry, that the bureau had already notified the CCB head office and that 20 million in cash would be sent over today. The ransom issue has been solved, the only thing left is Fang Jialing's location. Although Fang Jialing's location can be tracked after the ransom is delivered, if the location can be known in advance, her safety can be guaranteed when taking action. Officer Zhang, have you sent anyone to the place I mentioned? Chapter 20 Rescue Plan. Mr. Zhu, I have sent people to that place, and found Tiger S people, Fang Jialing, and several other imprisoned victims in an abandoned warehouse there. Please believe in our professionalism. We have already made key arrangements for that area. Well, in that case, can you rescue her directly? Although Zhubin was eager to make money, he didn't want his woman to suffer too much. Now that he knew the location, it wouldn't be a bad thing to rescue her first. Yes, but I have an idea. How about you listen to it, Mr. Zhu? If you want us to rescue him now, we can arrange the action. Okay, go ahead. Why don't we let Lawyer Su explain it? Zhang Ke looked at Su Xiu. Su Xiu nodded. Captain Zhang and I discussed it. The evidence we have on the Tiger Gang is just about running a casino and organizing prostitution. Their future sentence will not exceed 10 years. If they behave better in prison and see some opportunities for sentence reduction, they will be released soon. It is inevitable that they will retaliate against you in the future. But kidnapping for extortion, and this time the extortion is 20 million, which is a huge amount. The sentence is more than 10 years or even life imprisonment when prosecuted. So we want to wait until we have solid evidence of kidnapping for extortion before taking action. Of course, it depends on whether you agree or not. Of course, one thing is that after I rented here, Sister Fang treated me very well, and everything I did was definitely done with Sister Fang's future safety in mind. Zhubin certainly would not doubt Su Xiu's good intentions, and what Su Xiu said made sense. The Tiger Gang was caught this time, and they must be resentful of him and Fang Jialing. Moreover, in the news in the previous life, the Tiger Gang was finally sentenced to only 8 years in prison, and some gang members had escaped and were not caught. Su Xiu's analysis makes a lot of sense. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, accept Zhang Ke and Su Xiu's advice, and save Fang Jialing after securing the evidence. Reward, Tiger's murder evidence from 10 years ago. Option 2, ignore Zhang Ke and Su Xiu's advice and rescue Fang Jialing as soon as possible. Reward, Su Xiu's favorability plus 10, Fang Jialing's favorability reaches 100, cash reward 20 million. Ha, the reward for option 2 is quite generous, and it seems to be the correct choice. However, this time Zhubin does not want to choose the seemingly correct choice, but wants to choose the option he likes. Choose option 1. If you have evidence that Tiger killed someone 10 years ago, that will ensure that future troubles are resolved. Lawyer Su, Captain Zhang, let's do as you say. Okay, then I will arrange a specific capture plan for these 11 strongholds. This time I will catch them all in one fell swoop. Also, since Fang Jialing's location has been confirmed, when the kidnappers call, they can say they have prepared the ransom and ask directly how to make the deal. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon and Lu Qing had returned from get off work. She didn't want anything to happen to Fong Jialing, the property manager, so they waited together in the shared activity room. At 6:30, Zhu Bin's cell phone rang. It was another unfamiliar number. Zhang Ke quickly signaled the working group members to prepare for monitoring, and then signaled Zhu Bin to answer the phone. Hey, is the money ready? It's ready. How can I give you the money? At 8:30, take the money to the XX pedestrian bridge and wait for my call. Brother, do you know how much 20 million in cash is? I can only transport it by car. I can't move it on the footbridge. Ah. There was a sound of a table falling over and faint cursing from the other end of the line. Well, then you should transport the money to the gate of Xingfu New Village first, and then wait for my call. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The originally tense atmosphere was broken by this little episode. Lu Qing held Su Xiu's hand, covered his mouth and laughed. When he saw that the phone was finally hung up, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Zhang Ke made an okay gesture and said, they really have no experience in this area. They will most likely ask you to leave your car behind. I will ask the bureau to requisition a van with a positioning system, and you can drive that van. Zhu Bin nodded. Okay, then when are you going to start rescuing Fong Jialing? Once they get the money, I will arrange for all teams to act at the same time. Don't worry, Mr. Zhu. There is a tracking device on the van, so they can't escape. Half an hour later, the van arrived and the inspectors in the room helped Zhu Bin load all the 20 million in cash into the van. It was 8 o'clock and Zhu Bin was driving alone and ready to set off. In order to ensure Zhu Bin's safety, Zhang Ke also installed a locator on Zhu Bin and gave him a micro-communicator. Lu Qing watched Zhu Bin get into the van, frowning with a worried look on his face. Zhu Bin, you have to be careful. The main thing is that they don't know that Zhu Bin is not a thug at all. He can use his ancient boxing skills to beat 10 of them at once. In the abandoned warehouse, Tiger has already left and is controlling all his men remotely. Diapi, when Bao and the others get the money at 8:30, you will send that woman to my house. Let me have a taste of this exquisite woman first. Okay, boss. But boss, can we have a taste of that bitch when she's being sent to be a technician? Hee, my brothers can't stand the craving for her after looking at her all day. Don't worry, Diao Pai. From the day you followed me, as long as I have a bite to eat, I will never leave you behind. Including getting the money today, I will also reward you brothers well after the mission is accomplished. Ha ha ha. Hearing Tiger's words, the 4 thugs who were guarding Fong Jialing in the warehouse cheered, Boss is mighty, boss is mighty. Fong Jialing was in the cage, already extremely frightened. When she saw the way these thugs looked at her, she couldn't help but think of the scene of herself being ravaged by this group of people, and her whole body was shaking. But boss, if we don't release this woman after we get the money, will that person call the police? He must have a chance. I've already told Bao that after getting the money, I'll tie up the man as well. The man is so rich, so I'll extort some more from his family. What do you think of my scheme? Boss is mighty, boss is mighty. The 4 thugs in the warehouse cheered again. After taking care of the mink, Tiger looked at Qin Shou and said, you are very smart. Why don't you follow me from now on? Qin Shou felt that he was very smart. How could he come up with such a good plan? Fortunately, that bitch Fong Jialing helped him hook such a rich man, who not only helped him settle his gambling debts, but also allowed him to get on brother Lao Hu's boat. Faced with Tiger's solicitation, he excitedly agreed, okay, boss, we will kidnap Zhu Bin, squeeze all his money, transfer his apartment number 1 to us, and then sell it to him in northern Myanmar. Chapter 21. The Tiger does not keep its word. In the abandoned warehouse, after Diapi hung up the phone with Lao Hu, the others no longer had the heart to continue playing cards. Looking at the charming and beautiful Fong Jialing trapped in the cage, they felt a surge of desire. The 4 of them all heard what Lao Hu had just said on the phone, that after he got the money and was happy, he would let them wash the pot. The 4 of them looked at each other, and Diao Pai said, the boss said that the pretty boy is on his way to deliver the money. Why don't we set off now and send this woman to the boss's residence? Brother Diao, I actually thought so too. I really can't wait any longer. What do you two think? Brother Diao, we listen to you. Boss, please finish your work sooner so that we can taste this woman sooner. Yeah, this woman looks like a celebrity. I can't wait. Okay, then we will send her to the boss right now. Calculating the time, the boss will get the ransom just as the beauty is here. The boss will definitely be very happy. Diao Pai raised his arm and called for several people to move Zhang Jialing. All of this was seen by the detectives in the dark, and they immediately reported it to Zhang Ku. At this moment, Zhubin was driving a van toward Xingfu community. Zhang Ke's voice came from the communicator. Zhubin, they are planning to move Fang Jialing away from the warehouse. I don't think Tiger intends to release her just because he gets the ransom this time. But don't worry, our people have already caught up and will rescue Fang Jialing in time depending on the situation. In this situation, I am more worried about you. I have sent another group of people to follow you. Please be careful. Okay, I know my limits. After listening to Zhang Ke's words, Zhubin simply responded to him. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was already very close to the Xingfu community. He is not worried about Fang Jialing now. On the contrary, she will be more likely to be rescued during the transfer. What he was curious about now was what kind of medicine the tiger was selling in its gourd. When he arrived at the designated location of Xingfu community, he stopped the car and looked out of the window, but there was no one there. The area around this place is relatively open, so it would be difficult for the inspector who followed him to hide. It seemed that they were quite far away from him now. At this time, a strange phone call came. Hello? I'm here. What should I say now? Zhubin couldn't wait for the other party to speak and asked first. Don't worry, someone will come to pick you up soon. Just move all the money in the car to the place designated by the person who will pick you up. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Zhubin could only keep looking around, looking for someone to come and help. Not long after, a Wuling van arrived and 3 men got out of the car. Zhubin remembered 2 of them, the ones who were squatting at the entrance of the community. The other party looked at him and his van and asked, "Is the money ready?" "Yes, I'll give you the car keys. You can take them together." "Can you let me go now?" "Open it and let us take a look first." The leading man did not take the car keys, but walked around to the back of the car and said, "Yes, people have to confirm that there is indeed money in the car." Zhubin walked to the back of the car and opened the boxes of money one by one to show them to the people. After confirming that there was no problem with the money in the car, the leading man looked at Zhubin again. Although he was tall, he looked rather thin. Then he said viciously, "Move all the money to my car first." "That's too much. I'll give you this car as well. I just ask you to release the people quickly." Zhang Ke had no news about Fang Jialing yet, so Zhubin could only pretend to be nice to these people. The leading man was a Bao. Before he came, Lao Hu told him that the money must be put in his car. Some things had to be guarded against. If the other party installed a positioning system on his car, it would be very troublesome. Now Zhubin insisted on sending the car, which was fine. However, this guy had skinny arms and legs, and a Bao looked down on him. After he moved the money, he knocked him out and kidnapped him. "Didn't you hear me? Move all the money to my car, and then you can leave. We will release the person." Zhubin had no choice but to move the money into the Wuling truck one box at a time. Although Zhubin does not look strong, his physical fitness has been enhanced by his mastery of ancient boxing. The 20 boxes of money were moved very quickly and were completed in no time. Ding, it was detected that the host spent 20 million yuan on Fang Jialing and received a 100-fold cashback of 2 billion yuan. Oh shit, it really works. Now I'm really rich. Zhubin was secretly happy. It didn't matter whether he could get the 20 million back in the end. After the money was moved, a Bao started to take action. Zhubin was about to turn around and ask a Bao about releasing Fang Jialing. A cold dagger was already against Zhubin's throat, and a Bao's cold voice rang out, "You should come with us, too." Zhubin reacted instantly. This group of people were not trustworthy. They had no intention of releasing the person and even planned to tie him up as well. Zhang Ke, who was directing the entire operation, shouted that it was not good. He had already considered that Lao Hu might not let them go and wanted to ask for more. He didn't expect that they would directly kidnap Zhubin, who delivered the money. How could this be possible? No matter what, we must change the plan in time and rescue the victims in Zhubin first. As for whether we can catch the Tiger Gang in one fell swoop later, it depends on the speed of our action. Team 2, Team 3, cut off the nearby communication signals and rescue Zhubin. Team 6, rescue Fang Jialing immediately. Other groups, wait for my signal. Prepare for action. A series of instructions were issued and each group began to take action. In the open space of Xingfu community, after a Bao put a dagger to Zhubin's throat, the other 2 brothers brought sacks and ropes and tried to tie Zhubin up. How could Zhubin just surrender? He knew that Zhang Ke could hear what was happening here. Now that something unexpected had happened, he believed that Zhang Ke would take timely action to rescue Fang Jialing. He used ancient boxing skills, and in a few moves he got rid of the threat of the dagger and knocked down the two younger brothers brought by Abeo. Even Tiger's gold medal fighter Abeo was finally subdued by Zhu Bin after just a few moves. The inspectors from Group 2 and Group 3 also arrived at this time, and found that Zhu Bin had already solved everything. They looked at Zhu Bin with shock and admiration. At the same time, the inspectors from Group 6 also successfully rescued Fang Jialing. The two rescue operations were successful, and Zhang Ke decisively issued the final order: all teams, start the action, and catch the Tiger Gang in one fell swoop. As for Lao Hu, he calculated the time and thought that Abeo should have called back, but there was no response at all. He called Abeo, but found that Abeo's phone was out of service area. Then he called the cell phone of his younger brother who went with Abeo, but it was also out of service area. Tiger, who often played hide and seek with the inspectors, suddenly felt something was wrong. He walked to the window, pulled open a corner of the curtain and looked outside. He then looked at Qin Shou, who was still daydreaming, and he quietly slipped out through the back door without saying a word. Chapter 22. Let's have a deeper discussion. The inspectors' thunderous operation came from the sky, and all the Tiger strongholds were broken into by the inspectors at the same time. In Tiger's major gambling dens, all the gamblers, those who let the money go, and his lackeys were caught in one fell swoop. The two massage parlors that cooperated with Lao Hu were also raided by the inspectors, and more than 30 young girls and young women who were under their control were rescued. The Tiger was about to sneak out through the back door, thinking he could escape unnoticed, but he actually came into the sight of the inspectors who were lying in ambush nearby. In the dark night, the fat Tiger trotted with its back hunched, and kept looking around stealthily. Suddenly, strong light shone from several directions. "Freeze, Tiger, you're under arrest." Several inspectors suddenly appeared from all directions, quickly pinned Tiger to the ground, and quickly put a silver bracelet on him. Guanlan Community. At this time, Zhu Bin and Fang Jialing were also sent back by the inspectors one after another. Fang Jialing was quite frightened today. When she saw Zhu Bin, she rushed up to him without caring about the looks of the inspectors around her, choking with sobs. "I almost thought that I would be sold into the flesh trade just as you said." Zhu Bin stroked her head slowly. "It's okay. I said, as long as you are willing to follow me, I will definitely be responsible for you to the end." At this time, when Zhu Bin checked Fang Jialing's favorability, he found that Fang Jialing's favorability towards him had reached 100, which is what the system calls the state of loyalty until death. So, even if he chose a more dangerous method, he still managed to get Fang Jialing's favorability to 100 in the end, and he also earned more money than he had ever dared to imagine. Just like that, Zhu Bin put his arm around Fang Jialing's shoulders and returned to apartment number 1. In the shared activity room, Lu Qing and Su Xiu were waiting anxiously. Although they had learned some information from Zhang Ke, they were still a little worried. Seeing Zhu Bin and Fang Jialing return safely, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Fang Jialing was frightened, so Zhu Bin arranged for her to go upstairs to rest first. Back in the activity hall, Zhang Ke's face was filled with a bright smile. After all, he was the one who contributed the most to the destruction of the Tiger Gang this time. When he saw Zhu Bin, he immediately came forward, shook Zhu Bin's hand and said, "I'm so sorry, I didn't expect Tiger to plan to kidnap you. But you don't show your true colors, have you practiced?" Zhu Bin smiled and nodded, then looked at Su Xiu and asked, "Under the current circumstances, can we still let Tiger spend the rest of his life in prison?" Zhang Ke and Su Xiu looked at each other and shook their heads. Su Xiu said, "The ransom was not taken away by Tiger's people in the end. Although there is a phone recording, the recording can't prove that it was Tiger, nor can it prove that he asked for a ransom of 20 million. Although it can be used as auxiliary evidence, it requires a confession. The rest depends on whether Captain Zhang can get his confession." Zhu Bin took out the evidence given by the system, which was a murder case committed by Lao Hu 10 years ago, including the location where the body was hidden. He thought about it briefly and made up a source of evidence. "I stole this from that Abeo." Abeo said it was the evidence that saved his life from the Tiger. Zhang Ke snatched the evidence and was overjoyed. He immediately arranged for people to go to the location marked on the evidence. He looked at Zhu Bin with eyes that showed he wanted to hug him and kiss him madly right now. Busting the Tiger Gang this time was already a great achievement. If he could also solve the unsolved case from 10 years ago, Zhang Ke could vaguely see the medal waving at him. Su Xiu glanced at the evidence and gave a positive answer. "With this, we can ensure that Tiger will spend the rest of his life in prison, and it will be almost impossible for him to get his sentence reduced." At this point, the matter has come to an end. However, no one paid attention to the man named Shinsho because he had just joined the Tiger Gang and was not on the wanted list. He escaped by hiding on the air conditioner unit outside the window of Tiger's house. Shubin opened his mobile phone to check his bank balance. He sat cross-legged on his bed. His biggest gain today was the 2 billion cash back. You know, many wealthy people nowadays seem rich, but almost no one can easily take out 2 billion in cash. With 2 billion in cash like me, you can be a big boss anywhere. And all of this was brought to him by the woman bound to the system. Fang Jialing's current situation could be said to be such that she would never betray him. As long as she stayed by his side peacefully, she would be both his woman and his money-making tool. After all, Lu Qing is also the woman bound to him, and the system has told him that Lu Qing has already fallen in love with him. Why should he still be obsessed with her and Su Shue's best friend relationship? It is impossible for him to have feelings for any woman in this life. As long as she can make money for him and let him enjoy life, he will accept her. Anyway, there is a system that can check their favorability at any time, so there is no need to worry about them betraying me. If I just lie down and live my life like this, it might be a waste. There are still many things I can do. Having made up his mind, Jubin lay down, looked at the ceiling and slowly fell asleep. Early the next morning, Shubin woke up and saw a message on his phone. It was from Fang Jialing, telling him that if he had woken up early, he should go downstairs to have breakfast with everyone. It seems that Sister Fang has adjusted her mentality. After washing up, Jubin went downstairs. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Lu Qing and Su Shou were there. Fang Jialing was also sitting at the dining table. When the three of them heard the noise, they all looked up at Jubin. In Jubin's eyes, three stunning beauties were sitting at the same table, a gorgeous wife, a pure girl, and a cold and arrogant woman. What else could a husband ask for at this point in his life? Sitting at the dining table, Jubin still showed concern for Fang Jialing first. Are you okay? Fang Jialing helped Jubin serve porridge while softly saying, well, I slept very soundly yesterday. I have to go to the inspection bureau to take notes later today. That's good. Then Jubin looked at Lu Qing again. When Lu Qing looked at him, his face turned slightly red and he lowered his head. I don't know what this woman is thinking about, but Bian Yunxian's affairs must be investigated. It would be difficult to rely solely on Lu Qing, a silly woman, so I have to do it myself. He looked at Su Xiu again, and remembered the business case file he saw in her hand yesterday. Su Xiu, I accidentally saw yesterday that you had a case against Manhwa Jewelry for commercial espionage. Can we talk about it? Su Xiu was stunned for a moment, his eyes resting on Jubin. Why was he suddenly interested in this? Why did he want to know about this case? She replied with a vigilant look, the client's case cannot be disclosed to irrelevant people casually. Shubin smiled evilly and said, so as long as I have a relationship with you, you can talk to me? Clang Lu Qing's chopsticks fell on the table, and he stared at Jubin with wide eyes. Su Xiu glared at him. What kind of vicious words were being said by this man? What does he want to have anything to do with me? He scolded, you are crazy. Shubin helplessly spread his hands. What are you thinking? I mean, if our company also finds out that Manhwa Jewelry sent a commercial spy to steal the company's new product design, can Lu Qing and I be considered as related personnel? Su Xiu blushed, then reacted, you and Lu Qing? Yes, Lu Qing and I are both from Liuguang Jewelry. In that case, we can indeed talk about it. If it's convenient, please come to my law firm. Shubin smiled wickedly again. That's fine, I'll be there a little later. Lu Qing still has to go to work in the store, so we can have a deeper discussion. Looking at Jubin's smirk, the two women were wondering what he wanted to do. Chapter 23 Lu Tian is my younger brother. Jubin looked at Lu Qing who was pouting, your car hasn't been fixed yet. I'll take you to work later, and then to Lawyer Su's place. Lu Qing's pout immediately dropped, a smile appeared on her face again, and her mood instantly became better. She blinked and looked at Jubin. Why did he suddenly become so considerate of her and even remember to send her to work? Shubin sent Lu Qing mainly because he wanted to get some information about Bian Yunxian and his brother from Lu Qing before going to Su Xiu. However, he always felt that Lu Qing was not serious about this matter, but this was obviously her family's business. You don't seem to care much about the investigation into Bian Yunxian? Jubin asked. Well, it's my cousin's company, why should I meddle in this business? But for you, I can help. Lu Qing was in the passenger seat, leaning against the car window and looking at Jubin. Oh, that's fine. Then tell me what you think of Manhwa Jewelry, especially the new products they launched in the past year. Now that you mention it, I remember that every time we do market research, we do find that their new product styles are very similar to ours. The key is that they always launch their new products before ours. Shubin held the steering wheel with both hands, staring. It seems that not only the design drawings have been leaked, but also the information about the launch time of our new products has been leaked. Does the company have any new products to be launched recently? Yes, it will be available next month, and our major stores have already received relevant notifications. Well, I have to trouble you for something. Keep an eye on the new product launch of manhwa jewelry recently. Lu Qing made an okay gesture and continued to look at Zhu Bin tenderly. When they arrived at Quanta Commercial Plaza, Lu Qing got out of Zhu Bin's car and just saw Lu Yufei. At this moment, he was looking at the two of them with extremely resentful eyes. Didn't your brother help with your matter? Zhu Bin grabbed Lu Qing's hand. Lu Qing was shocked all over and didn't hear what Zhu Bin said at all. Her face flushed. Wow, he held my hand. What did he want to do? Zhu Bin was speechless, and after thinking about it, he let go of her hand and said, "Go quickly, I'll come to have lunch with you at noon." Lu Qing nodded happily and walked into the mall with a lighter pace. As for Lu Yufei, who was standing over there with a lot of resentment, she didn't notice him at all. After sending Lu Qing off, he came to Su Xiu's law firm, Yunhai Law Firm, according to Su Xiufa's location. Sit down and have a drink. Su Xiu walked to the office refrigerator. Zhu Bin sat down and looked at Su Xiu at work. In the apartment, Su Xiu wore loose clothes, but now Zhu Bin stared at her. The dark gray suit vest outlines her slender waistline, and the buttons of the dark patterned shirt seem like they will burst at any time. The black stockings under the hip skirt wrapped around the wineglass-shaped long legs. Zhu Bin swallowed his saliva and replied, just give me Coke." Opening the office refrigerator, Su Xiu bent down to take out a bottle of Coke and walked up to Zhu Bin in high heels. Sitting opposite Zhu Bin, Su Xiu spoke immediately. "Tell me about the situation on your side." As a lawyer, she will not let the other party take the initiative, she needs to control the rhythm of every conversation. Zhu Bin's gaze fell firmly on Su Xiu's black silk thighs, but this did not affect his answer to Su Xiu's questions. "We suspect that the company's design director sold the company's new product design drawings and leaked information related to the new product launch, and the target of the leak was manhwa jewelry." Su Xiu fiddled with the spoon in the coffee cup and thought for a while. "I have been commissioned by Zhou Shaoxing Jewelry to sue manhwa jewelry for commercial espionage. Do you have any evidence that manhwa jewelry used espionage methods?" Some of the evidence in Su Xiu's case was dispelled by the opposing lawyer in an incredible way, and she is in a state of panic. If Liuguang Jewelry has evidence that manhwa jewelry used industrial espionage tactics, then she can get back a little bit of the advantage at the next court hearing. Moreover, in the previous kidnapping case of Fang Jialing, Zhu Bin gave Su Xiu the feeling that this man was first class at collecting evidence. Zhu Bin was overwhelmed when he heard this question. Evidence? Where did he get the evidence? If he had evidence, why would he go to such lengths? There is just no evidence, so I wanted to ask you about the situation of manhwa jewelry and see if there are any clues. But I will also work with Lu Qing to find evidence, Zhu Bin said, spreading his hands. Su Xiu's hair was blown by the air conditioner and she bit her lower lip. Logically, she should have the obligation to keep confidential the case she represented, but what Zhu Bin said might indeed be strongly related to her case. Otherwise, tell him about it, as it is not within the scope of the confidentiality requested by the client. She looked up at Zhu Bin, but found that Zhu Bin's eyes were still on her thigh, and his eyes seemed to be moving upwards, with a mean expression on his face. She immediately pressed her legs together tighter and said shyly, "Pervert, where are you looking?" Zhu Bin retracted his gaze and said, "Mr. Su, you have such a great figure that I couldn't help myself, huh?" Su Xiu really wanted to beat him up. How could this landlord be like this? He praised her so bluntly. Forget it, since he was like this because of her great figure, she should just forgive him. She should focus on business. "Zhu Bin, I have some information here. I wonder if it will be useful to you." "Well, go ahead." "Regarding manhwa jewelry, we found that there seems to be someone behind this company manipulating the whole thing. We have investigated the situation of manhwa jewelry. Manhwa jewelry was established only 3 years ago and has developed rapidly. The legal representative is Wu Deo, but we found that he often contacts someone. It seems that the person who contacts him often gives him various instructions." Su Xiu raised his hand to adjust his cufflinks, then stood up and picked up a document from the desk. When she stood up, her hip skirt brushed against the armrest of the swivel chair and attracted Zhu Bin's attention again. Seeing Zhubin like this, Su Xiu was too lazy to say anything to him and just handed the folder to him. Take a look. This is the information about the person we investigated. See if you can find any clues. Zhubin took the folder, opened it and saw the contents inside. Name, Lu Tian. Age, 23. No company-related information. There are also several photos of meetings with Wu Daiyou. Zhubin frowned. Lu Tian? His last name is Lu? Could he be related to Lu Qing? Zhubin's reaction after seeing the materials was caught by the sharp Su Xiu, who immediately asked, "What's wrong? Do you have any clues? Have you investigated Lu Tian's parents?" That's not the case. This is information we just got yesterday. Do you think his parents are related? I just doubt it. Wait a minute. After saying that, Zhubin picked up his phone and called Lu Qing. Hey, Lu Qing, do you know someone named Lu Tian? There was silence for a while. Lu Tian, he's my half-brother. Chapter 24. I helped you, but you have to agree to date me. Zhubin was on speakerphone, and both he and Su Xiu heard the answer. Su Xiu's thoughts were already drifting. She closed her eyes, and it seemed that some scenes were playing in her mind. Okay, it's okay. I'll talk to you about it when I come to eat lunch at noon. As soon as Zhubin hung up the phone, some possibilities immediately emerged in his mind. At least one thing suddenly made sense to Zhubin, which was how Bian Yunxian got in touch with Manhwa jewelry. It all made sense with Lu Tian involved. But what does Lu Tian want to do? I'm afraid I can only ask Lu Qing. As for Su Xiu, she was re-examining Lu Tian's social relationships. She was trying to figure out what the conflict was between Lu Tian and her clients. Moreover, Lu Tian was actually Lu Qing's younger brother. Could this matter have anything to do with Yunjin Group? Can I ask Lu Qing to help me find clues? She shook her head. She knew that Lu Qing had a bad relationship with his family. She opened her eyes and looked at the man in front of her who was staring at her legs. It seemed that Zhubin was now a shareholder of Liuguang Jewelry, and Liuguang Jewelry had a close relationship with Yunjin Group. How about asking Zhubin for help? Zhubin, can you do me a favor? Zhubin moved his eyes to meet Su Xiu's. What can I do for you? Help me investigate Lu Tian's purpose. I can't figure out his purpose for targeting Zhou Shaoxing Jewelry and your Liuguang Jewelry. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice. Option 1, agree to Su Xiu's investigation of Lu Tianmu. Reward, Su Xiu's favorability increases, and Bian Yunxian leaks confidential clues. Option 2, do not agree to help Su Xiu. Reward, 2 million, activate Lu Qing's exclusive mission. Looking at Su Xiu's long legs and black stockings, Zhubin quickly made up his mind and decided to support Su Xiu this time. Select option 1. Okay, I'll help you. I also want to know why he did these things to Liuguang Jewelry. Ding, Su Xiu's favorability rises to 70, and the time and place for Bian Yunxuan's recent meeting with Lu Tian are obtained. Then, I'll leave it to you. Zhubin made a scissors gesture, then grinned and said, "It's done." How do you thank me? Or make an appointment with me? You are kidding. Su Xiu turned his eyes away and kept fiddling with the spoon in his hand. What's the big deal? You're single, I'm single too, let's go on a date, what's the problem? Wait until you find out what's going on. Su Xiu responded impatiently, and glanced at Zhubin secretly again. Zhubin laughed, that's right, I'll take it as your agreement. Okay, I'm going to go find Lu Qing for dinner, and I have to start with her. Start with her? She doesn't have a good relationship with her family, so I didn't ask her for help. Just watch me obediently. After saying that, Zhubin stood up and left. When leaving, he did not forget to take another look at Su Xiu's beautiful legs. In the general manager's office of Quanta Commercial Plaza, Lu Yufei sat tremblingly opposite general manager Yang Yang. Tell me, what are you going to do? Mr. Lu from Liuguang Jewelry has complained that you sexually harassed the manager of their store. You know, Mr. Lu is the nephew of Chairman Lu of Yunjin Group. Can you change that bad habit of yours? Yang Yang put out the second cigarette. He was in a bad mood. Lu Yufei was his wife's younger brother. Even though he was doing very well in front of all the merchants, he was a well-known henpecked husband. His wife repeatedly asked him to take care of her younger brother, so he gave Lu Yufei the more lucrative position of investment manager. But Lu Yufei was no pushover either. He loved to flirt with other women and had caused a lot of trouble. However, those merchants did not dare to pursue the matter too much in the end for the sake of Mr. Yang, the general manager. After all, they were just a few employees in their own store. He thought that this time should be the same. Although Yunjin Group was behind Liuguang Jewelry, he thought that they would not offend him for the sake of a store manager. But he couldn't just do nothing. How about this? I'll issue you a public disciplinary notice. This will serve as an explanation to President Liu. Just take it easy for the time being. Yang Yang slammed the table hard. Liu Yufei sat there stiffly, nodding his head continuously. After being scolded by Yang Yang, he walked out of the general manager's office dejectedly and patrolled the site alone. When I was patrolling the first floor, I saw that annoying face again, Zhu Bin. He dodged immediately. The people he least wanted to see now were Zhu Bin and Lu Qing. If the punishment was announced publicly, he would be embarrassed. This was all thanks to Zhu Bin, otherwise he would have got Lu Qing and would not have received this punishment. He looked at Zhu Bin and Lu Qing, who ran out of the store with resentment, clenched his fists, and secretly made up his mind, damn Liuguang Jewelry, as long as they still open a store here, he, Liu Yufei, has plenty of ways to deal with them. Lu Qing, after work this morning, her mind was not in the store, because when she got off the car, Zhu Bin said that he would come to have lunch with her at noon. So the whole morning, she was thinking about waiting for Zhu Bin to come, where to eat with him, whether her makeup looked good today, and what to talk about later. She felt that Zhu Bin's attitude towards her suddenly became better. Before, Zhu Bin was always cold and indifferent to her. She knew it was because of her relationship with Su Shui. But she actually had a crush on Zhu Bin since college, and it was because of Su Shui that she didn't show it. Now she has figured it out. She usually likes to be straightforward, so why is she so timid when facing Zhu Bin? She must also bravely fight for her love. I finally made it to noon and my cell phone rang. It was a message from Zhu Bin, who had already arrived on the first floor of the mall. She immediately straightened her clothes, put on some simple makeup, said something to the clerk, and ran out excitedly. Seeing Zhu Bin from a distance, he took out a small mirror to take a look, then walked over quickly. Zhu Bin. Zhu Bin turned around and saw Lu Qing. Lu Qing had already walked up to him, took his arm, and looked up at him with a bright smile. Zhu Bin did not break free. On the one hand, in Quanta Commercial Plaza, he had to pretend to be Lu Qing's boyfriend. After all, Liu Yufei was sometimes really haunting. On the other hand, his own concepts have gradually changed in the days since he was reborn and obtained the system. Let's go eat something. You are familiar with this place. Hot pot, don't you like hot pot? How do you know? Lu Qing just smiled faintly and did not answer, because this was the conclusion she came to after observing Zhu Bin and Su Shui going out for dinner. There just so happens that there are several hot pot restaurants on the food floor of Quanta Commercial Plaza. Let's go eat at Haidileo. It's my treat today as a thank you for saving me again that night. Okay, as long as you're happy. When you come to Haidileo, you will see long queues of people all the time. Today was no exception. They took a number and waited at the door of the store for their number to be called. Fortunately, there was only one table in front of them, so it was their turn. At this moment, a familiar figure stood in front of them. This person was none other than Su Shui. Su Shui stared blankly at Lu Qing, who was holding Zhu Bin's arm, her face full of disbelief. Chapter 25. You cancelled the engagement. She is my woman. Why are you with this loser? What are you doing? Su Shui exclaimed, stepped forward and pulled Lu Qing away. Lu Qing, he was the loser who threw it aside on the day he proposed to me. What's going on between you and him? When Lu Qing saw that it was Su Shui, he naturally felt that she was dating her best friend's boyfriend behind her best friend's back. His eyes were evasive and he didn't know how to answer. Zhu Bin laughed disdainfully and looked at Su Shui. He didn't expect to run into them again. Wouldn't that be a stimulus for her? Zhu Bin raised his lips and said in a smug tone, "You call me a loser? But in your eyes, a loser who can only deliver food, drive a Bentley every day, live in a large apartment with a river view, and hug a beautiful woman who is twice as pretty as you and cleaner than you." After saying that, he pulled Lu Qing back and put his arm around her waist. Lu Qing screamed and blushed as Zhu Bin held her in his arms. Because he held her so tightly, her two hands supported Zhu Bin's chest, and she looked up at Zhu Bin with shining eyes. Su Shui stamped her feet and shouted when she saw this, "Zhu Bin, let Lu Qing go. You are a delivery guy and now you are bragging. You have no shame. Lu Qing, don't be fooled." Lu Qing was in Zhu Bin's arms, and suddenly realized that Su Shui herself did not cherish Zhu Bin. They were not boyfriend and girlfriend, and Zhu Bin now particularly hated Su Shui. What was she afraid of here? She just liked Zhu Bin, so why did she have to be sneaky in front of Su Shui? What Zhu Bin said is true. His car is a Bentley Continental GT, and I ride in his car to work. He has a whole Riverview apartment, and the house I live in is also rented from him. I can also be his. She hid in Zhu Bin's arms, looked at him lovingly and said. Su Shui widened her eyes, wondering what she had just heard. Lu Qing, you actually carried me behind my back. Lu Qing turned to look at Su Shui and said calmly, yes, I had a crush on him when I was in school, but he liked you at that time. Now that you don't cherish his kindness to you and you have broken up, why can't I pursue my own happiness? Su Shui's eyes were red. She instantly thought of the day when Zhu Bin proposed to her. He suddenly behaved abnormally, and Lu Qing had been persuading her not to be too harsh on Zhu Bin. Now she thought, could it be that her best friend had been planning this for a long time? Lu Qing, you bitch, why do you always say good things about him in front of me? It turns out you've been trying to get Zhu Bin's attention for a long time. You two must have conspired on the day of the proposal. I treated you as my best friend, but you treated me like this. Lu Qing felt a little amused. Please use your brain. If I were that kind of person, why didn't I do it when we were in school? I really wanted to bless you at that time. He was always concerned about you, but you didn't care about Zhu Bin's kindness to you and kept hooking him. He's a loser. I can give him the opportunity to be my bootlicker, which is the greatest gift to him. I, Su Shui, was born to be a member of the upper class. How could I be with a loser like him, a delivery boy? You are nothing but a plaything of those young masters. In their eyes, you are just a slightly cleaner bitch. Zhu Bin said this very loudly and clearly, so clearly that everyone watching around could hear it clearly, and pointed at Su Shui. Su Shui's face flushed red. She did use her body to go back and forth in the beds of various young men, but after Zhu Bin put it so bluntly, she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Su Shui, what's wrong? Who is bullying you? Su Shui turned around and saw Zhao Haotian, who had just returned from the toilet. She knew her savior had come. She immediately ran over, took Zhao Haotian's hand, and pointed at Zhu Bin and Lu Qing. That bastard, that stinky loser who delivers takeout, he can't get me, so he calls me AJ. Damn it, why is it that guy again? Let me teach him a lesson. Lu Qing, who was hugged by Zhu Bin, also saw clearly the man Su Shui was holding. She was shocked. No way, why is it him? Zhao Haotian, Lu Qing's family marriage partner, ran away from home because she didn't want to become a tool of the family. Then she used the evidence of her cousin's infidelity to threaten her cousin and hid in his company. She bit her lip, frowned, looked up at Zhu Bin, shook his arm, and said in a pleading tone, "Help me." Zhu Bin didn't know what had happened to Lu Qing, but seeing her pitiful appearance, he suddenly felt pity for her and hugged her tighter. Walking up to the two of them, Zhao Haotian pushed up his glasses and said, "You stinky loser, why are you here again?" Just as he finished speaking, he realized that the person Zhu Bin was hugging was Lu Qing. He pushed Su Shui away and yelled at Lu Qing, "Lu Qing, why are you with this loser?" Zhu Bin was a little surprised. "Do you know each other?" "What's it to you?" "He's my boyfriend." Lu Qing was not to be outdone and scolded Zhao Haotian. "Boyfriend? You're my fiancé, who allowed you to have a boyfriend?" As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar around, and some people who were curious had already taken out their mobile phones to take videos. Zhu Bin then remembered that he had indeed heard from Su Shui in his previous life that Lu Qing had a fiancé, but after they broke up, he heard less information about Lu Qing. He only vaguely remembered that he seemed to have heard that Lu Qing suffered domestic violence after marriage, and it was quite tragic. Could that domestic violence man be this man? Lu Qing is now the woman bound to his system, how can he allow others to covet her? He took a step forward and protected Lu Qing behind him. "It's just an engagement, not a marriage. You can cancel the engagement. She is my woman." Zhao Haotian immediately rushed up and grabbed Zhu Bin by the collar. Although he didn't really care about Lu Qing must become his wife. This was a key part of a huge plan for his family. "Boy, what did you say? Do you know that anyone who offends my Zhao family in Ningxing will have a bad ending? If you don't want to die, I advise you to leave my fiancé." Zhu Bin grabbed Zhao Haotian's wrist. "It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Zhao Haotian screamed in pain after being grabbed by Zhu Bin. "You! Don't ever think about my woman again. Otherwise, I'll make you pay." Zhu Bin then leaned over to Zhao Haotian's ear and whispered, "You don't want those onlookers to take more videos and post them everywhere, do you?" Take the bastard next to you and get out of here. At this time, Zhao Haotian's wrist felt like it was about to break from Zhu Bin's grasp, and tears were welling up in his eyes. He nodded quickly. I'm leaving, you let me go first. Zhu Bin let go. Zhao Haotian looked at the crowd around him, many of whom were taking pictures with their mobile phones. He also realized that Zhu Bin was right. He could only drag Su Shui away angrily. Lu Qing looked at Su Shui and said to her word by word, Su Shui, let's break up. Su Shui didn't even turn her head back before being dragged away by Zhao Haotian. Lu Qing held Zhu Bin's hand and looked at him. I didn't expect this to happen. Will you still eat at Heidileo? Eat, why not? Lu Qing's bright smile appeared on his face again. Okay, I'll tell you about my family later. Chapter 26 Taking Back What Was Lost. After the two sat down at Heidileo, Lu Qing looked at Zhu Bin with eyes full of affection. In fact, she had just been fascinated by Zhu Bin's words, cancel the engagement, she is my woman. Now this sentence is replaying in her mind, and she looks dazed. Zhu Bin waved his hand in front of her eyes and said, let's talk business, why are you being so crazy? Lu Qing had no choice but to pout as she listened to Zhu Bin talk about what he had learned from Su Xiu in the morning. There is a key piece of information. Since Lu Tian is your brother, he has close contacts with the legal representative of Meirui Jewelry. I have reason to suspect that Bian Yunchuan's selling of company information is related to your brother. Lu Tian? Let me tell you about my family situation first. My father is the current chairman of Yunjin Group and has absolute control over the entire company. My father is a son-in-law. Yunjin Group used to be the property of my mother's Yun family, but unfortunately my grandparents and my mother are no longer alive. Lu Tian's mother, who is also my stepmother, knew my father a long time ago and was together. After my mother passed away, she brought that woman back home. Since then, my father and I have had nothing to say to each other. Anyway, my stepmother and brother bullied me all the time. In order to make my father hate me more and more, they often framed me, and my father was always more willing to believe them. My engagement with the Zhao family was arranged by my stepmother when I was a senior. I don't know why my father agreed. The Zhao family has always had some shady assets, and Zhao Haotian is also a well-known playboy. I know my stepmother really wants my brother to be the heir of Yunjin Group, so she treats me like this. In fact, they don't know that I don't care about being the heir at all. The fund my mother left me is enough for me to have food and drink for the rest of my life. Zhu Bin heard the key issue, the issue of inheritance rights. The silly girl in front of him might not realize that in their wealthy families, once inheritance rights are involved, there will be no brothers and sisters but only enemies. Could it be that your brother joined forces with Meirui Jewelry in order to obtain the inheritance rights as soon as possible? Lu Qing held his cheek and thought for a while. It's not impossible for you to say that. After all, the company will be listed soon. But if it's true, it's a bit. Lu Qing began to realize some problems. Even though she had no intention of competing with her brother for the inheritance rights, her brother and stepmother would not let her go. As long as the heir was not determined, her brother and stepmother would continue to target her. Zhu Bin added another question at the right time. According to what you just said, even if you have no intention of fighting for the inheritance, there are still many relatives of your biological mother among the shareholders of your Yunjin Group, right? If so, you still have a better chance of becoming the heir. No, my father has the absolute say now. The key is still up to him. In fact, I know that my father has secretly designated my younger brother as the heir. I have seen his notarized will. So your brother still has to use these methods? My father probably didn't tell anyone, but I'm a little unwilling to accept that my brother and stepmother are harming the company in this way. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice that can change the fate of others. Option 1, persuade Lu Qing to fight for the family property and give full support. Reward, Lu Qing's favorability is improved, and the restriction on the source of Lu Qing's business funds is unlocked. Even if it is not Lu Qing's own money that is used for the host's consumption, the business funds can be returned. Option 2, obey Lu Qing's wishes and withdraw from the fight for the family property. Reward, Lu Qing's favorability decreases, and you will get evidence that Meirui Jewelry uses commercial espionage. Of course it's option 1. The host has chosen option 1. Lu Qing's favorability is forcibly increased to 90, and the limit on Lu Qing's career funds has been lifted. What this means is that if I give my money to Lu Qing and let her spend it for me, I can also get a 100-fold return on my business funds. I'll give it a try. Looking at Lu Qing again, he found that Lu Qing looked at him a little shyly, which was completely different from her usual carefree self. but now I still have to persuade her first. It's normal to feel unwilling. After all, your mother worked hard to build the company, but your stepmother and brother are trying to hurt the company in order to fight for the family property. Isn't that the same as hurting your mother? But what can I do? Go and grab it. This company should have been left to you by your mother. How can you let it fall into the hands of the mother and son who have bullied you since childhood? Zhubin suddenly reached out and grabbed Lu Qing's hand. But my father originally wanted to give the inheritance to my younger brother. Just tell me, if your mother's company was taken over by that mother and son, would you be willing? Lu Qing shook his head. Well, then, be my woman and I'll help you get it back. Lu Qing, who was a little depressed, suddenly perked up. What did you just say? Let me be your woman? Rather than taking back the family property, Lu Qing seemed to care more about being Zhubin's woman. After all, Yunjin Group was only a part of what her mother left behind. Her mother seemed to see that she was not interested in business, so what she really left for her was a fund. I do. Lu Qing agreed very quickly. Zhubin held his forehead with his hand. He didn't expect that this woman was completely love-brained. But there were some things he had to make clear to her. He didn't know whether a rich girl like her would accept it. Don't rush to agree. I have something to say. You can consider whether to agree or not after you finish. I have experienced some very bad things in the past, so I don't plan to get married in this life. Are you willing to follow me? In the future, I may not only have you as my woman. Of course, if one day you meet your true love and want to leave me, I will not stop you. But you can rest assured that as long as you are still my woman, I will definitely treat you well. Lu Qing nodded and agreed without hesitation. She was a girl from a big family, and it was her destiny that she would never be able to completely possess her husband. Which of the young masters from big families was not unfaithful? Even though it was my father who married into the family, he still had many women outside. She believed that Zhubin was her true love, and it didn't matter how many women he had, as long as he treated her well. As for Zhubin helping her to regain her property, isn't that proof that Zhubin is good to her? Seeing that she agreed without hesitation, Zhubin smiled and said, okay, then we'll go and take back what you lost. Tomorrow night, Lu Tian will meet Bian Yunxian at the Moonlight Club. Shall we go there for dinner too? Okay, I'll do as you say. Then, help me buy a single handle and take my phone. Lu Qing suddenly became very well behaved. He took Zhubin's phone and ran to pay the bill. Ding, it was detected that Lu Qing spent 420 yuan on meals and received a cashback of 42,000 yuan. Sure enough, cashback can be triggered. It seems that the cashback of this business fund does not depend on who pays the money, but on whether Lu Qing performs the action of paying. After that, you must make good use of this mechanism to make money for yourself. Chapter 27. I want a dozen of this kind of relaxation. Come back after paying the bill. Lu Qing's face suddenly turned serious. She said, today, I want to go back to my home. I want to confirm some things. Okay, do you want me to take you back? No, I can handle it myself. Okay, remember to come to me if you need anything. After saying that, Zhubin transferred another 300,000 yuan to Lu Qing. Lu Qing looked at him with big eyes fluttering. What are you doing? You are my woman now. I will give you some pocket money. You can spend it as you like. Okay, then I'll spend it as I please. I'll start spending it this afternoon. Lu Qing accepted it immediately without hesitation. Her father had suspended her credit card because she ran away from home, and she had been living on the salary she earned from working for her cousin for the past 6 months. The two separated, Lu Qing went back to work, and Zhubin chose to go home. On the way, he made a phone call to an old friend of his, Xue Feiyang, who was in the computer and electrical appliance business. Brother Xue, long time no see. Hey, Binzi, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy. I make hundreds of millions of dollars every minute. Don't delay me from making money. The sound of mahjong came from the other end of the phone. Fuck, just play mahjong, don't act like you're some top financial tycoon. I need your help, and you can name your price later. What's the matter? Tell me. The price is negotiable. Tomorrow night, I will be in VIP Box 8 of the Moonlight Club. I need to eavesdrop on the conversation inside the box. It's easy. 5,000 yuan. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Hurry up and book a private room next door. Okay then, I won't bother you from making a few 100 million. I'm hanging up. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Binyu immediately booked VIP room 7 at the Moonlight Club, which was right next to room 8. Apartment 1301. Fang Jialing, who was watching TV in the living room, heard the sound of the door opening. She immediately adjusted her hairstyle and walked quickly to the door. As soon as Zhu Bin opened the door, he heard Fang Jialing's gentle voice. "You're back. You must be tired." When I looked down, I saw that the slippers were already at my feet. "I'll give you a shoulder massage later." Zhu Bin was a little dazed. So this was the treatment one should get after marriage? Fang Jialing had such a strong sense of being a wife. When had I ever enjoyed such treatment in my previous life? Zhu Bin changed into slippers and lay down on the sofa. Fang Jialing, who was wearing a silk halter dress, immediately brought him an iced cola and placed it on the coffee table. Then he knelt beside Zhu Bin and massaged his shoulders. Zhu Bin took a sip of Coke and asked, "What happened today? Is there anything wrong? What's the matter? You're busy outside, so you must need to relax when you come back. How about you feel comfortable?" Her almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, her fingertips gently brushed across Zhu Bin's shoulders, her body fragrance floated past Zhu Bin's nose, and the neckline of her silk suspender skirt was askew. When Zhu Bin's eyes swept across the vague spring scenery, his reaction was all seen by Fang Jialing. She bit her lip, leaned over, and unbuckled Zhu Bin's belt with both hands. 10 minutes later, Fang Jialing rinsed her mouth and snuggled up to Zhu Bin. After the kidnapping incident, Zhu Bin was the only one in her world, and she officially resigned from her job at Guanlan Community Property Management. Zhu Bin is rich and can give her the life she has always wanted, but she knows herself well. She can see that Lu Qing also likes Zhu Bin. She has been married once, so she would definitely not be able to compete with Lu Qing in a normal way. So she had to seize the opportunity and serve Zhu Bin well in all aspects. Zhu Bin enjoyed such service as soon as he got home. He felt refreshed and put his arm around Fang Jialing and said, "Sister Fang, give me a dozen of this kind of relaxation in the future." Fang Jialing covered her mouth and sneered, "Then I'll make you grilled oysters tonight." The next day, Zhu Bin slept until 10 in the morning again. He worked all night and worked until 4 in the morning. He didn't know if it was because of his mastery of ancient martial arts, but he felt that he now had particularly good physical strength in this area. At this time, Fang Jialing was still lying beside him. She looked very tired. She even lost her voice after screaming so much last night. Let her continue sleeping. Zhu Bin stretched and went to the living room. At this time Xue Feiyang called. "Binzi, I have prepared the equipment. Have you booked the private room?" "Well, we've booked room 7. What are we going to do tonight?" "It's very simple. I just need to get to the club before them as much as possible, and then I will go to room 8 and place a bug under the table." "Okay, then I'll treat you to dinner in room 7 tonight." After hanging up the phone, Zhu Bin immediately called Su Xiu and asked her to have dinner and watch a play at the Moonlight Club in the evening. Listen to an opera? Moonlight Club has this program? Su Xiu was a little hesitant and confused. Why would Zhu Bin invite her to dinner for no reason? The lawyer really had no sense of humor. Zhu Bin had no choice but to explain, "Listen to the drama of Meirui Jewelry." "Are you interested?" "I'll be there on time." A crisp answer. "Well, remember to wear black stockings, they look good that way." Neuropathy. The phone was hung up harshly. Zhu Bin didn't care either. He lay on the balcony, sipping Coke from a goblet and admiring the river view. At the same time, a new plan was forming in my mind. At 5:30 in the evening, Zhu Bin came to the Moonlight Club. Xue Feiyang was already sitting in private room number 7 tinkering with his small device. "Brother Xue, are you all ready?" "No problem, Brother Xue, there is nothing I can't handle." Zhu Bin took out a pack of 9-5 Supreme from his pocket and threw it to Xue Feiyang. "Oh, you are now smoking the Emperor's highest smoke. You have made great progress." "That's nothing. There will be 2 beautiful ladies to have dinner with us later." "Oh, Binzi is smart. He even found 2 beautiful girls to keep me company." Xue Feiyang nudged Zhu Bin with his elbow, with a lewd smile on his face. Zhu Bin handed him another cigarette and said, "Don't think too much. They are both here to accompany me." "Fuck. You are so rude, kid. I came here to help you, and you are provoking me like this? You're the one who gets paid." At this time, Lu Qing and Su Xiu also arrived. The moment he came in, Xue Feiyang's eyes widened. "Fuck, boy, these 2 beauties are too good. Xu Bin smiled proudly. Especially Su Xiao, she finally listened to Xu Bin and wore a well-tailored pearl white suit skirt, which showed off the curve of her wasp waist, and two mother-of-pearl buttons hung just at the rise and fall of her chest line. The black stockings flowed over the porcelain-like lines of the legs, creating translucent ripples at the knees. Xu Bin's eyes were also fixed on Su Xiao. This woman dressed too conservatively at home, but she wore such tops at work. Lu Qing saw that Xu Bin's eyes were fixed on Su Xiao, and she pouted and sat down at the round table angrily. She was sulking, but she didn't expect Xu Bin to call Su Xiao as well. She was careless, so she wore a floral dress and loafers today, looking like a pure girl. As expected, cute sexiness is worthless. Hey, Xiao Bian is here, come and sit down. At this time, a man's voice sounded from Xue Feiyang's device. It was Lu Tian. Xue Feiyang signaled that someone was coming from next door. Xu Bin briefly explained the purpose of his visit today. Since this matter was related to Su Xiao and Lu Qing, Xue Feiyang gave everyone earphones for the equipment. Ah, Mr. Zhao, you're here, hurry up, come and sit down. Mr. Zhao? Which Mr. Zhao? The three of them were confused. Chapter 28, Do It Thoroughly, I Have a Plan. Xu Bin made a hushing gesture to the two women. Let's keep listening. We'll definitely be able to figure out who Mr. Zhao is. The four of them were eating the food on the table absent-mindedly, all their attention focused on the conversation in the private room next door. In VIP room number 8. There are only three of them, Bian Yunxian, Lu Tian and Zhao Haotian. The three of them were in a particularly good mood today, as it seemed that Lu Tian had accomplished something particularly useful for their plan. Lu Tian picked up the wineglass and said, Boss Zhao, I have successfully obtained evidence of two scandals of the group. Zhao Haotian praised, well done. Once Yunjin Group goes public, we can use this scandal to suppress the stock price, and then we can take the opportunity to absorb the shares. Don't worry, Lu Tian, with the support of our Zhao family, your shares plus the chips in our hands will definitely make you the boss of Yunjin. Bian Yunxian quickly interrupted and said, yes, thanks to Mr. Zhao's plan, we will all be shareholders of Yunjin Group later. Zhao Haotian continued, Mr. Lu probably didn't expect that we would seize Yunjin Group before he announced who the successor would be. Hearing this, even though Lu Qing had no desire to inherit the family property, she couldn't hold it in anymore and smashed the drink cup in her hand on the table. Lu Tian, this bastard, actually colluded with Zhao Haotian. My father was ready to give the company to him, but he still wanted to use this method to seize the company. Is he so impatient? The other three looked at Lu Qing. Su Xiao frowned and said, I didn't expect that Mr. Zhao was actually from the Zhao family. I feel that things are not that simple. I remember that Zhao Haotian and you are engaged. I'm not marrying him. After listening to it again, I also feel that it is not that simple, said Xu Bin. VIP room 8. Lu Tian, Boss Zhao is right. And my sister Lu Qing, I don't want her to interfere in the company, and Lu Chuliang always speaks for Lu Qing at home. In fact, she is just a store manager in your cousin's company. It won't affect the plan. Besides, isn't this Lao Bian doing something? Boss Zhao, Boss Lu, rest assured. I have brought the new product design drawings and new product launch plan of Liuguang Jewelry this period. I also heard that the group is very dissatisfied with the performance of Liuguang Jewelry this year. Boss Zhao, you don't understand. My sister also has shares. What if the old man gives his shares to my sister in the end? Then all our work will be in vain? So now I want to make the old man disappointed in my sister's ability, and of course I have to suppress Lu Chuliang. There was a glimmer of cunning in Zhao Haotian's eyes. He really hoped that old man Lu would transfer the shares to Lu Qing. Of course, that had to be after Lu Qing married him. This was his real purpose. Lu Tian, don't worry. My woman's Meiruwei jewelry is not a joke. It won't be long before those well-known domestic brands such as Zhou Xiaoshan, Liuguang, Sunfu, and Zhang Hongji will be defeated by us. Mr. Zhao is so amazing. Well, it's all thanks to Lao Bian's extensive network of contacts in this industry. If it weren't for Lao Bian, we wouldn't have been able to get in touch with the core figures in those design departments. Let's pay our respects to Lao Bian. Old Bian, come and go. It still depends on Mr. Zhao and Mr. Lu to promote more. Come and I will take care of them. You can do whatever you want. Putting down the wineglass, Zhao Haotian patted Lu Tian on the shoulder. Lu Tian, I told you before that I would ask your mother to find a way to force Lu Qing to marry me as soon as possible. After I marry Lu Qing, you will have no worries at all, right? I know my brother Zhao. My sister came back yesterday and said she wanted to break off the engagement with you. She said she would not marry you no matter what. My dad was somewhat persuaded by her. My mom couldn't say much on the spot and could only do my dad's work later. Do you know why she broke off the engagement? Because she has a strange man outside. Fuck, no way. Then brother Zhao, do you still want her? Why not? There are wild men everywhere. What era is it now? Just let her marry me. She is just one of my bastards. Wouldn't you be able to rest easy? Lu Tian clapped his hands and cheered. Yes, yes, brother Zhao, don't worry, I will definitely work hard with my mother to make it happen. Looking at Lu Tian, who was clapping his thighs and cheering, Zhao Haoyan could only curse him in his heart, calling him idiots. They will eventually become his pawns. VIP room number 7 entrance. The angry Lu Qing was held back by Zhu Bin and Su Xiu. Just now, Lu Qing's eyes were burning with anger, and his cheeks, which were usually rosy, turned red because of anger, like a ripe tomato, and the blood rushed to his face rapidly. Zhao Haoyan actually wanted to marry her as his wife, and Lu Tian and his bitch mother actually wanted to push herself into Zhao Haoyan's lair. At this moment, she wanted to rush to the next room and scratch Zhao Haoyan and Lu Tian's faces. Xu Bin and Su Xiu both shook their heads at her. Lu Qing, calm down. At least we know their plan now. Don't alert them. When Xu Bin grabbed his wrist, Lu Qing's emotions slowly calmed down. Sitting back at the dining table, her eyes were moist. Xu Bin looked at Su Xiu, who understood what he meant. She spoke first. Zhao Haoyan's plan should be different from Lu Tian's. Xu Bin nodded. Yes, lawyer Su should have also discovered that marrying Lu Qing is very important in Zhao Haoyan's plan. Su Xiu poured Lu Qing a drink, then sat next to her and said, if he really marries you as he wishes, he will definitely find a way to make old Master Lu disappointed in Lu Tian, and then make you the heir. So what you mean is that he is doing this for my own good? How is that possible? Lu Qing clenched his fists and shook his head. Of course it's not for you, but for the Zhao family to control the entire Yunjin group. Not bad. Zhu Bin added. In the previous life, the Zhao family did acquire the Yunjin group. I remember the news saying that because the heir to the Yunjin group was mentally ill, all the shares were transferred to her husband Zhao Haoyan. But Zhu Bin didn't expect that Lu Qing was the heir of Yunjin group in the news. If Zhao Haoyan marries you, he will probably reveal what Lu Tian did to Director Lu in private. Director Lu will most likely redetermine the heir. After you get the shares, he will torture you crazy or imprison you and prevent you from showing up. Then he can naturally hold your shares on your behalf. Xu Bin told the people present the facts of his previous life in the way he guessed. Su Xiu stared at Zhu Bin with wide eyes. This man had a very dark heart, but he had to admit that what Zhu Bin said was very likely. Lu Qing's eyes also became sharp. Then, as long as I don't marry him, his plan will not be realized. Yes. And we not only have to disrupt his plan. They are also starting to fight for the inheritance rights of the group. Lu Qing answered quickly. Zhu Bin placed his hand on Lu Qing's, glanced at Su Xiu and asked, will you help too? Lawyer Su. Of course. But this recording is one of the best evidences in my case. Su Xiu looked at Xue Feiyang again. Xue Feiyang pointed at Zhu Bin and made a helpless expression. You can use it, but not now. Taking it out now will alert the enemy. Su Xiu glared at Zhu Bin and said, got it, let's deal with Lu Qing's problem first. Well, Lu Qing, if we are going to do it, we must do it thoroughly, so I have a plan. Chapter 29 Plan Pass. Hearing Zhu Bin say that he had a plan, Xue Feiyang raised his hand and said, do I need to avoid it? Zhu Bin smiled evilly. Brother Xue, didn't we agree long ago that the two beauties would accompany me in the second half? You can go now. Fuck, Binzi, you are such a disloyal person. I will remember you. Xue Feiyang threw the recording master disc to Zhu Bin, then picked up the equipment and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he made a cigarette-holding gesture with his hand in a mean manner. Zhu Bin didn't hesitate and took out another box of yesterday and tomorrow and threw it to him. He waved his hand and said, don't forget to take the radio device next door when you're done. Then he left. Zhu Bin looked at the two women again, and both of them seemed to be listening carefully to Zhu Bin's plan. Zhu Bin paused, then said, I want to set up an investment company. Investment company? Just for my business? Zhu Bin shook his head. Of course it's not just for you, but helping you take back Yunjin Group can be one of the company's early goals. The key is, how much capital do you have? Su Xiu asked directly. Shubin held up two fingers. 200 million? Shubin shook his head. It can't be only 20 million. It's 2 billion. As an initial investment, we will continue to inject capital later. 2 billion. Su Xiu was a little shocked. There were not many people who could come up with 2 billion in cash at once, and Zhubin also said that he would continue to inject capital in the future. If there really is 2 billion, it is indeed feasible. Lu Qing nodded, I'll listen to you. But what about after the company is established? I checked the equity structure of your Yunjin group. Your father holds 31%, you hold 19%, your brother holds 3%, and other small shareholders share the remaining 47%. If we go public, your shares will be diluted. We just need to calculate and absorb enough chips in the secondary market. Then, Lu Qing, you can find the former shareholders of the Yun family to cooperate. It will be possible to take back the Yunjin group. Lu Qing looked at Su Xiu. Su Xiu was a famous lawyer, so he naturally knew more than her. Su Xiu nodded and responded, in theory, it is feasible. The key is to see how many new shares will be issued in this listing. I can ask about this. Lu Qing replied. Shubin clapped his hands, that's settled then. Shubin had already thought of a rough outline and was now considering the details. Two companies were established. He set up an asset management company and gave Fang Jialing 1% of the shares, and she became the general manager. The asset management company then controlled an investment company, and Lu Qing managed this venture capital company. Fang Jialing's exclusive consumption funds are injected into an asset management company and are treated as consumption and returned. Ding, the return spending money can only be used to spend for Fang Jialing, but it cannot be returned again, please pay attention. Just when Zhubin was making his wishful thinking in his mind, the system poured a bucket of cold water on him in time. In that case, then fine, as long as we can determine that it is an investment company and is spending money for Fang Jialing, that is fine. Then there is the investment company. One's own money is injected into the investment company through the asset management company, and Lu Qing serves as the general manager to help him invest, so as to earn returns. Ding, the system will automatically distinguish the amount of Fang Jialing's exclusive consumption funds and Lu Qing's exclusive business funds. The host should not try to take advantage of this loophole. Damn, this system is quite arrogant. Anyway, at least this operation method is recognized by the system. I am indeed a master planner. Shubin smiled proudly. In this way, he can hide behind the scenes and make reasonable use of the system rules to obtain cash back when injecting capital and investing. In this way, the two companies become his cash cows to mobilize the exclusive funds of the two women. Then use these exclusive funds to generate profits to feed yourself. The two women didn't know what Zhubin was grinning about, but seeing that he looked a bit obscene, Su Xiu unconsciously covered her legs. Instead, Lu Qing leaned towards Zhubin. Zhubin was feeling proud of his perfect plan, so he explained in detail to the two girls the entire process that had just occurred to him in his mind, of course keeping the system part completely hidden. Su Xiu nodded, indicating that this operation was completely feasible. However, if Zhubin wanted to fully achieve his goal, Su Xiu suggested that it would be more reasonable to set up three companies, two behind-the-scenes companies, one with Zhubin and Fang Jialing as shareholders, and the other with Zhubin and Lu Qing as shareholders. After receiving the approval of lawyer Su, Zhubin slammed the table and said loudly, okay, then I will act according to the plan tomorrow. Lawyer Su, how about you be our legal advisor? Give me the money and I'll sign a contract with you. Given our relationship, talking about money is too hurtful. Zhubin said sarcastically. So you want to get it for free? You're overthinking. Lawyer Su, why are you so blunt? I don't want to have sex with you. Just name a price. Su Xiu blushed and glared at Zhubin fiercely. Stop making fun of Su Xiu. She's going to get angry. On the surface, Lu Qing was trying to smooth things over, but in fact, he was a little uneasy in his heart. He thought that Zhubin might have some feelings for Su Xiu. After all, Su Xiu was as pretty as him, but her figure was much better than his. Lu Qing looked at the buttons on Su Xiu's chest that were about to break, then looked at himself, and suddenly felt some inferiority complex. After finishing their business, the three of them went back. After returning home, Zhubin was about to go upstairs, but Lu Qing kept holding him back. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Zhubin. Come sit in my room. Zhubin looked up at room 301. The lights were on, and he knew Fang Jialing was waiting for him in the room. However, looking at Lu Qing's current state, it seemed that she had come to her senses today. He could not ignore her, so he had to let the wife bear with it tonight. Good. Entering Lu Qing's room, it really is the boudoir of a pure girl. The whole room gives people a pink feeling, and there are a lot of dolls. I guess this girl has nothing to do with sexiness. Zhubin sat down on the sofa in the living room, and Lu Qing went to change clothes alone. Not long after, she walked out of the bedroom wearing a home dress with a rabbit pattern and holding a big rabbit doll. It was just as expected. Although it was a cute style, Zhubin couldn't take his eyes off the snow-white chopstick legs under the shorts. Lu Qing gently sat down next to Zhubin, leaned over to his ear and whispered, "From now on, I will be your woman. I will do whatever you ask me to do." "What else?" Zhubin turned over and pressed her under him aggressively. Lu Qing's mind was blank at this moment and he could only hear his own heartbeat. Zhubin gradually approached, and Lu Qing felt a sudden warmth in his mouth, and then quickly pulled away. "I'm going to take a shower, you wait for me in the room," Zhubin suddenly said to her in an imperative tone. She nodded absent-mindedly, then walked into the room obediently holding the bunny doll. That night, heavenly singing was heard in room 201 of apartment 1. At 1 o'clock in the evening, the door of apartment 1 was opened. A young girl in an airline uniform walked in with a suitcase. She was Lin Lulu, the flight attendant who rented room 102. At this time, the shared activity hall on the first floor of apartment 1 was pitch black. Lin Lulu vaguely heard some girls singing from upstairs, but she had flown several international flights in a row and was so tired that she just wanted to lie down on the bed. She kicked her shoes casually in the activity hall and walked into room 102. Chapter 30. I hope you will walk the path of life with me again. The next morning, Zhubin was the first to come down from the second floor, and Lu Qing limped behind him. Fang Jialing had prepared breakfast early, and when she saw Lu Qing limping, she already knew what was going on. She thoughtfully pulled Lu Qing aside and took a piece of uding. Lu Qing's face turned red again, and she looked at Fang Jialing awkwardly. "Sister Fang, No need to say more, I've been there before. I can tell from your appearance that you didn't use an umbrella, so just eat it, it's safe." Lu Qing took the medicine awkwardly, and her mind couldn't help but start to wander. Of course, what she was most curious about was the relationship between Zhubin and Sister Fang, because she found that although Zhubin gave room 202 to Sister Fang was in Zhubin's room most of the time. Although before, I felt that I was used to seeing my father and the young masters in my circle all having girls around, but when I really became someone's woman, it would be a lie to say that I didn't care. Then the two returned to the dining table. Su Xiu also came down at this time. She slowly began to get used to this kind of life of eating breakfast together. However, Su Xiu always dresses conservatively at home, wearing loose trousers and home clothes, which cannot show off her figure at all. Zhubin curled his lips and said, "How come lawyer Su hides all his advantages at home?" Su Xiu glared at Zhubin. The dishonest landlord was playing a joke on him again. But soon his eyes fell on the pair of high-heeled shoes lying crookedly on the ground at the door. Lin Lulu was back, her shoes are left there again. Su Xiu said. "Lin Lulu? No way? Same name? Coincidence?" When Zhubin heard the name, he immediately thought of someone, and it turned out that person was indeed a flight attendant. "What's wrong?" Lu Qing asked, seeing Zhubin's shocked expression. "Nothing, I just thought that someone I know is also called Lin Lulu, it can't be such a coincidence." The Lin Lulu that Zhubin knew was Su Shue's cousin. She did not go to college but became a flight attendant because of her good figure and good looks. However, she had a very bad relationship with Su Shue. The two of them couldn't stand each other, so Su Shue never mentioned this cousin. Zhubin knew that she was at her funeral. Yes, at the funeral. She passed away at a young age due to a plane crash. The beauty of the portrait at that time was so great that Zhubin remembered it very clearly. It seemed that the plane crash happened this year, after he and Su Shue got married in his previous life. "Oh, should I call her to have breakfast?" "We'll know once we meet her," Lu Qing said. "No, she probably won't be back until 1 or 2 in the morning." "Let her sleep a little longer," said Su Xiu. Lu Qing's hair was covered with vertical lines. "She didn't go to bed until 1 or 2 o'clock last night." After breakfast, Su Xiu went to work as usual, and Zhubin sent Lu Qing to Liuguang Jewelry headquarters. Lu Qing went to talk to Lu Chuliang about Bian Yunchuan's matter and asked Lu Qing to resign. Zhubin took Fang Jialing to register the company. Fang Jialing was still confused along the way. Why didn't Zhubin come back last night and wanted to send her to another company today? Zhubin repeated to Fang Jialing in briefer terms what he had discussed with Lu Qing and Su Xiu yesterday. Then he continued, "After all, you followed me. I said that I would treat you well with all my heart. In fact, for you, leaving Chinsho means your new life has begun. So I gave you a company because I hope you can walk the path of life again with me. Will we start our lives again together?" Fang Jialing was moved. If it weren't for Zhu Bin, she didn't know where she would be living a life worse than death. Now it was indeed a new life for her, given to her by Zhu Bin. Walking the path of life again with him means that Zhu Bin will not abandon me just because of Lu Qing. I must seize this opportunity. In the future, there will definitely be more than just Lu Qing by Zhu Bin's side, there will be more women. I must be worthy enough to stand by Zhu Bin's side. The wife, who was 5 years older than Zhu Bin, was now in tears in the passenger seat. "Why are you crying?" Zhu Bin looked at the road ahead. Seeing Fang Jialing crying so sadly, he didn't know what he said to irritate her. He could only hand her a tissue to comfort her. He was unhappy now. "Nothing, I just think it's great to meet you." "Okay, here we are." Nowadays, many procedures in the Administrative Approval Center are handled very quickly. The government has begun to pay attention to the efficiency of serving the people and proposed to complete all matters in one trip. So, the three companies got everything done in one day. As the legal representative and general manager, Fang Jialing established Binling Asset Management Company, Limited, in which Fang Jialing holds 1% of the shares and Zhu Bin holds 99%. Zhu Bin invested 2 billion yuan. Then, Binqing Asset Management Company, Limited was established, with Lu Qing as the legal representative and general manager. Lu Qing took out 10 million yuan from his own fund and invested it in this company, and Zhu Bin also invested 10 million yuan. As a result, Zhu Bin received a system prompt again. Ding, it was detected that Lu Qing spent 10 million yuan on the host, and returned 1 billion yuan in business funds. Zhu Bin did not hesitate and directly injected the 1 billion into the account of Binqing Asset Management Company. Then, Binling Asset Management Company and Binqing Asset Management Company jointly established Tianlan Investment Management Company, Ltd. The company is headed by Lu Qing as general manager, Fang Jialing as supervisor and Su Xiu as legal advisor. A total of 3 billion yuan was invested in Tianlan Investment Management Company, Ltd. At this point, the company's layout has been completed and Zhu Bin has also created a group. Arrange Fang Jialing to find an office address for the company. Considering that Fang Jialing previously worked in a property management company under a real estate company and has more knowledge in this area, the office address must be found as soon as possible. After all, now all three companies are registered in apartment number 1, which is against the rules. Then he arranged for Lu Qing to start recruiting for the company. Zhu Bin's requirement was that the salary could be high, but the people must be professionals. Then, Zhu Bin took out the 1 yuan industry acquisition card that the system had given him before. After getting this card, he never had the chance to use it. Of course, the main reason was that he wanted to lie down and relax before, so he didn't consider using it. Now we can think carefully about what industry to acquire first. Since the primary goal of starting this company is to acquire Yunjin Group, the best use of this industry card should be industries related to Yunjin Group. Moreover, it is easy to use this card to acquire industries. After all, the products produced by the system must be high quality, and there is no reason for the other party to refuse. It should be used on tough bones. After much deliberation, Zhu Bin decided to first understand all of Yunjin Group's industries. Before Yunjin Group goes public, it must make some arrangements for its industries. If Yunjin Group's successful listing remains unchanged, it should be in the second half of next year. This year is enough time for it to make good plans. Chapter 31. Do you want Lu Yufei and his uncle to be your dogs? Yunjin Group is mainly engaged in the jewelry business and has several brands under its umbrella. Liuguang Jewelry is just one of its subsidiary brands that mainly produces gold jewelry. The biggest brands of Yunjin Group are Jade Jewelry, and Suiyun Ningxiang is the national leader. It has stores in major mid to high-end commercial buildings across the country. From this perspective, the industries that are closely related to Yunjin Group are mainly the upstream and downstream ends. One is the raw stone supplier, and the other is the commercial entity that carries its sales channels. Whether it is the raw stone supply side or the sales channel side, anything that happens in these two areas can have a great impact on the Yunjin Group as a whole. It would be better to make some arrangements on both ends before it goes on the market. However, the larger and more influential raw stone suppliers are all in the southern border provinces, which brings many inconveniences. I only have 3 billion yuan in funds. Compared with this, it seems more convenient to first set up local businesses and then gradually expand them. For example, Yuiwei Group is a local force in Ningxing. It has 12 Yuiwei commercial plazas in Ningxing. It is a mid to high-end commercial entity. The three major brands of Yunjin Group and Liuguang Jewelry have stores in all Yuiwei commercial plazas. I thought about picking up Luqing from Get Off Work later, and also thought of Quanta Commercial Plaza, a commercial complex attached to a real estate project developed by a local real estate developer. There are 7 such malls in the whole Ningxing, but they are still a little inferior to Yuiwei. But I can go and check out several stores of Yunjin Group later. Thinking of this, he said to Fang Jialing, I'll go to Quanta Plaza to take a look and pick up Luqing. You go back first and remember to find a suitable office space for the company as soon as possible. When Fang Jialing heard Zhubin say that he was going to pick up Luqing, she hesitated whether to ask Zhubin whether he would go back to 301 or 201 in the evening. But after thinking about it, she felt that she should not inquire too much about Zhubin's whereabouts. She just needed to be by his side when he needed her. Will you come back for dinner tonight? Fang Jialing asked. Yes, please make me some braised pork. I want to eat braised pork. Fang Jialing nodded happily. She had one thing that no other woman could compare to in the future, which was that she could cook meals that tasted like Zhubin's mother's. By the way, go and look at a car yourself tomorrow. Otherwise, it will be inconvenient for you to travel. I will transfer 1 million to you later. Don't buy too cheap. After that, the 1 million transfer had been transferred to Fang Jialing's mobile phone. Zhubin also wanted to see if transferring money directly to Fang Jialing, or Fang Jialing using the money he gave to make purchases, could trigger a cashback. It has been proven for the time being that transferring money to Fang Jialing would not trigger the cashback, so he would wait and see after she buys a car tomorrow. Quanta Commercial Plaza. Since Luqing had already submitted her resignation to her cousin Lu Chuliang, her only job this month was to hand over her work in the store and train the new store manager. At this moment, she was taking the new store manager to the business management office to identify people. Standing in front of the investment manager's office, Luqing was a little hesitant. Last time, Lu Chuliang said that he would handle Lu Yufei's matter. Luqing had hoped to punish Lu Yufei, but in the end the mall just gave him a painless punishment of criticism. When I went back to question Lu Chuliang, he just said, well, after all, the mall is our party, and Lu Yufei is the nephew of Yang Yang, the general manager of the mall. So stop here, stop here. Luqing was so angry at the time that she scolded her cousin harshly. So this time when she asked for resignation, no matter how Lu Chuliang tried to keep her, she, Luqing, would not turn back. Although he really didn't want to go in and face Lu Yufei, he thought that he would just introduce the new store manager to others, and any work coordination afterwards would be a matter between the two of them, and it would have nothing to do with him. I knocked on the door with all my heart, then pushed it open and went in. Lu Yufei was criticized by the company because of Luqing, which made him lose face in front of his subordinates. He has been in a bad mood these days and has basically been behaving himself. At this time, Luqing brought in a beautiful woman he had never seen before. When he saw the beautiful woman, his eyes lit up again, but soon calmed down. He didn't know what Luqing was up to, so he said coldly, sit down. If you have anything to say, just keep it short. I have a meeting to start soon. Luqing thought that was great. She didn't want to stay in this office any longer. Manager Lu, I just came to tell you that I have resigned. This is the new store manager sent by Liuguang Jewelry here, Gongyan. I'll bring her here to meet you. Lu Yufei suddenly felt relieved. He knew that many people who were fired from the company would tell others that they resigned on their own initiative. After all, everyone wants to save face. It seems that Mr. Lu from Liuguang Jewelry did not dare to offend the shopping mall and actually fired this little bitch. Oh, why did Manager Lu resign? How long will the handover period be? Lu Yufei's mind became active again. Since she was fired, Liuguang Company would definitely not care about her anymore. So during the handover period, he had to deal with this woman. He couldn't suffer this loss in vain. Moreover, Lu Chuliang is very sensible, and the new store manager he sent is also so smart. The handover period is 1 month, but I have already explained the general matters to Manager Gong, and you will take over after that. Manager Gong, this is Lu Yufei, the mall's investment manager. If you have anything to do after today, please contact him directly. Luqing quickly said everything she wanted to say. She didn't want to stay in this office for another minute. Lu Yufei also formally added Gong Yan on WeChat first, and while adding WeChat, he did not forget to scratch Gong Yan's palm with his finger. Gong Yan seemed to be very accustomed to such occasions. Not only did she not feel offended by Lu Yufei's behavior, but she even threw a coquettish glance at Lu Yufei. Lu Qing also saw this scene from the side, and cursed in his heart, a dog will always eat shit. Lu Yufei's main focus at this time is still on Lu Cheng. Since Gong Yan has become the store manager, there is a long way to go. Manager Lu has been very cooperative with our work this year. We are really reluctant to see him go. How about I host a farewell party for Manager Lu today? Gong Yan clapped her hands and agreed. I didn't expect Manager Lu to care so much about us merchants. Manager Lu and Manager Lu have both called us, and I was thinking that the store would hold a farewell banquet for you. Lu Qing smiled awkwardly and declined. It's not convenient for me today. Anyway, I still have a month before I leave. There will be a chance in the future. I kept rolling my eyes in my heart. We just met, and she can't wait to flatter me. Gong Yan is also a talent, but I don't know when Lu Yufei will care about her in bed. And how dare I eat Lu Yufei's food? He just drugged me last time. What does he want to do this time? I quickly sent a message to Zhubin. The outside world is too scary. Just then, a message came from Zhubin, saying that he was already in Quanta Plaza, so Lu Qing simply typed a WeChat message from Lu Yufei's office and sent it to him. Then he said to Lu Yufei and Gong Yan, Manager Lu, my boyfriend is here to pick me up, so I'll leave first. Manager Gong, you and Manager Lu can chat for a while. Lu Yufei thought of the last time he was beaten by Zhubin and didn't dare to stop him. But he also felt unwilling. Originally, Lu Qing was single, and he was only attracted by her beauty and body. Now that he knew Lu Qing had a boyfriend, he was even more excited. He liked the pleasure of putting a hat on other men. Therefore, the women he usually troubled in the mall were basically married women. Watching Lu Qing leave, he said gloomily, my uncle is a well-known figure in the retail industry in Ningxing, and he has a wide network of contacts. If you are looking for a new job, my uncle can introduce you to someone. Lu Qing turned around and gave an awkward smile, then waved his hand, no need. Seeing Zhubin, Lu Qing rushed over quickly, threw himself into Zhubin's arms, and told Zhubin everything that had just happened. Zhubin stroked Lu Qing's head with a cold look in his eyes. Whether Lu Qing could hear it or not, Lu Yufei's last sentence was actually a threat. It simply meant that his uncle had a wide network of contacts and could ban Lu Qing in the retail industry. Lu Qing, do you want Lu Yufei and his uncle to be your dogs? Chapter 32 Systematic Tendencies. Lu Cheng put on an innocent expression, is it okay? Of course, if anyone dares to have any dirty thoughts about my Zhubin's woman, I will make him a dog. Don't forget, you are now the general manager of an investment company with 3 billion in funds. Zhubin turned on his spy eye and looked at the entire Quanta Commercial Plaza. The Guangda Commercial Plaza New District store is affiliated to Hongtu Real Estate. Currently, Hongtu Real Estate is facing a financial crisis and is preparing to sell 2-3 of its commercial plazas. The minimum intended sale price of the Guangda Commercial Plaza Jiangning store is 350 million yuan. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that Hongtu Real Estate was actually planning to sell this shopping mall. In fact, in terms of geographical location, the stores in Quanta Commercial Plaza are better than those in Yuiwei Group's commercial plazas, but their influence is not as strong as that of Yuiwei Group. Zhubin originally wanted to use several of Yuiwei Group's commercial plazas as the starting point of the entire plan. The two looked at the 3 brand stores of Yanjin Group, especially the Tsuiyan Ningxiang store, which is said to be the second largest store in the entire Ningxing. Through the eyes of spies, they also learned that the sales volume of Tsuiyan Ningxiang store has consistently ranked among the top 3 of all stores in Ningxing. The sales of the other 2 brand stores are also consistently ranked among the top 3 among all the stores in Ningxing, which is very stable. This is mainly due to the geographical location of Quanta Commercial Plaza Incheng store. In terms of location, it belongs to the northern suburbs of Ningxing. In terms of population flow, this is definitely the place with the most concentrated population in Ningxing New District, and there is no Yuiwei Commercial Plaza in the New District. Therefore, the performance of all stores in the New District of Quanta Commercial Plaza is quite good, which also makes General Manager Yang Yang a well-known figure in the entire Ningxing retail circle. Since the Yuiwei Group has no intention of selling, it might as well take over the Quanta Commercial Plaza first. Lu Cheng, go back and make a plan. The first battle for our Tianlan investment is to buy this commercial plaza. Lu Qing finally reacted and realized what Zhubin meant by letting Lu Yufei and his uncle be dogs. I'll do whatever you say. Apartment 1. Fang Jialing had prepared a table of dishes and placed them on the dining table in the shared activity hall on the first floor. She asked Su Xiu in advance whether she would come back for dinner. Su Xiu came back early today and helped Fang Jialing prepare 2 dishes. Now Su Xiao and Lu Qing from apartment 1 seemed to have gotten used to dining together on the first floor. As for Lin Lulu, she had slept soundly the whole day. She came out sleepily when she smelled the fragrance coming from outside her room. Sister Su, Sister Fong is here too. Why are we planning to have a dinner party in the activity room? Looking at the table full of food in front of her, Lin Lulu stood there in a daze, feeling a little bored. When the three of them rented this apartment before, they all lived in their own rooms, and at most they would chat in the activity room on weekends. Su Xiao came over and said with a smile, "Our new landlord seems to like everyone to eat together, so we'll get used to it." New landlord? Lin Lulu didn't know that the owner of apartment number 1 had changed. She had been flying international flights recently and hadn't been back for 3 weeks. At this time, the door opened and Lu Qing and Zhubin came back. As soon as Zhubin stepped into the door, he saw Lin Lulu, who was dressed quite sexy. Her home clothes had a deep V-neck design, which cleverly revealed her delicate collarbone and looming cleavage. The side of the clothes had a slit design, and Zhubin's eyes naturally fell on her fair and slender legs. Ah! Lin Lulu screamed subconsciously when she saw Zhubin looking at her, and shrank behind Su Xiao. She usually dressed like this at home. At that time, she thought that the whole apartment was full of girls, so she often dressed like this in the shared activity area. She didn't expect a man to appear at this time. But when Zhubin came back to his senses and saw Lin Lulu's face, he was also shocked. This was actually Su Shue's cousin. Seeing the real person was several times more beautiful than the portrait he saw in his previous life. After learning that Zhubin was the new landlord, Lin Lulu hid behind Su Xiao, greeted Zhubin, and then ran back to her room to change clothes in shame. Lu Qing saw Zhubin standing there in a daze and pouted. This damn Zhubin, he behaved like this when he saw a beautiful woman. Could he have fallen for Lin Lulu again? She pulled his hand hard and said, "Lin Lulu is beautiful, right? Look, your eyes are wide open." Su Xiao glared at Zhubin as usual. This perverted landlord looked at her legs so hard that his eyes almost popped out. Now he sees Lin Lulu looking like this too. Should I consider moving out? Why not? I have very high standards. The fact that I'm staring at you like this shows how good-looking you are. Shouldn't you be happy? Zhubin randomly picked a seat and sat down, following Lu Qing's words. However, he was not at peace at all. He had been wondering if it was just a coincidence that they had the same name and surname, but he didn't expect it was her. But since she was Su Shue's cousin, didn't Lu Qing know? Lu Qing, I didn't expect you to live with your cousin Su Shue. Lu Qing was confused. Su Shue's cousin? Who are you talking about? Lin Lulu? Yes, she is Su Shue's cousin, don't you know? I don't know, she never said. Lin Lulu, who had just changed her clothes and came out, also heard the conversation here. When she heard that they were talking about Su Shue, her face instantly turned cold. Do you know Su Shue? We know Su Shue. She's his ex-girlfriend. He said you're Su Shue's cousin? Ex-girlfriend, we broke up, which means you have good taste. Congratulations on getting out of this misery. Lin Lulu raised her eyebrows and suddenly found this man pleasing to the eye. As for me, I am indeed her cousin in terms of blood relationship, but I don't want to have anything to do with her. She is just a bitch who hooks up with men and cheats them out of their money. After talking about Su Shue, the others told Lin Lulu about Zhubin again. Lin Lulu liked lively atmosphere by nature, and she thought it was good like this now. The apartment became lively. It was only at this time that Zhubin spoke. Just now, a few women had been chattering for a long time, and Zhubin had been thinking about Lin Lulu. Lin Lulu, you are on a Rui Airlines flight to the Middle East, right? Are you going to fly to Paris next week? Lin Lulu nodded in surprise. How did Zhubin know so much? She began to become a little alert. She had not told anyone about her flight information except her colleagues. Thinking about the whole meal, Zhubin had been staring at her without saying a word. He couldn't have any thoughts about her and investigated her, right? But how could he find out about her schedule for next week in such a short time? Zhubin frowned. It was correct. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Lulu would be in a plane crash next week, and now the only one who knew this information was him who had been reborn. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident does happen. Ding, it is detected that the host has the ability to change Lin Lulu's fate. Please choose. Option 1. Prevent Lin Lulu from boarding the flight to Paris. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Rewards, physical fitness +5, lifespan +5, cash 100 million yuan. Option 2, choose silence. Reward, none. This is the first time that the system has presented such a biased option. However, even if the system has no bias, I will still choose one. Since Su Shui hated Lin Lulu so much back then, I must save her and take her in. It is detected that the host has chosen option 1, and the reward has been issued. If the host fails in the end, the system will take back the reward and give a penalty. Yes, the key is how to make her believe what you say. Lin Lulu, I want to talk to you alone later. Zhu Bin said with a serious expression, staring at Lin Lulu. At the same time, Lin Lulu, Lu Qing, and Su Xiu all showed vigilant looks on their faces. Chapter 33. Believe me and you will live, if you don't believe me you will die. Seeing the women looking at him like that, Zhu Bin frowned and said, "What are you doing? Don't misunderstand me by imagining things. Yes, I, Zhu Bin, like to look at beautiful women and legs, but I'm not such a hungry person, okay?" As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Lulu's defense was broken, and she kicked Zhu Bin through Lu Qing. How could Zhu Bin say such a thing? I just don't look good to him. Think about how many people have bought her flights over the years just to pursue her. Lin Lulu's favorability towards Zhu Bin suddenly dropped to negative. I'm sorry for making you watch me. Is there anything you can't say here? She replied coldly. But this time Zhu Bin was really serious. I am serious, it's very important, don't worry we can talk about it here, otherwise you can all go back to your room first. Su Xiu was the first to sense that something was wrong with Zhu Bin. Every time she saw Zhu Bin, he was unserious and seemed like he would tease her at any time, but at this moment his expression was indeed extremely serious. Okay, let's go back to the house first. Lu Qing, let's go. Zhu Bin looks like he has something really important to do. Lu Qing let out a bewildered cry. She was still a person of character. Zhu Bin was attracted by her beauty and she couldn't sleep. Both of her roommates were too beautiful to be allowed to sleep. However, since Su Xiu had spoken, she followed Su Xiu. Fang Jialing had some premonitions because she had experienced it once before, when Zhu Bin saved her, so she didn't say a word and just quietly stepped back. Okay, they're all gone, just tell me what you want to say. I have to go back and watch some drama. Zhu Bin cleared his throat, not looking lecherous at all, and said seriously, what I am going to tell you soon concerns your life. I know it may be hard for you to believe, but remember, if you believe me, you can live, but if you don't, you will die. Lin Lulu became interested. She raised one foot and put it on the chair next to her. She propped her chin on her hand and tilted her head to look at Zhu Bin with a slightly aggressive look. You are playing tricks on me. If you keep talking nonsense, I will beat you to death. You will die in a plane crash next week, but you probably won't believe it, so I will predict some major events in the next 2 days. If you think I can be trusted, come find me after 2 days. Lin Lulu's expression also turned playful. She thought to herself, how could this be possible? The safest means of transportation now is by plane. But Zhu Bin sounded so serious and said he could predict some major events in the next 2 days. She might as well listen to him first. It seemed like it would be fun. If he was wrong, she would beat him up then. So what's your prediction? Zhu Bin searched for major news events before and after Lin Lulu's plane crash in her previous life, and there happened to be 2 about their airline. One is that Eurui Airlines had a mass incident at Ningxing Airport due to flight delays, which resulted in the death of some people. It was a big fuss, and your chairman personally came out to apologize to the public. The second thing is that the day after tomorrow, several of your stewardesses were caught selling themselves in a club by the inspector. This incident also caused a big stir. Speaking of the second thing, Zhu Bin's serious expression disappeared, and he looked at Lin Lulu meaningfully. Lin Lulu quickly explained, what are you looking at? I don't have any. I've been single since birth. If you look at me again, I'll dig out your eyes. Lin Lulu was relatively self-disciplined, but she did know that some of her colleagues were doing part-time jobs for money, but she was just predicting that they would be caught. Forget it, since Zhu Bin predicted it, let us see if it will really happen. Anyway, I am just a low-level nobody, and if these things really happen, I can't change anything. Okay, I'll make a note of it. I'll see if it really happens. There is one more thing. Zhu Bin looked very mysterious and said, this is a secret between the 2 of us. You can't tell anyone. I think you will keep it a secret. After all, this concerns your life. Lin Lulu nodded, well, don't worry, I will keep my mouth shut until the day after tomorrow. After the 2 finished their conversation, Lin Lulu went back to the house. Back in her room, Lin Lulu sat on the bed hugging her pillow, her mind filled with what Zhu Bin had just said. That damn man actually cursed himself to death. When he first said those things, he looked so confident, as if he had seen it before. What if both things he said happened? Should I believe him? If you believe him, he lives. If you don't, he dies. What a stinky man. How could you say such words when we meet for the first time? The next day, Zhu Bin came out of 201 early in the morning, looking refreshed, and Lu Qing, who was following behind him, was limping again. After a quick breakfast, Lu Qing had an appointment with someone from a headhunting company, while Fang Jialing went to buy a car first. Zhu Bin made an appointment with Su Xiu last night to go to her office today to discuss the legal advisory contract and the first acquisition plan. Zhu Bin gave his car to Lu Qing, and he went directly to the office with Su Xiu in her car. We could have discussed those things at home yesterday, why did we have to go to the office? Zhu Bin sat in the passenger seat, leaning against the car window, staring at Su Xiu's thighs, grinning foolishly. Mainly because I prefer to see the perfect you in the office. Su Xiu pushed her gold-rimmed glasses. She still had a cool makeup on today, and it seemed that she had even deliberately put on a teardrop mole. She was wearing a pearl gray silk suit jacket, and under the waistline of her pencil skirt, dark patterned stockings with slits wrapped around her beautiful legs. The scent of cedar diffused throughout the car. Zhu Bin sniffed it deeply and his hand unconsciously rested on her leg in the driver's seat. Su Xiu tensed up, glared at him, and shook his hand away, but did not scold him. Interesting, Zhu Bin grinned wickedly and opened Su Xiu's favorability. He specifically checked it in the morning and it was 72. It didn't drop now, but increased by 1 point instead. It means she doesn't hate herself like this. When he arrived at the office, Zhu Bin asked to sit on the reception sofa like an old man, and Su Xiu took out 2 cans of ice cola from the refrigerator for him. Take a look at the contract. The 3 companies will pay a 1-year consulting fee of 1 million for your personal legal affairs. If there are no problems, just sign it here. I won't read it. I'll just sign it. If I don't even give you this little bit of trust, then what's the point of having you as a legal advisor? Su Xiu was a little surprised that he was so straightforward. When Zhu Bin asked her to be his legal advisor, the price she quoted was obviously higher than the benchmark price of their law firm. Zhu Bin quickly signed his name on Party A's behalf. Okay, after the contract goes through the process and is stamped, I'll bring you another copy. Well, now that the contract has been signed, let's get down to business. Okay, Mr. Zhu, you decide. Fuck, why are you being so distant with me and calling me Zhu Bin? I'm not that familiar with you. Since I'm your legal advisor, you should just call me Mr. Zhu when you're outside. This woman is quite stubborn. Let us just call her President Zhu. I want to acquire the new district store of Quanta Commercial Plaza first. Please help me negotiate. Su Xiu was puzzled. Mr. Zhu, I am just a legal advisor. I am not responsible for discussing business matters. Chapter 34. This woman is ignorant and wants to cut off my financial resources. I know, but Lu Qing is still the store manager of Liu Guang Jewelry's Guangda Plaza new district store, so he is not suitable for the negotiation. Fang Jialing comes from a real estate background, so she needs some practice to negotiate this kind of business. And you, the famous lawyer Su, are supposed to be involved in the negotiation process of this acquisition. So, before the company gets on the right track, I'll ask you for a favor. Otherwise, I won't even blink an eye at paying 1 million in legal fees. Su Xiu sighed. No wonder this guy signed the contract for 1 million so readily. It turned out that he was waiting for her here. But he was right. Lu Qing was not suitable to talk now. Fang Jialing did not have any experience in negotiating this kind of business. It is indeed legitimate for me to go to the negotiations as the company's legal advisor. Well, since I've taken your money, I'll naturally do what I should do. Okay, it shouldn't be difficult. Home to Real Estate is short of funds recently and has been planning to sell. I'll give you a range for the purchase price, between 300 million and 450 million. It's up to you. Okay. Su Xiu took her notebook and wrote down the answer carefully. I have another piece of information. Their intended reserve price is 350 million. This is what fascinates Su Xiu most about Zhu Bin. He always seems to be able to get information that others can't. It was the case during the kidnapping case and the secret meeting between Lu Tian and Bian Yinxian. Now he even knows top secret information like other people's bottom price. Okay, I understand. I'll help you with that. Su Xiu paused again, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Also, regarding my Meruwe jewelry case, I think according to your current plan, even if the last recording is exposed, you don't have to worry about alerting the enemy. After all, the next battle will be in the capital market. You want to use that recording to win your case? Well, with this arrangement, even if Lu Tian and Zhao Haotian knew that Lu Qing was investigating him, they would not be able to guess our real purpose. And I will only use one of the recordings and try not to involve Lu Qing. That's right, and Zhao Haotian's intention is not really to help Lu Tian. You can indeed use this recording, but... Seeing Zhubin staring at her thigh with a smirk on his face, Su Xiu suddenly felt a chill. She asked cautiously, but what? You promised me before, if I help you, you'll make an appointment with me. You scumbag, you're obviously talking to Lu Qing, and you still want to provoke me. After all, Su Xiu was 26 years old. Although she was still a virgin, she was knowledgeable. She could understand why Lu Qing sang in the middle of the night and limped those 2 days. Zhubin was the only man in the apartment, so she could guess what was going on. She has been single for so many years because of her father. She thinks all men are scumbags. She doesn't believe in love and marriage at all, she only believes in herself. The man in front of me is indeed a scumbag who is greedy for more. I don't know why sometimes I want to hate him but can't. Sometimes I even admire him and am fascinated by him. Although she was cursing Zhubin as a scumbag at this moment, she was hesitating in her heart whether to go out with him. She had never gone out with a man before, so she should bring a charger with her if she went out. I'm a normal man who likes to meet beautiful women. How can I be a scumbag? Besides, I helped you so much, you should at least treat me to a meal. Are you thinking about something lewd? I didn't expect Lawyer Su to be this kind of lawyer. Zhubin burst into laughter. Su Xiu was stunned. Okay, appointment equals appointment to meet? Was my thinking dirty? It was obviously that bastard who deliberately drove the car to make me misunderstand. Shut up. Of course I can treat you to a meal. It's my duty. Su Xiu felt her face burning. She stood up and went back to pour water. She didn't want Zhubin to see her blushing. Okay, then I'll just wait for Attorney Su's invitation. At this time, Fang Jialing sent a message. She had seen a Mercedes-Benz V-Class luxury MVP at the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership and said that she felt the company really needed such a business reception car. She asked Zhubin if he could just buy one and register it under the company's name. Zhubin was a little angry. He asked her to buy a car so that he could pay for it, but this woman was ignorant and wanted to cut off his source of income. But he also knew that Sister Fang actually cared about him, so she asked like this. If it was another gold digger like Su Shui, if he gave her money to buy it herself, why would she ask you? She would definitely pick up the sports car in a minute, and then drive over to act like a spoiled child. Even though Sister Fang used to be materialistic, she is a wife who has experienced many ups and downs in life after all. I can't blame her. It seems that I have to make everything clear when I talk to her in the future. Zhubin picked up his phone and called Fang Jialing. Sister Fang, I gave you the money to buy a car because I wanted you to buy a car you like, and it should be registered in your name. As for the company car, wait until the company's office is ready before considering it. Ah, I misunderstood you, but, well, okay, thank you, I'll take a look myself. On the other end of the phone, Fang Jialing also wondered whether Zhubin gave her money to buy a car, but she was not sure. She had been with Zhubin for the rest of her life, so she couldn't make any mistakes. Buying a car for the company would definitely not be a mistake, so the scene just now happened. Zhubin's words made her wish come true. She wanted to be more humble, but then she thought it would be better to accept it generously. She even thought that after buying the car, it would be great if she could take Zhubin back to visit her parents when she returned to her hometown. Ding, Fang Jialing's desire manual has been updated. Fang Jialing's fourth wish, to take Zhubin back to her hometown to meet her parents and tell them that he is her man. Reward, an investment intelligence with a return rate of 500%. As soon as he hung up the phone, Zhubin saw the system prompt. What was this woman thinking about? But if he went back to his hometown, he should really go back and take a look. However, Fang Jialing's parents probably don't know about her sister Fang's divorce yet. Then how should she tell them about the matter between her and her sister Fang? After all, they have been neighbors for decades. It's a headache. On the side, Su Xiu calmed down and just heard Zhubin's call. The car can be deducted if it is placed in the company's name. Sister Fang is considering the company. Why do you want to put it in Sister Fang's personal name? Zhubin picked up the second can of Coke, drank the rest of it happily, and then crossed his legs. She works very hard, so I reward her with a car. I can also reward you with a luxury car in the future. I have a car, I don't want it. Then what do you want? Me? Zhubin stood up and walked towards Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked at his aggressive eyes and kept backing away, and was forced to the door of the office. You, what do you want to do? This is my office. Su Xiao's heart was beating wildly and her breathing became heavy. She didn't know what Zhubin wanted to do. Get out of the way, I'm leaving. Zhubin got close to Su Xiao's face and could hear Su Xiao's heavy breathing. Su Xiao angrily hit Zhubin before he moved away. This bastard was so mean that he made her, a big lawyer, act like a little girl. Apartment 1, Room 102. Lin Lulu, who was on vacation, was lying comfortably on the bed, eating snacks and browsing her phone, when she suddenly saw a short video. It showed that a Rui Airlines flight at Ningxing Airport was delayed and the check-in staff had a bad attitude, which led to a quarrel between the passengers and the check-in staff. From the video, it seems that the situation is out of control. Lin Lulu sat up in shock. What Zhubin said couldn't be true. However, he was talking about a mass incident in which people died. If it was just a quarrel now, it shouldn't be such a coincidence. Chapter 35. Congratulations, you are free again. After discussing the matter with Su Xiao, Zhubin leisurely found a buffet restaurant to have a big meal. Anyway, the work had already been arranged for the women to do. He sat on the observation deck of the buffet restaurant and admired the scenery of Ningxing, thinking that even if he wanted to pursue a career, he could still lie down and enjoy life behind the scenes. Ding, buy a car for Fong Jialing and get a cashback of 73 million yuan from Fong Jialing. It seems that Sister Fong has already bought the car. As expected, as long as it is my own money and I spend it for Fong Jialing, I can get cash back. Then my previous plan will be 100% feasible. At this time, Zhubin's cell phone rang again. He saw it was Wu Tian calling. I don't know what's going on with this guy and why he thought of looking for me. When I picked up the phone, I heard a frustrated voice on the other end. Binzi, are you free to have a couple of drinks with me tonight? What's wrong with you? Your brother, I'm heartbroken. Upon hearing that his good brother had broken up, Zhubin was actually happy for him, because Wu Tian's previous girlfriend was also very close to Su Shui. Zhubin always believed that no woman who was close to Su Shui was a good person, except Lu Cheng. And only a man like Zhubin who has experienced a failed marriage can understand how happy it is to be single again. The joy of being single is incomparable. But my good brother is obviously very sad now. I can't go and congratulate him on being single again. I have to go and comfort him first. Don't wait until tonight. I'll come to accompany you in the afternoon. I remember you should rest today. Just give yourself to me today. Yeah, okay, where are we going? Where are you? I'll come find you. I'm at home. Okay, wait at home. After hanging up the phone, Zhubin called Fong Jialing and asked her to give him the car. In less than half an hour, Fong Jialing delivered Zhubin's Continental GT, followed by a Mercedes-Benz CLS 300, which was probably the car Fong Jialing bought for herself. Seeing that Fong Jialing liked the car very much, she rushed over and hugged Zhubin and kissed him as soon as she got out of the car. I've always wanted to buy a CLS, thank you. Zhubin felt that as long as she was satisfied, it was good enough. After all, she made a huge profit of 73 million yuan from this consumption. Sister Fong was his, Zhubin's, ancestor. After saying hello to Sister Fong, he drove his Bentley to find Wu Tian. After Zhubin picked up Wu Tian, he took him to the gate of Ningxing Art College and parked the car on the side of the road. Along the way, Wu Tian kept talking about his ex-girlfriend. Zhubin didn't respond at all, but just listened quietly. After the car stopped, Wu Tian looked around and felt very strange. Binzi, what are we doing here? Look at the girls. Zhubin replied. Looking at girls? Bro, I just broke up. Zhubin got out of the car and squatted on the curb. Wu Tian saw Zhubin doing the same and squatted beside the car as well, not knowing what Zhubin was up to. Zhubin handed him a cigarette. Just like that, the two grown men squatted on the curb and started smoking. Wow, look at that beauty. Those legs are enough to play with for a year. It's a pity that her face is not very good looking. Zhubin pointed at a female college student wearing hot pants at the school gate. I have to say, that leg is really amazing. In fact, it's the same even when the lights are off. Wu Tian swept away the haze of heartbreak and began to comment. Zhubin nudged Wu Tian twice with his elbow. Look at that one, wow, he looks a bit like Meng Zi. Don't tell me it's true. Tianer, I saw a news report about an interview with an old man who was over 100 years old. The question was, why can he live so long? Do you know how he answered? Zhubin asked, blowing out a smoke ring. If you have something to say it quickly. The girl in black stockings over there, wow, so beautiful. Wu Tian's eyes were completely attracted by the gate of the art academy. The old man said, look at the beauties. Because men will feel better when they see beauties, and when they feel better they will live longer. So you asked me why I brought you here. I am here to help you live longer. Oh, stop being sentimental. Look at the beauties. Wow, compared to the school, our school was nothing. Look again, look again. How about it? Have you ever dared to look at a beautiful woman like this before? Speaking of this, Wu Tian suddenly felt uneasy. In the past, whenever he saw a beautiful woman on the street, his girlfriend would pull his ears, and in serious cases, they would quarrel and lose money. Hee, now that you're single, you can look at it however you want. What you said makes sense. Suddenly I don't feel so sad. Wu Tian's eyes kept scanning one beautiful college student after another. Some girls noticed the two men squatting on the side of the road and even smiled at them. This smile melted Wu Tianxin's heart. Zhubin put a hand on Wu Tian's shoulder and said earnestly, actually, I just suddenly realized recently that freedom is the most important thing. Only when you are free can you enjoy this world and your life. What do you think marriage can bring to us men? Wu Tian had never thought about those things before. He withdrew his gaze and listened to Zhubin. I've already decided to stay single. What can I get? I can spend my own money, smoke as much as I want, watch whatever girls I want, date whoever I want, no need to think about those messy holidays, no need to coax anyone, all my emotions are based on myself. Think about what else you can do. How about this kind of life? Wu Tian went over what Zhubin said in his mind, and thinking about many things that happened during his relationship in the past 2 years, he suddenly felt cold all over and was shivering a little. Zhubin looked at Wu Tian and felt that the time was right, so he said loudly, congratulations, brother, you are free again, and there will be more exciting things waiting for you in the future. Wu Tian smiled awkwardly, boy, is this how you comfort people? But the scenery here is really beautiful. I understand. I am free. Wu Tian also patted Zhubin on the shoulder and handed him a cigarette. At this time, at a roadside corner not far from Zhubin and Wu Tian, two sturdy men got out of a van covered with black blackout paper. He rushed to a tall girl in JK clothes very quickly and tried to force her into the car. The girl was terrified and kept struggling, shouting, help! Help! I won't go. Zhubin dropped the cigarette in his hand and thought, damn, he encountered a human trafficking gang in broad daylight? Zhubin thought that Sister Fong was also carried into the car in the same way, and she must have been very desperate at that time. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a choice that can change the life of others. Option 1, save the girl Chioli, reward, 10 million. Option 2, do not save the girl Chioli, reward, physical fitness +1. Zhubin rushed over without hesitation this time. In fact, he had already rushed out before the system voice rang. It is detected that the host has chosen option 1, activity cash 10 million. Wu Tian saw that there were many strong men on the other side and wanted to stop them, but he failed. Now this situation was nothing to Zhubin. After all, with the blessing of ancient boxing, it was no problem for him to beat 4 or 5 strong men alone. He rushed to the girl, grabbed the sturdy man's hand and pulled it, making the sturdy man cry out in pain. At this time, several more people got out of the car and shouted at Zhubin, damn it, we are looking for a girl to collect debts, why are you meddling in other people's business? Are you looking for death? Zhubin was always ruthless and taciturn at such times. In less than a minute, all 4 men were knocked down and lay on the ground wailing. Zhubin took the girl to his car, and Wu Tian called the police. Are you in debt? Zhubin asked. The girl shook her head. No, I was deceived by them when I was looking for a part-time job. They wanted me to work in that kind of place, but I refused and they wanted me to pay a penalty. Are you from the Art Institute? I'm from the Auditing Institute next door. Thank you, but what about that contract? The girl was still a little frightened. Zhubin tried his best to put on a kind expression and said, it's okay, it's okay. What's your name? My name is Chioli. Chapter 36, The Charlatan Zhubin, he just happened to be right. Zhubin looked at Xiaoli carefully. Her skin was as white as snow and as smooth as a baby's. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons, her eyes were clear and transparent, her lips were like delicate rose petals, and there was a pair of deep dimples at the corners of her mouth. She was truly fascinating. Don't worry, we have already called the police. If the contract they signed with you is indeed a fraud, the inspector will help you solve it. But you should still look for a formal job in the future. Xiaoli calmed down a little. My mother was sick and hospitalized, and she urgently needed money. I went there because they offered a high salary. I didn't expect them to be scammers. You will explain this to the inspector in detail later. Tell him how they deceived you. Seeing that Xiaoli had basically calmed down, Zhubin got her a bottle of water from the car. Looking at her charming appearance, Zhubin suddenly remembered that his company was recruiting people, and finance was also needed. Wouldn't it be just right to work in finance at the audit school? Xiaoli, what's your major? Audit. My company is looking for a financial officer, why not come to my company for an interview? Xiaoli was a little hesitant. Although Zhubin saved her, he was still a stranger to her and she had just escaped from a job scam. Is your company legitimate? Zhubin smiled, and the boomerang hit him. Zhubin showed Xiaoli the electronic business license on his phone, and then said, add your contact information later, and then I will introduce you to Mr. Liu who is in charge of recruitment. You can just contact him, and when you go, just say that I recommended you. Xiaoli nodded, thank you. After a while, the inspector also came and took Xiaoli and those big men away, and asked Zhubin and Wu Tian to go with them to give a statement. After Wu Tian briefly explained the situation to the inspector on the roadside, he returned to Zhubin's car. Binzi, you are attracted to that girl, right? She is really pretty, no less beautiful than a star. Zhubin punched her, is this how I am in your eyes? I just helped her out for her mother's sake. We are all men, I understand. Anyway, thank you for today. I'll go back after I finish taking the notes. I suddenly remembered something. I'll treat you to a drink another day. After the two of them finished taking the statements, Wu Tian hurried back first. Xiaoli also came out at this time. The big men were all detained, and the inspector also sent people to their company to arrest other people. Xiaoli walked up to Zhubin and said, thank you, Mr. Zhu. I will contact Mr. Liu tomorrow. Thank you for not only saving me, but also giving me a chance. Zhubin smiled and said, you are so filial, you will definitely have a good life. I will take you back to school. Xiaoli did not refuse. At the school gate, Xiaoli got out of the car and expressed her gratitude to Zhubin before returning to school. After sending Xiaoli off, Zhubin looked at the news on his phone and the corners of his mouth began to rise. Guanlan Community, Apartment 1. Lin Lulu has been feeling uneasy since she watched the video at noon. But things are still different from what Zhubin said. She didn't want to admit that Zhubin had any special abilities that could predict the future. So she kept watching videos the whole afternoon, wanting to see evidence that Zhubin was wrong about what happened today so that she could laugh at him in the evening. After browsing for 2 hours, there was no relevant report on that incident. Lin Lulu began to feel a little proud and even sent a WeChat message to Zhubin. Zhubin, why hasn't the thing you said happened yet? You big liar. She could still expect Zhubin to send a message back to make excuses, but after waiting for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 30 minutes, Zhubin still didn't respond. Lin Lulu was so angry that she smashed her phone on the sofa. Why didn't he come to argue? It was so boring. Finally, at 4:30 in the afternoon, she came across a piece of news. At 1 p.m. today, a mass incident occurred at the check-in channel of Rui Airlines at Ningqing Airport, resulting in 1 death and more than 10 injuries. The chairman of Rui Airlines has held a press conference on the incident. He was right. Lin Lulu sat on the sofa, muttering to herself. For her, what Zhubin said was not right, so she just took it as a joke. This landlord was quite humorous. But if Zhubin was right, doesn't that mean that what he said about him being in a plane crash next week might also be true? No, Lin Lulu kept shaking her head to deny her thoughts. It was just a coincidence, he just happened to get it right. Yes, Zhubin must have known in advance that today's flight would be delayed for a long time. Generally, some incidents will occur when a flight is delayed. And when Zhubin spoke yesterday, he didn't say how many people died, so it was just a coincidence. Lin Lulu thought her explanation was reasonable. Zhubin didn't have that ability at all, he was just a big liar. At 6:30, Zhubin also came back. Lu Qing was already in the shared activity hall, and Su Xiu went to help Fang Jialing prepare dinner. It's dinner time again for the landlord and a few pretty tenants. At the table, Lin Lulu pouted and looked unhappy. When she saw Zhu Bin's mean look on her face, she knew he was up to no good. Perhaps she wanted to get a few people to stand on her side, so she asked, "Do you think there is anyone in this world who can see through the future?" Lu Qing was the first to shake his head. How is that possible? If I could see through the future, then the first prize in every lottery draw would be mine. Su Xiu also said, "Lulu, do you want to recommend any good dramas?" Hearing what Lu Qing and Su Xiu said, Lin Lulu looked at Zhu Bin with a proud look. Zhu Bin glared at Lin Lulu and said, "This is our secret. What do you want to do?" As a result, Fang Jialing said leisurely, "I think there might be." Lin Lulu had the biggest reaction, "Ah. How is this possible?" Fang Jialing glanced at Zhu Bin and told her story, "At least, I think it is because Zhu Bin saw through my future that I can sit here now. If he hadn't reminded me to divorce my ex-husband in time, I would have been sold to a nightclub to pick up customers." At this point, Su Xiu also nodded, because she was involved in Fang Jialing's kidnapping at that time, but she didn't expect that there was such a thing before that. This made Lu Qing and Su Xiu look at Zhu Bin with admiration, and Zhu Bin unexpectedly felt quite proud. Only Lin Lulu was there. Her back was soaked with sweat and her face was a little pale. Her usual arrogance had completely disappeared. "Ha ha, you said. Zhu Bin can see through the future. That's just a coincidence." Then. The voice became smaller and smaller. "I originally wanted to give myself some confidence, but now I wonder if I should believe it. If I believe it, it means I only have 1 week left to live. What should I do? I have never been in a relationship, and a movie I want to watch will not be released until next week. I want to be able to see it." Lin Lulu felt like the sky had fallen on her, all because of Zhu Bin's bad words. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Zhu Bin with a slightly resentful look, but she still didn't want to believe it in her heart. She kept telling herself that Zhu Bin was just a coincidence, Zhu Bin was just a coincidence. After they returned to their rooms, Zhu Bin picked up his phone and sent a message to Lin Lulu. "Zhu Bin, so what? I was right today, right? If you don't believe me, wait and see tomorrow." "Lin Lulu, big liar, you just happen to be lucky." "Zhu Bin, we must learn to accept reality." Fang Jialing cut the fruit, brought it to Zhu Bin, and asked, "Did you tell Lin Lulu about that inexplicable question?" Zhu Bin placed one hand on Fang Jialing's white silk thigh and picked up the cut fruit with the other hand. "You are so smart, but it's a pity that she doesn't believe it. If anything happens, you will help her, right? Do you need our help?" "No, it would be easy if she believed me." Fang Jialing thought that she didn't believe Zhu Bin at first, but only truly believed it after she went home and confirmed it with her own eyes. Lin Lulu would definitely believe it too. She will believe it. By the way, a friend of mine introduced me to a 5-story independent office building. I went to see it this afternoon and it felt pretty good. I have an appointment with the owner to talk tomorrow. Do you want to go and see the building first? Zhu Bin took a bite of the fruit that Fang Jialing fed him, and his hand kept groping towards his thigh. "Sure, I don't have anything to do tomorrow anyway, so I can get up late tomorrow." Fang Jialing understood immediately, blushing as she leaned over to Zhu Bin's ear and whispered softly, "I'll go change my clothes." After saying that, she blew some air into his earlobe, and Zhu Bin's anticipation increased greatly. After changing clothes, Zhu Bin couldn't help but sigh that the wife was thoughtful. A set of lace uniform made Sister Fang's figure look very seductive. Delay was looming, her waistline was lightly covered by thin silk, the lines of her beautiful legs in white silk were smooth and natural, and the embellishment of suspenders was the finishing touch. Zhu Bin knew that the battle tonight would be more intense than ever before. Chapter 37. Zhu Bin is particularly satisfied with the office building. The next day, Fang Jialing got up early and prepared breakfast for everyone. Her face was flushed and her skin seemed to have become more hydrated. As soon as Su Xiu saw Fang Jialing, she touched her cheek with her hand and said, "Sister Fang, your skin has been well maintained recently. What skin care products are you using now? Please introduce them to me." Fang Jialing touched her face. "Is that true?" She felt the same way. Her skin got better after Zhu Bin moisturized it several times recently. "But I can't recommend this to Su Xiu. Could it be that this skin care product is made from Zhu Bin's hundreds of millions of descendants?" She could only smile awkwardly and said, "Maybe I've been sleeping better lately." At this time, Lu Qing also came down yawning. She had dark circles under her eyes and looked like she didn't sleep well last night. I started complaining as soon as I went downstairs. Damn Zhu, he didn't sleep in the middle of the night. I don't know what drama he was watching. There was a girl yelling dad, dad the whole time. I couldn't sleep well. Fong Jialing lowered her head, her face burning. She remembered that the sound insulation of this apartment building should be very good, so how could this happen? It seems that she should be more restrained next time. It was just that she was too excited yesterday and couldn't control herself. After the two girls finished their breakfast and left, Fong Jialing brought a breakfast to room 301. I saw Zhu was still sleeping soundly, but we had an appointment to view the house today, so I had to wake him up. But would he be angry if I woke him up directly? She thought of a very distinctive action movie she had seen before. Fong Jialing tied her hair up and then gently woke Zhu up with her mouth. The action movie never lied to me. When Zhu was woken up like this, he really wasn't angry at all. The two came to the office building that Fong Jialing had her eyes on, and her friends were already waiting there. This is a 5-story standalone office building with a beautiful surrounding environment, close to mountains and water. The entire office building is far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, as if it is in a paradise. But the transportation is very convenient. There is an expressway, and it is very convenient to go to various places in Ningxing from here. There is also a subway station not far away. Fong Jialing's friend introduced, the owner of this building is an environmentalist, so the design concept of the entire building emphasizes the perfect combination of nature, humanity, and technology. The design focuses on ecological protection, with a high ecological density and green coverage. The building roof is greened and insulated, which increases the connection between people and nature, and also improves the environmental performance of the building. Looking in the direction of her finger, indeed, the green plant coverage rate is about 70%, the overall greening rate is 100%, there is also a roof garden, and 80% of the area is shared space. The whole office building looks like it can breathe. If you work here, you can immerse yourself in a modern garden oxygen bar. Zhu asked his friend Fong Jialing to take him to every corner of the building. He showed great interest in the building. Looking from the office area to the outside, every corner seemed to be a landscape with a very clever design. Fong Jialing added, I heard that the previous owner turned this building into a paid tourist attraction, and many internet celebrities came here to shoot. However, this also made Zhu a little confused. Why did this boss suddenly want to sell this property? According to her, she had other investments that required money urgently. Is that so? Did you also have an appointment with the boss today? Yes, it should be here soon. Zhu was quite interested in this building. Originally, he just wanted Sister Fong to find a suitable office building to rent, but after seeing this building, his mind changed. This building, as the headquarters of his starting point, is beautiful and elegant, unique in style and solemn. Boss Zhu, Boss Xia from this building is here. Zhu's thoughts were interrupted. A Maserati stopped in front of the gate of the building. The door opened and the first thing that stepped out was a pair of long white legs in high heels. Then, Zhu saw that the person who got out of the car was a young woman with her hair tied up and wearing a high-slit cheongsam. The cheongsam was a simple and elegant moon-white color, with a few blooming orchids embroidered on it with delicate silver thread, winding from the neckline to the hem of the skirt, with a gentle and poetic feeling of the Jiangnan region. Her hair was neatly tied up with a few strands of hair hanging down from her temples. She had an oval face with graceful lines, eyebrows as dark as distant ink, and eyes like a pool of autumn water, which was very elegant. The Cheongsam beauty saw Zhu standing in the front and naturally stepped forward, extended her hand and introduced herself. Hello, I am the owner of this building, Xia Ruxue. Zhu shook her hand briefly and said, Hello, my name is Zhu, and I'm quite interested in your building. Xia Ruxue smiled slightly, well, many people are interested in my building. Ha, this woman, this low-level routine, let me take a look at her situation first. The spy's eye is on. Xia Ruxue, 29 years old, married and separated, the owner of Xingqiao Film and Television Company. This office building was the asset of her ex-husband. The divorce judgment gave it to Xia Ruxu and the transfer has been completed. Recently, Xia Ruxu's 3 investment projects were defrauded and suffered heavy losses. Xingqiao Film Studio's new drama has already started and it urgently needs a large amount of funds. It has no choice but to sell the building to survive. Since no one has made a decision to buy it, the current lowest psychological price has dropped to 120 million. So that's how it is. That's easy. It's normal for such a unique building to have many people looking at it, but the key is to make a decision to buy it. Then, Mr. Xia, let's be direct. You want to sell it, and I want to buy it. You name a price. Xia Rushua's eyes slightly raised. What the man said hit the mark. This Mr. Zhu looked young, but his words were sharp. This building has been on the market for 2 months, and many people have come to see it, but no one is willing to buy it after hearing the price. Originally, she offered a price of 250 million yuan, and her psychological price was 150 million yuan, but she had no potential customers. Her company was in urgent need of funds and could not wait any longer, so she lowered her psychological price to 120 million yuan. Since Mr. Zhu has the intention to buy, we must seize the opportunity today. Mr. Zhu, it has been less than 3 years since my building was completed and renovated and put into use. All the facilities are new, and the design concept itself is very advanced. I can say that I am reluctant to give it up now. Zhubin watched her performance with a smile, without any emotion fluctuation. The entire interior layout of the building was designed by a nationally renowned feng shui master. In fact, many bosses have come to see it recently and are quite interested in buying it. But when I saw you, Mr. Zhu, today, you were so young, and I felt like I knew you from the first sight. Maybe there is some kind of fate between us. She picked up the fan and fanned it a few times. A fragrant breeze mixed with her body fragrance drifted to Zhubin's nose. She adjusted her sitting posture and twisted her waist slightly, and her white and slender legs were faintly visible through the high slit of her cheongsam. As she moved, her delicate skin danced between the light and shadow, locking Zhubin's gaze firmly. Chapter 38 Career Beginnings. It would be impossible for Zhubin to remain calm after seeing this scene. He was just pretending to be calm. Although this woman is a little older than Sister Fong, the charm she exudes is enough to make him unable to stop. The cheongsam can perfectly outline the body curves of Oriental beauties. Her appearance may not be as good as those in the family, but she has the temperament of Oriental classical beauty, which is pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at her. Zhubin's heart was filled with passion, but he was still rational. Don't say that. Just give me an offer and I'll see if it's suitable. After all, I have a few properties that I'm interested in, so I still need to compare prices. After saying this, Zhubin gave Fang Jialing a look. Fang Jialing saw Zhubin looking at her and didn't know what Zhubin meant. But when she saw that Zhubin had finished his cigarette, she thought he wanted a cigarette, so she handed him one. Zhubin took the cigarette reluctantly and looked at Xia Rushue again. Zhubin had asked about the price twice, so Xia Rushue couldn't say anything else and had to give a quote. However, she was afraid that if she quoted a high price, the customer who would finally come would run away. Although she had lowered the price in her mind, she knew that the other party would bargain after she quoted the price, so she still had to raise the price a little. She put away her seductive tricks, raised 2 fingers with a little hesitation and said, "One price, 200 million, you will definitely get the upper hand at this price." Zhubin smiled and shook his head, saying, "Miss Xia, you must be kidding. I just said that your place is just one of my options. Although I really like your building, the price can't be too outrageous. The owners of several other properties have been trying to arrange dates with me, but I just fell in love with this place at first sight." After saying that, Zhubin secretly kicked Fang Jialing's foot again and gave her a wink. He hoped that Fang Jialing would cooperate with him, such as answering a phone call to scare Xia Rushue or something. Given Xia Rushue's eagerness, she would definitely take the initiative to lower the price. As a result, Fang Jialing bent down and asked Zhubin, "Mr. Zhu, is there anything else you need?" Zhubin stared at Fang Jialing, feeling 1,000 regrets in his heart, but when he thought about it, Sister Fang was indeed suitable for cooperating in this kind of occasion. After all, he had never experienced it before. It seemed that only Su Xiu was the most suitable person for this kind of occasion, and Sister Fang could only be his personal secretary, which she was absolutely considerate of. "Buy me a can of ice cola." Zhubin had to say it awkwardly. Then he continued to say to Xia Rushue, "Well, Miss Xia, I'll quote a price, see if you can accept it." Xia Rushue had expected bargaining. Since Zhubin was so direct, she didn't need to use any tricks anymore and could just start haggling over the price with him. "I have already offered 200 million. Even if I cut it by 20%, it is still far beyond my psychological price. I can push it up another 10 million. Perfect." Xia Rushue had already made up her mind, and she calmly stretched out her hand and said, "Boss Xu, you go ahead." Zhubin raised a finger, 100 million. Xia Rushue was losing her mind. Why was this man like this? It was just a sale of a whole building, not a purchase of clothes in a clothing market where he could bargain the price in half. This is a problem. No matter how hard I try, I can only get the price I want, which is still very difficult. Xiao Rushue frowned, an angry look on her face. Boss Zhu, you are too insincere. The cost of building this building is far more than 100 million. Well, the minimum is 180 million, no less. I really think you and this building are meant to be together. Before, I offered 250 million. Xiao Rushue thought for a moment and decided not to be impatient. The other party must be trying to play psychological tactics with her and lower her expectations. She would have to fight him at her own pace. Zhubin laughed out loud, then his pupils contracted slightly and he stared at Xiao Rushue with a very aggressive look. Xiao Rushue felt as if he saw through her completely. 180 million. Either you become my woman in the future, then I can consider it. I think Miss Xia may have misunderstood what I meant just now. I am not trying to negotiate the price with you. For this building, I will offer 100 million. If you agree, I will buy it. If you don't agree, then we can add WeChat and chat about other life topics in the future. Xiao Rushue bit her lip lightly. Why doesn't this man play by the rules? Is he teasing me? 100 million is not enough. I want at least 120 million. But after Zhubin said these few words, her momentum was gone, and she just wanted to add a little more. Boss Zhu, I'm afraid 100 million is really difficult for me. Can you see if you can add a little more? Zhubin was sitting on the Daiyo Yutai at this time, and said calmly, Ms. Xia, actually I only need to rent an office space, how much money can I spend? Buying your building now is not my most urgent need. And I know that cash is your most urgent need right now, so if you can accept that, we'll make a deal. Oh, yes, let me add that my payment method can be a lump sum payment tomorrow. So, would you consider it again? At this time, Xiao Rushue's eyes lit up, and she confirmed again, Mr. Zhu, you just said a one-time payment, right? Yes. If we sign the contract today, we can pay it off tomorrow. After Xiao Rushue confirmed what Zhubin said, she became excited. She had a preconceived notion that the other party would only pay a down payment and then wait for a bank loan. Unexpectedly, he would pay it all in one lump sum. If the 100 million could be received tomorrow, her financial pressure would be immediately relieved. This condition was the most worthwhile. Why would she want an extra 20 million? What kind of strength does this Mr. Zhu have that he can easily take out 100 million in cash? Great, I must establish follow-up contact with this Mr. Zhu in the future. He definitely has the ability to become the investor of my film and drama company. Thinking of this, Xiao Rushue couldn't hide her excitement, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhubin's hand on the table. Mr. Zhu, it's 100 million, no problem for me, let's sign the contract now. Seeing Xiao Rushue's excitement, Zhubin finalized the deal. He sent the transaction contract to Su Xiu for review, and the two parties signed the purchase contract. This ecological building will be the starting point of Zhubin's career. Mr. Zhu, let's add each other on WeChat. I see that you run an investment company. If you are interested, you can also invest in my short play. Xiao Rushue's eyes were charming and she flirted with Zhubin. Zhubin didn't want to add it. No matter how beautiful or seductive a married woman was, Zhubin didn't want to touch her and cause any trouble. However, Zhubin has been quite fond of watching short dramas recently, and thinks that this may have potential in the future. I will add it first and see, and maybe I will consider investing in this direction in the future. After the work was done, Zhubin took Fong Jialing back happily. The building had been renovated and could basically be moved in directly. But after all, Zhubin has 3 companies under his control, so he needs to consider the layout and may need to make some partial transformations. He plans to discuss this matter when he returns. Apartment 1, Room 102. Lin Lulu was in low spirits the whole morning. Although she kept telling herself that Zhubin was just a coincidence, she was still panicking. However, this situation changed in the afternoon, because until 5 p.m., the news that Zhubin mentioned did not appear on the entire internet today. She suddenly felt that she was fine again. Humph, Zhubin, that big liar, really lied to her. Look, nothing happened today. I'll see how I laugh at him at night. I'm not familiar with that big liar, but he actually comes to scare me so casually. Chapter 39. Zhubin is a pervert. I want to kick him out of the apartment. When Zhubin returned to the apartment, he immediately saw Lin Lulu, who had been waiting in the activity hall. She was wearing a skeleton vest, a hooded jacket with the hood on her head, denim hot pants, black and white striped tights, and she was sitting on the sofa with a lollipop in her mouth. As soon as she saw Zhubin coming back, she pointed at him with a lollipop and shouted in full force, "You, come here." Zhu Bin glanced at Lin Lulu. He didn't know what was wrong with her. She was still wearing a hood at home. But since she called him so arrogantly, he wanted to see what this girl was trying to do. "What's the matter? Tell me quickly," he asked in a rather harsh tone without being polite. Lin Lulu took off her hood, a smug look on her face. She picked up her phone and waved it in front of Zhu Bin, then asked, "Where's the news about our company's flight attendant being arrested? Where's the news?" "That's all?" Zhu Bin found it funny. The things he was talking about usually happened at night, and the news would not come out until the next day. But looking at the dark circles under her eyes, she definitely didn't sleep well last night. "So I'll just let her show off for a night and then let her know the truth tomorrow. Let me check." Zhu Bin pretended to take out his mobile phone and looked through all the major news platforms. "Oh, no way, how could it be gone?" He looked shocked and was scratching his ears and cheeks. Lin Lulu tilted her head and squinted at Zhu Bin. The pride in her heart made the corners of her mouth curl up even higher. "You big liar, you lose now. How is this possible? I really can't find it. Tell me, is it possible that I remembered the date wrong?" Lin Lulu stood up suddenly, picked up the cushion on the sofa and threw it at Zhu Bin, shouting, "Big liar, I told you not to curse me. Big liar, I told you not to curse me." Zhu Bin pretended to fall on the sofa, using his hands to block the cushions that Lin Lulu threw at him. You win, please stop hitting people. I told you that you lied to me, I'll beat you to death. Who told you to curse me for a plane crash? I'll beat you, I'll beat you." Lin Lulu beat him harder and harder, out of hatred for Zhu Bin for deceiving her and for making him worry all night yesterday. As a result, during the fight, he lost his balance and fell directly onto Zhu Bin. Xiao Lei put his hand against Zhu Bin's and his mouth against Zhu Bin's lips. "Ah! Zhu Bin, you bastard!" Lin Lulu screamed, immediately pushed Zhu Bin away and got up from the sofa, throwing all the cushions around her at Zhu Bin. Then she sat down on the sofa, her face flushed, her heart beating fast, and her eyes moist. Zhu Bin didn't expect that he would get a benefit while being beaten by her. The girl was not wearing any inner clothes. Although it was not big, it felt really good. Seeing her resentful look, it is definitely not appropriate to go up and comfort her now, so it is better to run away first. "I'll go up first, call me when you're ready for dinner." Zhu Bin left with satisfaction, leaving Lin Lulu standing there alone. She was dazed, her heart was burning, and her thoughts were jumping. "No way, my first kiss was taken away by that big liar, how could this happen? How could this person be so annoying, and even cursed himself to have a plane crash? Not only did he take the first kiss, he also grabbed his own. This guy is so abominable. I want to file a complaint and ask everyone to kick him out of the apartment, but he is the landlord, how can I kick him out?" She sat there alone, thinking a lot, and even though Fang Jialing had already prepared dinner, she still couldn't think of a solution. For dinner, we still all eat together in the activity hall. Lin Lulu stared at Zhu Bin with red eyes and ate her meal in small bites. "Lulu, what's wrong with you? You seem very unhappy?" Su Xiu asked. Lin Lulu didn't dare to tell Zhu Bin what happened in the afternoon, as she felt it was too embarrassing. She could only frown and pout and accuse him of cursing her to have a plane crash next week. To her surprise, Su Xiu and Fang Jialing said in unison, then why don't you take a leave of absence next week and not fly?" Lin Lulu put down her bowl and chopsticks, looked at the two of them in shock, and shouted, "You actually believed him? He's a liar. He admitted it himself. He lied to me." The two women looked at Zhu Bin, and Zhu Bin could only smile awkwardly and quickly change the subject. Seeing Zhu Bin change the subject, Lin Lulu didn't want to pay attention to him and just ate by herself. The other three women listened to Zhu Bin carefully. "By the way, Sister Fang has already found a new office building for the company today, and I have also signed the contract. I will just transfer the money tomorrow." Su Xiu and Fang Jialing had both seen the new office building, but Lu Qing hadn't. She was very curious. "So soon, when will you take me to see it?" "You can come and see the house anytime. This building has 5 floors. My idea is to give the first and second floors to Tianlan Investment, leave the third and fourth floors vacant first, and divide the 5th floor between Binling assets and Binqing assets. What do you think?" "I'll listen to you." Lu Qing looked at Zhu Bin with a happy little woman's face. Fang Jialing also nodded. "I think it's good. Tianlan Investment is mainly responsible for external business, and the staff scale should be the largest in the future. The first and second floors are just right. The third and fourth floors are reserved for new companies or the expansion of Tianlan investment. The two asset companies mainly serve as investors in Tianlan investment and do not need many departments, so the fifth floor is enough. Su Xiu analyzed. Yes, it's just as attorney Su said. The building needs to be rearranged and office furniture needs to be purchased. Sister Fong should be responsible for this. Don't save me money. We need to consider the working environment of our employees in the future. Then, Lu Qing, you need to step up the recruitment process. If you have completed the handover of Liuguang jewelry, please tell your brother as soon as possible and leave. Lu Qing nodded, I'll listen to you. I'll talk to my cousin tomorrow. Then, Jubin turned around and asked Su Xiu, is there any progress on that acquisition? We have already arranged a time to meet and talk. I will let you know the results of the negotiation in time. Okay. Jubin picked up the ice cola and took a big gulp. Seeing Jubin acting like a leader arranging work, Lin Lulu became even more unhappy and muttered, he's a big liar, acting like he's our leader. Don't be fooled by him. Besides, he's also a big pervert. No, I listened to Jubin. Lu Qing gently refuted Lin Lulu. Jubin, what is the situation of the acquisition you and Su Xiu talked about? Lu Qing was a little confused about this. She would be the general manager of Tianlan Investment in the future, but she didn't even know about the first acquisition case. Don't ask about this. This is a surprise for you to be the general manager of Tianlan Investment. Shubin grabbed Lu Qing's hand and said. Lin Lulu immediately shouted, he said he's not a pervert. He's taking advantage of Sister Lu Qing. We must kick a pervert like him out of the apartment. Lulu, he's the landlord. Yes, Lulu, he is the landlord. Chapter 40. This subordinate must be properly disciplined in the future. Lin Lulu was speechless. She knew that even the house belonged to Jubin, so she had to move out. She could only finish her dinner in a depressed mood. After dinner, Lu Qing went back to his room, and Su Xiu accompanied Fong Jialing to clean up the kitchen. Only Lin Lulu and Jubin were left in the activity area. Lin Lulu, what's wrong with you today? Didn't we agree that my ability to see into the future is our secret? Jubin asked somewhat unhappily. You can still see through the future. There's no news about you today. You've already been exposed. I don't know why they trust you so much. Just wait and see. Jubin now regretted considering this stupid woman. He wanted her to have a good rest today, but the result. But now he is particularly looking forward to the woman's reaction when she sees the news tomorrow. When he returned to his room, he called Lu Qing over, and Lu Qing ran over happily like a little rabbit. As soon as Lu Qing entered the room, he saw Fong Jialing, who was dressed sexy, also in Jubin's room, cutting a fruit plate. Now Lu Qing's thoughts became complicated again. Sister Fong was wearing quite decent clothes downstairs just now, why did she change into such sexy clothes now? Lu Qing knew that Fong Jialing was still in charge of Jubin's daily life. After Jubin said those words to her, she had been wondering if Sister Fong was also Jubin's lover. Seeing Sister Fong wearing such revealing clothes in front of Jubin, Lu Qing immediately confirmed that Sister Fong was his sister. But Sister Fong is too scheming. She looked at herself. Today she was wearing a homeware with a bear pattern, and nothing was exposed on her body. Compared with Sister Fong's thin waist, long legs and majestic peaks, she was just a child. After Fong Jialing finished cutting the fruit plate, she saw Jubin calling Lu Qing over, so she tactfully left, leaving the space to Jubin and Lu Qing. Seeing Sister Fong leave, Lu Qing immediately leaned on Jubin and asked, Honey, do you still prefer that kind of sexy outfit? Jubin looked at Lu Qing. To be honest, this outfit did look boring. I just want to say that cuteness is worthless in front of sexiness. Jubin was not really in love, so he just said whatever was on his mind. To be honest, in the apartment, Lu Qing and Su Xiu's home clothes were too conservative. If possible, he really wanted them to change their style. Lu Qing pouted, so, you dislike me? That's right. Jubin pulled open her home clothes and home pants, pointed at Lu Qing's innerwear and said, Look, the style is the same, they are all little bears, you have to learn how to make dough, I'll give you a hard drive later, you can take a look at it when you have time. After a long time, Jubin lit a cigarette, blew out a smoke ring, and asked leisurely, I introduced a girl to you a few days ago. Did she come? You mean Choli? She's been here. I've arranged for her to intern in the company's finance department. How's everyone else's recruitment going? The headhunting company has compiled a list and will start organizing interviews tomorrow. Then I'll go check it out tomorrow. You are going to see if there are any beautiful girls. Tell me. What's going on with that Chioli? That girl is incredibly beautiful. Lu Qing pinched Zhu Bin. You are so beautiful. Don't think too much. She looks pitiful and filial. Just give her a chance and train her well. Hearing Zhu Bin say this, Lu Qing felt very happy and crawled back into the bed. Zhu Bin felt a little sour. The next day, Zhu Bin and Lu Qing went to the headhunting company together. Today, the headhunting company held a special interview meeting for them. Lu Qing is dressed like a professional woman today. Although her makeup and hairstyle are still a bit cute, she does look like that overall. Of course, Zhu Bin didn't come here to really care about the recruitment situation. He actually came here to see if there were any beautiful ladies. If possible, he still hoped that in the future, there would be beautiful women in his company at a glance. After all, when the scenery is good while you are working, your mood will be good and your work efficiency will be high, so why not do it? When Lu Qing was selecting people, he did pay attention to their appearance and actually found several beautiful female employees for him. Although their looks were not as good as those in his apartment, they would still have a lot of suitors lining up if they were outside. Zhu Bin felt that he must reward Lu Qing tonight, as he really liked him. At this moment, a man who was interviewing suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "You are Lu Qing." Zhu Bin also looked over there. "Senior, I didn't expect it to be you." "What a coincidence." Lu Qing greeted politely with proper manners. Zhu Bin looked at the man's information. Dong Fei, who holds a master's degree in finance from Stanford University in the United States, is applying for the position of vice president of the company. Listening to the conversation between Dong Fei and Lu Qing, Dong Fei seems to be Lu Qing's senior in high school, and it sounds like Dong Fei's professional knowledge is indeed good. Dong Fei didn't expect that this new investment company, Tianlan Investment, with such good salary conditions, actually belonged to his schoolmate Lu Qing. Who is that loser next to him? Is he Lu Qing's follower? It doesn't matter. I have such strong professional ability and it's my junior's company, so I will definitely be able to get the position of vice president this time. After all, I had a good relationship with my junior back then. I just didn't expect that my junior sister has become so beautiful now. It seems that she has grown up. If I make achievements in the company in the future, it will be easy for me to seduce my junior sister. Sure enough, after Lu Qing and Dong Fei chatted for a while, they were impressed by his professionalism. Zhu Bin himself majored in finance, and he also thought that this guy was capable while listening on the side. The company needed professionals. After all, Lu Qing and Feng Jialing were not professionals in this field. Dong Fei successfully got the position of vice president of Tianlan Company. He happily covered Lu Qing's hand and kept boasting about his grand plan in front of Lu Qing, saying that Tianlan Investment will soon become a leader in Xiaogua's investment circle with his joining. Lu Qing could only smile awkwardly. Zhu Bin was a little unhappy to see that he was holding Lu Qing's hand, so he stood up and said, "Well, there are other people who want to be interviewed behind us, please move aside." Dong Fei let go of his hand and looked at Zhu Bin again. This guy was just a follower of Lu Qing, but he was talking to a vice president like this. He was just about to lecture Zhu Bin. Lu Qing also said, "Senior, we still have many people to interview later, let's discuss your ideas in the company later." After Lu Qing finished speaking, Dong Fei left. He looked at the arrogant Zhu Bin and thought that he must rectify the company's atmosphere in the future and discipline those subordinates who did not respect their superiors. After that, several more beautiful women were admitted. It was true that there is a saying that if you want to see which industry is thriving, just look at which industry has more beautiful women. Beautiful women always gather in industries that make a lot of money. Zhu Bin and Lu Yi will visit the company frequently in the future. When the interview was almost at noon, Lin Lulu called. Zhu Bin answered the call. Lin Lulu cried on the other side of the phone, "Brother Zhu, are you free? Can we talk?" Chapter 41. Can Lin Lulu really avoid fate? Hearing the crying voice on the phone, Zhu Bin knew that it must be the news reporting about the Rui Airlines flight attendants. "Okay, I'll be back soon, and we'll talk slowly when I get back." Zhu Bin hung up the phone proudly. He said hello to Lu Qing and prepared to go back first. Lu Qing had several new positions to interview later, so he just nodded. Zhu Bin discovered that Lu Qing looked like a naive person when he was around him, but when he started working seriously, he really became like a different person. On the way back, I called Feng Jialing and asked her to prepare lunch. In apartment number 1, Lin Lulu was alone in the activity hall on the first floor. Lin Lulu let out an impatient sound as the tip of her tongue pressed against her canine teeth. The frequency of the twitching of her eyes exposed her forced calmness. She was very anxious at this time. She kept tapping the carpet with her heels and slippers and picked up her mobile phone from time to time to check the time. When she heard the door open, she immediately looked towards the door and found it was Zhu Bin. She stood up impatiently and said, "Oh, you are finally back. What you said really happened. What should I do?" Zhu Bin changed his shoes and slowly walked to the sofa. Fang Jialing seemed to be still busy in the kitchen. Looking at the anxious Lin Lulu, the corners of his mouth slightly raised and he sat down. Seeing Zhu Bin's unhurried manner, Lin Lulu had no choice but to sit down as well. Her legs kept shaking. She was anxious. After all, Zhu Bin had said both things right. Now she really couldn't ignore what Zhu Bin said about her plane crash. "Now, do you believe it?" "I believe it, I believe it." "Can you really predict the future?" "How do you do it?" "And what about the plane crash I encountered? Is there any way to solve it?" Lin Lulu asked several questions in one breath. "Do you believe that I can tell fortunes?" I believe it, answer my question quickly." Zhu Bin tried hard to recall and think about it. When he attended Lin Lulu's funeral that year, he heard Su Shui say that it seemed that the flight to Paris crashed due to mechanical failure. He would have been promoted after completing this flight. What a pity. There are two ways to avoid the accident. One is to inspect the plane flying to Paris in advance, or simply not board the plane. Thinking of this, Zhu Bin said to Lin Lulu, "Are you going to fly to Paris next week?" I see that your forehead is black and there are dark clouds over your head. I calculated your lifespan and found that the plane you are flying to Paris will crash due to mechanical failure," Zhu Bin said seriously. Lin Lulu stared at Zhu Bin and nodded continuously, listening attentively. "As for how to crack it, it's up to you. As an outsider, I think there are only two ways. One is to inspect the plane that will fly to Paris in advance to ensure flight safety. The other is to simply take a leave and not board the plane." Lin Lulu's eyes rolled around and she started to think. It is definitely not possible to ask for leave, as this is the only flight I have left. If I miss it, my chance of promotion will be snatched away by someone else. If there is a plane malfunction, all you have to do is tell the company clearly and have the plane inspected in advance or have another plane fly the flight. This will not only save yourself, but also save so many people on the entire plane. Thinking of this, she felt that she should ask Zhu Bin for his opinion. If she didn't listen to him, how could she see through the future? Now, no one could change her trust and admiration for Zhu Bin, so she asked tentatively. "Zhu Bin, I should talk to the company and ask them to overhaul the plane or use a different plane. This will not only save me, but also save so many people on the plane." Zhu Bin felt that this was indeed the case, but he thought of Fang Jialing. He only asked her to divorce Jin Shou at that time, and thought she had escaped the fate of being sold, but she was still kidnapped by Tiger. If Lin Lulu's choice were to change the fate of so many people at once, could it really change the fate of so many people? At this moment, the system's voice sounded at the right time. Ding, it is detected that the host is facing a major choice. The main function of the system is to change the fate of the host. Please choose carefully. Option 1, support Lin Lulu's choice to notify the company to inspect the aircraft. Reward, 50 million. Option 2, do not support Lin Lulu's choice and persuade her not to board the flight. Reward, clues to the precursors of Lin Lulu's subsequent death. Looking at the information given by the system, Zhu Bin fell into deep thought. The information given by the system this time is very interesting. At first glance, option 1 seems to solve the problem directly and get 50 million. Option 2 still seems unable to free Lin Lulu from the threat of death. But the system added one more sentence: the function of the system is to change the fate of the host. And in this matter, what difference does different choices make in one's destiny? If my fate has not changed, that means Lin Lulu is still dead, and I will have no contact with Lin Lulu after that, so in terms of Lin Lulu, I have not changed at all compared to my previous life. Looking at option 2, the meaning is very clear. Even if Lin Lulu escapes this disaster, there will be another one. Why is there no follow-up for option 1? Did they give 50 million because the problem was completely solved? But the financial reward was already given when they chose to help Lin Lulu, so isn't that a duplicate? But option 1 has no follow-up. There is another possibility, that is, Lin Lulu did not escape the disaster and the plane crash still happened. After all, under option 1, Lin Lulu still had to go to the sky. At this time, Zhubin thought of a certain movie series Final Destination. Isn't it the same situation as now? If she wants to change her fate, it is safest not to board the plane. As for the subsequent death threats, she can resolve them based on the clues. It is detected that the host has chosen option 2. The clues to Lin Lulu's subsequent death will be automatically activated after Lin Lulu is convinced. No, do you think the company will believe you if you say there's a problem with the plane's maintenance and it will crash? It would be best to just take a leave and not fly. Seeing that Zhubin was against it, Lin Lulu really wanted to follow Zhubin's advice, but this flight was very important to her career and she didn't want to give up. But, after this flight, another colleague and I will both meet the requirements for promotion. If I don't fly, the promotion spot will be hers. Lin Lulu said softly with a pout. Do you want your life or a promotion? Zhubin shouted angrily. I just calculated your lifespan again. You must ask for leave, otherwise you won't be able to survive this disaster. Lin Lulu's eyes were slightly moist. Although she had her own ideas, she now trusted Zhubin's words very much. At this time, Fang Jialing also brought the prepared food to the table. She had just heard their conversation intermittently. She knew that Zhubin was definitely helping Lin Lulu. After all, she was an experienced person. She smiled and said, Ms. Lin, listen to Mr. Zhu. He saved me in this way before. I believe him. Fang Jialing's words shattered Lin Lulu's last urge to fight for it. That's right, compared to her own life, a promotion is nothing. Okay, I'll listen to you. She pouted, tears of grievance almost flowing down her eyes. She knew that if she lost this opportunity for promotion, she didn't know how long she would have to wait again. Ding, it is detected that the host has successfully persuaded Lin Lulu, option 2 has been realized, and the clues for the precursor of Lin Lulu's next stage of death are now opened. Chapter 42, Finding a New Beauty. The temptation of promotion, the intoxication of immortality, the death of life and the tide. These short 12 words seem to contain a huge amount of information, but what is certain is that Lin Lulu definitely escaped the plane crash. As for the clues mentioned here, there will definitely be signs when it happens, so for now, Lin Lulu should concentrate on the matter at hand. Well, then quickly find a reason to take another week off and avoid this disaster first. Zhubin advised. Lin Lulu nodded reluctantly and agreed, slowly eating the rice in the bowl. After dinner, Lin Lulu returned to her room. She paced back and forth in the room for more than an hour, and finally picked up her mobile phone to ask for annual leave from the scheduling supervisor. Unexpectedly, not long after I hung up the phone, the manager called me. Xiaolin, why do you need to take a leave next week? I have arranged practical training and interviews for promotions in the market next week. Manager, I know that too. In fact, I have made full preparations, but my family has something important to do next week, so I have to take a leave. Manager, how do you think it is possible to postpone the practical test and the interview? Well, if there's something wrong at home, there's nothing I can do about it, but the company is still quite humane, so I'll give it a try. After hanging up the phone, Lin Lulu's mood improved. She thought to herself that Manager Hao was really nice to her and it seemed that this promotion was still possible. By the way, isn't Zhubin good at fortune telling? Can you ask him to help me with the calculation again? She ran to the hall happily again and saw Zhubin playing with his mobile phone. Zhubin. At this time, Zhubin was checking on his mobile phone whether there was a place called Inspur in Ningxing, and he actually found one, Inspur KTV. Seeing how happy Lin Lulu is, it seems that she has asked for leave. Zhubin, I have applied for leave, and our manager also said that he could try to postpone the promotion practice and interview for me. Oh? Isn't that great? Well, I think you are a fortune teller. Can you help me calculate whether I can still get a promotion after taking this leave? I didn't expect this cool girl to be so ambitious. But judging from the clues, it's dangerous for her to get promoted. Besides, I'm not really good at fortune telling. She died in her previous life. How do I know if she can get promoted in the future? Zhubin rolled his eyes. Big sister, do you know how many years of my life I have to lose for a fortune telling? I have done so many fortune tellings for you and saved your life. Have you figured out how to repay me? She walked up to Zhubin carelessly, put her hand on his shoulder, leaned closer and said, please help me calculate it again. At worst, I can be your woman for a day and accompany you to piss off Su Shui. Zhubin stared at Lin Lulu with eyes wide open, thinking, this little girl is just what I like, and then he showed a sly smile. Is it physical companionship? Or psychological companionship? Seeing Zhubin's mean look, Lin Lulu suddenly thought of something and instantly looked away from Zhubin's face. You, don't let your imagination run wild. At most we can kiss each other. Ding, it is detected that Lin Lulu's favorability towards the host has reached 80. Do you want to bind? Option 1, bind to Lin Lulu, reward, Lin Lulu's city treasure hunt roulette. Option 2, not binding Lin Lulu, reward, none. Alas, women's hearts are like needles in the sea. I remember when I checked her favorability the day before yesterday, it was only 50, but in just a short time it increased to 80. Zhubin was very curious about what the city treasure hunt roulette was. The system immediately gave an explanation. Lin Lulu's city treasure hunt roulette. All cities that Lin Lulu has visited can open the treasure map. The host can find and contact the treasure point on the map, and complete the treasure digging task to obtain the treasure. The system will issue a prompt when the treasure point is within 1 kilometer of the host. The treasure is only effective for Lin Lulu or the host. This one looks pretty interesting. Choose option 1, bind. Ding, Lin Lulu has been bound, and Lin Lulu's city treasure hunt roulette has been opened. Suddenly, a giant 3D map of Ningxing appeared in Zhubin's mind. On the map, there was a red dot and a blue dot in Guanlan community, which seemed to be himself and Lin Lulu. In addition, the map shows that there are treasure hunt points in 8 directions centered on the user, and the treasure hunt points are all more than 1 kilometer away from the user. Interesting, I will go look for it when I have time. I don't know what these treasures are, but the products of the system must be good things. He collected his thoughts and looked at Lin Lulu, who didn't know where to put her hands, and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. When I calculated for you before, I only calculated one thing. If you can't resist the temptation of promotion and continue to seek promotion, your life will be in danger. That's all I have to say. As your landlord, I still hope that nothing happens to you. After all, it's not easy to find a beautiful tenant like you these days. Lin Lulu's face turned slightly red, but she still listened to Zhubin's words. In order to save her own life, she could not actively seek a promotion. However, her understanding seemed to be a little different. She thought that since her life would be in danger if she sought a promotion, wouldn't it be fine if her leader arranged the promotion for her? So now she is particularly looking forward to Manager Hao's call. If Manager Hao can arrange the promotion practice and postpone the interview, then she will just be following the leader's arrangement. It won't put her life in danger. Looking at Zhubin, who was browsing his phone, I felt that he was not so annoying. In fact, he was quite handsome and he had his own company. It was not impossible for me to consider him. However, he and sister Lu Qing seemed to have some ambiguity. I just said I would spend a day with him, so I have to keep my promise. Zhubin, didn't I just say that I would accompany you to irritate Su Shui for the whole day? I mean what I said. There will be a family dinner at my house next week. If you accompany me, I will take you to irritate her. Zhubin sighed, looked up at her, and said, are you sure you want to accompany me, not me accompanying you, to deal with the family elders urging for love? Zhubin was right about what he said. Lin Lulu's selfishness did make Zhubin pretend to be her boyfriend so that she could deal with the elders. Hey, you've seen through me, just tell me whether you'll help or not. Okay. But I'll charge interest. Zhubin agreed, but helping her was only one aspect. Just as she said, he was more interested in pissing off Su Shui and understanding her current situation. The most important thing was to find out who Su Shui's best male friend was, the man who had teamed up with her to kill her in her previous life. After his rebirth, he never forgot to take revenge on Su Shui, but he had to find that man before he could start planning his revenge on both of them. Chapter 43 Opening Gift. 2 days later, the layout of the office building had been adjusted and all the office furniture was in place. Fang Jialing also named the office building Tianlan Investment Building. She was very efficient in this regard. Lu Qing had already completed the company's organizational structure and recruited all the corresponding employees. After the two discussed with Zhubin, Tianlan Investment prepared to start formal operations tomorrow. At night, Zhubin quietly ran to room 101 alone. At that time, Su Xiucai had just returned. This was what Zhubin agreed with Su Xiu over the phone in the afternoon, so Su Xiu sent a message to Zhubin as soon as he got home. Seeing Su Xiu in her tightly wrapped home clothes, Zhubin sighed. What a waste of such a good figure. Why does she like to dress so conservatively at home? Su Xiu looked at Zhu with a bit of surprise. Why was his eyes different from the way he usually looked at her in the office? Now he looked a bit disgusted. Was it because she was dressed too conservatively at home? How was the negotiation today? After all, Su Xiu always put work first, so when she heard Zhu question, she naturally put aside those messy thoughts and sat down to answer. Well, it's been negotiated. The final price is 350 million. All that's left for the contract to be signed by us. 350 million was the psychological bottom price that Zhu told her. It took Su Xiu a lot of effort to negotiate, and finally the deal was done at 350 million, not a cent less. Su Xiu was very curious, so she asked, "How did you know that the bottom price was 350 million? At that time, the other party would have refused decisively if it was even a cent less, leaving no room for negotiation." Secret. That's true, how could he tell himself other people's secrets casually? But this man is really capable, Su Xiu smiled secretly. By the way, Tianlan Capital will officially start operations tomorrow. I will give this acquisition contract to Lu Qing as a gift. Okay, I'll get everything ready. Okay, that's it, I'm leaving. Zhu was anxious. He had just been half attracted by Feng Jialing's new uniform, but Su Xiu dressed so formally. The lust that had been aroused in him was almost gone, and he left Su Xiu's house in a hurry. Su Xiu looked at Zhu who was leaving in a hurry, and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Is she so unattractive? Has she never thought about what would happen here even though she is already home? Thinking of this, Su Xiu patted his cheek again. Oh, why would I think like this? That guy is Lu Qing's man. Why would I have such thoughts? The next day, the company's opening ceremony was held successfully. After the meeting, Zhu brought Su Xiu to Lu Qing's office. I'm here to give out opening gifts. As soon as Zhu entered the room, he sat down on the reception sofa like a big boss. Then Su Xiu took out the document bag containing the acquisition contract for the Quanta Commercial Plaza New District store. Lu Qing had always heard Zhu say that he would give her a big gift when the business opened. She was very curious and asked Zhu from time to time, but Zhu was too tight-lipped. So this time she couldn't wait to open the file bag. When she opened it, Lu Qing smiled. She understood what Zhu meant. Well, as I said before, I will let them be your dogs. Now that we have acquired this square, you decide what to do with it. Lu Qing smiled brightly at this time and responded happily, so our first acquisition of Tianlan Capital is the acquisition of the new district store of Quanta Commercial Plaza, right? Zhu and Su Xiu both nodded. I'm going to take over today and have a talk with the management. Zhu, you guys come with me. Okay, what are your plans? A management change? I'll think about it on the way. Lu Qing had a confident smile on his face. After the contract was stamped, Zhu and Lu Qing went to Quanta Commercial Plaza as planned. In the general manager's office of Quanta Commercial Plaza, Yang received a great piece of news when he got to work this morning. The boss actually sold the plaza quietly. There had been no news before, and several of his close associates were now gathered in his office, all of them worried about their future. On the one hand, I have no idea what the new boss is like. I only heard that it is a newly established capital company called Tianlan Investment. Compared to others, Yang is the general manager after all, and he has his own sources of information. He asked around early in the morning and found out that during the acquisition negotiations, the other party specifically required that all the original staff of Quanta Commercial Plaza be retained. This made him feel a little more at ease, as it meant that the new employers still valued their management ability and performance, and therefore wanted to keep them. The only thing to worry about is whether a new general manager will be sent over and he will be demoted to deputy general manager. You know, the Quanta Commercial Plaza New District store still has a certain status in the Ningxing retail circle, and of course he, as the general manager, also has a considerable status. It is not easy for those bosses in the retail industry to meet him. Many bosses have to arrange everything, including gifts and beautiful women, clearly before they can meet him successfully. If he were promoted to vice president, his status in the circle would drop significantly. At this time, I received another notice that the new owner was coming to take over the company and would have a discussion with the management. Yang immediately ordered everyone to be on high alert, to let the new employer see the good mental outlook of his team, and to perform well in front of the boss. All the middle-level managers of Quanta Commercial Plaza took action at this time, and many of them had the same idea as Yang. Of course Lu Yufei was also there. He was the second person in the entire commercial plaza to know the news, and it was naturally Yang who informed him. The importance of the investment promotion department to a commercial plaza is self-evident. After he received the news, he immediately organized all the employees of the investment promotion department to inspect the mall together, determined to show the best side of the mall to the new owner. For him, he must not lose face for his brother-in-law, and he also needs to leave a good impression in front of his new boss in order to keep this lucrative job. When Xu Bin and Lu Qing arrived at Quanta Commercial Plaza, they did not go to the business management company immediately, but instead walked around the mall with their secretaries. Because Lu Qing had been the store manager of Liuguang Jewelry here before, he was aware of many areas of management negligence in the mall. As luck would have it, the two groups met in a corner of the shopping mall. These were a batch of temporary display cabinets. Lu Qing had heard before that Lu Yufei had the final say on the placement of temporary display cabinets in the mall, and that the charging standards were confusing, making it difficult to obtain them without some special means. Lu Qing just wanted to come over and chat with the people at the booths. Coincidentally, Lu Yufei arranged all employees to patrol everywhere, and he himself was going to go to these temporary booths to warn people at the booths not to talk nonsense. But I saw Lu Qing and her secretary, they were talking to people at the booth. Chapter 44: Taking over the commercial plaza. He knew that Lu Qing and Liuguang Jewelry had applied for early resignation. Employees in many stores and shopping malls usually look for suitable jobs in the same shopping mall even if they change jobs. So Lu Yufei naturally thought that Lu Qing was chatting with the people at the booth because he was looking for a new job. So he walked up to her proudly and said, "Miss Lu, why are you still planning to find a job in this mall?" Lu Qing thought about it and agreed. Now that the shopping mall was hers, she could also find a job in the mall. She smiled and nodded. When Lu Yufei heard this, he felt that his chance had come again. Since he still had to find a job in the mall, he would not be able to escape from his control. "Ha, Miss Lu, we are already so familiar with each other. Just tell me which store you like and I will give you a call." As he said these words, his lewd expression was revealed without any scruples. Today Lu Qing wore a professional suit that was eye-catching, especially the black hip skirt. The style of the skirt was simple and neat, without too many complicated decorations. It seemed to be tailor-made for her, showing off her figure to the fullest while also displaying a restrained sexiness. This also made Lu Yufei's eyes never move away. The secretary beside Lu Qing also noticed Lu Yufei's behavior and wanted to say something but was stopped by Lu Qing. "I don't think I need you to introduce me to a job. Instead of teasing me here, you should just patrol your field. That's your job." After Lu Qing said this, Lu Yufei became even more excited. When he heard the word teasing, he got a little excited. "Miss Lu, don't be so repulsive. I, your brother Lu, want to help you find a satisfactory job. Of course, as long as you accompany your brother Lu well, you can go to any store you want in this mall." As he spoke, Lu Yufei stretched out his hand to hold Lu Qing's hand, but was opened by Lu Qing's secretary. "Little girl, why are you meddling in other people's business?" Lu Qing found Lu Yufei's expression so funny that he might cry soon. She crossed her arms, blocked the secretary behind her, and asked with a smile, "Then tell me, how do you accompany me?" Lu Yufei's eyes lit up. Has this bitch finally come to her senses? She is finally willing to bow down for work. That's great. He came over proudly and whispered in Lu Qing's ear, "You are like this, I have booked a room at the Shelton Hotel next door tonight, and you can come over to wash yourself and serve me comfortably. Tomorrow, just tell me which store you want to go to, and I will get it for you." Although the sound was not loud, the secretary could still hear it. Lu Qing turned around and asked the secretary, "Did you hear it? Write it down for me and don't forget it later." Lu Yufei was surprised at Lu Qing's actions. What was going on? He even had to record it. He couldn't be going to bring this little beauty to himself to have sex with him at night. That's too sincere. I have to say that the little beauty behind Lu Qing is also amazing. Wow, Miss Lu, you are so polite. You even offer a buy one get one free deal. Don't worry, I guarantee you will get the highest salary later. Lu Yufei's eyebrows were almost raised with excitement. Manager Lu, you said this, you can't deny it. After Lu Qing finished speaking, he turned around and left. When he passed by the bathroom, he happened to meet Xu Bin, who was coming out of the bathroom. Xu Bin saw Lu Qing and the secretary talking and laughing, and asked what happened, which made the two of them look in a good mood. Secretary Lu Qing took out a recorder and played everything Lu Yufei had just said to Xu Bin. Xu Bin immediately gave the secretary a thumbs up. Xu Bin came along with the intention of watching a show, and now there was really a big show to watch. The three of them came to the business management company, and the whole company was busy preparing to welcome the arrival of the new boss. The banners have been put up, welcoming the leaders of Tianlon Capital to come and provide guidance. The efficiency in this regard is really high. The three of them stood in front of the banner, and no one paid any attention to them until they walked towards the meeting room and ran into Yang Yang, who was walking towards them. "Lu Qing, why are you here? Didn't you resign from Liu Guan?" "Well, yes, I found a new job and came here to coordinate the work." Yang Yang frowned, thinking that he found a new job so quickly, but he really doesn't know how to tell the time. Can't he see that this place is very busy? "Oh, I see. Congratulations. But we are very busy today. We need to entertain distinguished guests. You should go back first." Lu Qing said in embarrassment, "But my matter is quite urgent." Yang Yang glanced at him with disdain. "How could your problem be more urgent than mine? Then why don't you sit over there and wait until we're done?" He pointed to a row of chairs outside. "Okay." The three of them sat at the seat Yang Yang pointed to and watched the busy employees with interest. "Hey, have the flowers from the florist been delivered? Hurry up. Wait a minute, the leaders are here, the pretty ones will stand in front. And you, follow the planned route to show the leader around. Don't get off track." Lu Qing couldn't help laughing. It was so funny. All these were prepared to welcome her. They didn't even know her gender, and they even prepared beautiful girls to greet her. Lu Qing looked at Zhu Bin and said, "Why don't you go ahead in the future, otherwise all their preparations will be wasted." Zhu Bin shook his head. "Those women are several levels lower than Xiao Wang's secretary." Secretary Wang also laughed happily with her hands covering her mouth. She was praised by her boss. She knew that Zhu Bin was the boss of Tianlon Investment. "Xiao Wang, send them a message and tell them we have arrived," Lu Qing said. Xiao Wang immediately picked up his phone and sent a message to the office. I saw a middle-aged woman who looked to be about 40 and quite pretty, ran up to Yang Yang in a hurry with a cell phone in her hand and said a few words. Yang Yang was immediately alerted and immediately called all the company's middle-level managers to line up at the door and wait. Except for the staff who were arranged to greet guests at the door, all other company employees sat quietly at their workstations, pretending to be working hard, but their eyes kept glancing towards the door from time to time. Lu Qing and the other two stood up and walked into the meeting room. After looking at the arrangements of the conference room, he sat down in his seat, while Zhu Bin and Secretary Wang sat in the audience seats nearby. Then Zhu Bin and Secretary Wang said, "Send a message to tell them that we are waiting for them in the conference room." When Yang Yang heard the report from the office, his eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. He had clearly been waiting in line at the door, so how come the new boss was allowed to walk directly into the office? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what was going on, and could only rush to the meeting room in dejection. Chapter 45, renamed Tianlon City. As soon as he entered the conference room and saw Lu Qing sitting on the podium in a professional suit, Yang Yang couldn't help but feel angry. He shouted, "Lu Qing! What are you doing? Come down quickly. Didn't I tell you to wait over there?" At this time, Secretary Wang stood up, walked to Yang Yang, and introduced, "Boss Yang, this is Boss Lu from Tianlon Investment. Your attitude is not good." Everyone's expressions froze at this moment, and they looked at Lu Qing in disbelief. "Lu? Mr. Lu?" Yang Yang and Lu Yufei felt as if the sky had fallen at this moment. They were recalling in their minds what they had just done to Lu Qing. Lu Qing glanced at everyone present, smiled and waved his hand, "Everyone, please sit down." The entire company's mid-level and above management team sat down in the conference room one after another. At this time, Yang Yang and Lu Yufei were very nervous. When they sat down, looking at Lu Qing's mysterious smile, beads of sweat began to slide down their cheeks. Lu Qing did not shoot at the two men right away, but introduced himself very skillfully first. "I think some of you here may already know me. I used to be the store manager of Liuguang Jewelry Store, and now I am Lu Qing, the general manager of Tianlon Capital. From today on, the Quanta Commercial Plaza New District Store is Tianlon Capital's first commercial project. The future of the project will depend on the joint efforts of everyone present. I came here today to learn more about the specific situation of the mall, so I would like to trouble Mr. Yang to give me a detailed introduction first." Lu Qing gave Yang Yang a meaningful smile, which made Yang Yang's legs a little weak, although it was very normal for the new boss to come and listen to the general manager's report on the company's situation. But at this time, Yang Yang felt that Mr. Lu must have a backup plan, especially since his disappointing nephew had teased Mr. Lu before. cold sweat began to break out all over his body. The office clerk had already helped him project the PPT onto the screen, and he walked up to the podium tremblingly. Shubin originally came to watch the show, but he didn't expect that Lu Qing at this moment was so different from the Lu Qing in his impression. Lu Qing, who always acted like a little girl and only said "I listen to you," showed an aura no less than that of the great lawyer Su Xiu on such an occasion. This is probably the innate temperament of being born into a big family like the Lu family. However, the highlight of today should be on Lu Yufei. As for how Lu Qing will deal with Yang Yang and Lu Yufei, Zhu Bin will not interfere. He just wants to see what Lu Qing will do. After Yang Yang walked onto the podium, he first expressed his apologies to Lu Qing for the reception. Then, within 10 minutes, Yang Yang had finished introducing the entire situation of the shopping mall. In order to win the favor of the new boss, Yang Yang's report was detailed and appropriate, and he also listed the contributions he had made since taking office one by one. Lu Qing led the applause and then began to comment, "Not bad, the achievements made by Mr. Yang and everyone in recent years are obvious to all. I hope that Mr. Yang can continue to lead them all to new glory." It's not that Lu Qing doesn't want to replace Yang Yang. She knows the relationship between Yang Yang and Lu Yufei, so Yang Yang won't be a good person either. However, under the influence of Lu's education, she knew that Tianlan Investment had just taken over the shopping mall, and it must first stabilize the basic situation and not cause chaos. Large-scale personnel adjustments are prone to chaos. Moreover, Yang Yang is indeed quite capable in the retail industry in Ningxing, so he can only continue to be used first, and then replace him when there is an opportunity to find other suitable candidates. However, he must be given a sense of crisis and not allowed to rest easy. I have 3 announcements to make here. First, the new district store of Quanta Commercial Plaza will be renamed Tianlan City and will be operated and managed by Tianlan Business Management Company under Tianlan Investment. Second, Comrade Yang Yang was appointed as the general manager of Tianlan Commercial Management Company, who will be fully responsible for the operation and management of Tianlan City. Third, all employees will re-sign labor contracts, and their salaries will be implemented according to the standards set by Tianlan Investment. Please ask the Human Resources Department to raise the salary standards as soon as possible. After San Tiao finished speaking, there was applause from the audience, and everyone's expression changed from nervousness to relaxation, happiness, and even excitement. Yang Yang also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The thing he was most worried about did not happen. He even felt a little contempt for Lu Qing. Lu Qing looks so young. He was just a small store manager in a retail store before. I don't know what kind of luck he had to become the general manager of a capital company. But it seems that I still don't have any ability, so I still have to rely on them. Now not only has my job been saved, but my salary is also going to increase, which is much better than before. Lu Yufei was the most nervous person at the scene. When he thought about how he had just teased Lu Qing, he wanted to slap himself a few times. But when he heard that Lu Qing didn't seem to have any plans to make personnel adjustments and even gave them a salary increase, his mood relaxed and the cold sweat on his body disappeared. He even started to think about how to continue to make money from those merchants in the future. Lu Qing looked at everyone's excited expressions and suddenly changed the subject. However, having said that, although there are achievements, there are also many flaws in the management and employment of the entire mall. Mr. Yang, if you want to take the performance to a higher level, you still need to pay attention to management. Today, I actually arrived a long time ago. I first walked around the mall to get to know the merchants. Many merchants seem to have complaints about the company's management. Yang Yang and Lu Yufei suddenly felt a tightness in their hearts. What was supposed to come had finally come. The two men broke out in cold sweat again, especially Lu Yufei. And Lu Qing also turned his gaze to Lu Yufei at the right time with a sharp look. I also recorded some of the things the merchants said, which exposed a lot of our management problems. Secretary Wang, play it for everyone to listen to. Secretary Wang stood up and turned on the recorder. The content of the recording is all about the investment promotion department soliciting bribes from merchants. Of course, the forms of soliciting bribes are also varied. Lu Qing had actually heard all this when she was the store manager, and maintaining good relationships with managers of other stores was one of her jobs at the time. During the chat, I naturally learned about many dirty things in the investment promotion department, but for Liuguang Jewelry, Lu Yufei's bribe was only Lu Qing's body. Of course Lu Qing would not miss this opportunity after the recording was played. Lu Yufei in the audience no longer dared to look up at Lu Qing and the others. He could not even speak now. In the past, he relied on his brother-in-law, the general manager, to bully others in the mall, and few merchants had a good impression of him. At this time, Lu Qing stood up and said, "These are real and serious management loopholes. Our investment manager is not just asking for money. I have a recording of what happened to me. Please listen to it." With a glance, Secretary Wang turned on another recording. Chapter 46, A Show of Power. The content of the recording was naturally the part where Lu Yufei invited Lu Qing to get a room. Yang Yang had never thought that his nephew was so bold as to say such obscene words to CEO Lu. He was now beginning to worry whether his newly secured position as general manager would be ruined by this brat. The entire venue began to whisper after listening to these recordings. Many people actually knew a thing or two about Lu Yufei's character, and this was now confirmed. Lu Yufei thought, "I'm done for, this bitch will never let me go." He looked at his brother-in-law Yang Yang for help. At this time, Yang Yang didn't dare to say any explanation. He felt that he could not even save himself. He had made up his mind that he would never save his brother-in-law this time, even if he was scolded by his wife and made to kneel on a durian when he got home. Lu Qing's smile disappeared at this moment, his face became extremely serious, and his sharp eyes swept over everyone. Then he continued, "The business management company is a service company. We serve merchants, but there are scum like Lu Yufei in the business department, which seriously damages the company's reputation." She paused, looked at Yang Yang and asked, "Boss Yang, don't you know anything about this?" Yang Yang immediately stood up and bowed, admitting his mistakes. "It was my inadequate management, my negligence, my overtrust in them and my indulgence of them." "So how do you think we can handle this?" "According to company regulations, Lu Yufei will be demoted to an ordinary employee." "Oh? That was your previous company rule, and now you should follow the rules and regulations set by Tianlan Business Management. The entire investment promotion department will be fired." Lu Qing slammed the table, and his aura shocked the entire conference room. Lu Yufei could no longer sit still and collapsed on his chair. This time he didn't even have the courage to refute. He had no choice but to accept the result of being publicly punished for what he had said before. He looked at Lu Qing angrily, as well as Zhu Bin, who was staring at him and laughing wildly without saying a word. He suddenly felt that his life and career had always been smooth sailing, until one day he met Zhu Bin, and everything changed. Lu Qing felt secretly happy when he saw Lu Yufei's hopeless look. Then he slowly arranged the task for Yang Yang. "Boss Yang, you need to reorganize the investment promotion department as quickly as possible. The normal work of the mall cannot be neglected during this period. Other departments will temporarily fill in the position. You will arrange it." Originally, Yang Yang was feeling uneasy again because of Lu Yufei's matter. In addition, Lu Qing was obviously not satisfied with the solution he just gave, so he began to worry about his future again. When he heard that Lu Qing had assigned him a job, he once again felt like he had survived a disaster and hurriedly wrote down everything that Lu had arranged in his notebook. He kept nodding his head, and after recording, he did not forget to add his determination. "Boss Lu, rest assured, I will complete the task you assigned as quickly as possible with guaranteed quality and quantity. After the meeting, I will personally supervise it." "Okay, that's it for today's meeting. Let's disband. Mr. Yang, please stay for a while." After the meeting, other managers left one after another, and Lu Yufei naturally didn't have the face to stay here. "Wait a minute." He walked to the door of the conference room, but was stopped by Zhu Bin. Zhu Bin, who had been reborn, would not give his enemy a way to live. Lu Qing and Yang Yang also looked over here. "Boss Lu, Boss Yang, Lu Yufei's situation is a case of non-state employees accepting bribes. You should call the police." Lu Qing immediately showed her little woman's look when facing Qinfeng, and said softly, "Yes, indeed, I will listen to you." Secretary Wang was smart and ran to the side to dial 110. "Don't!" Yang Yang blurted out, and he regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. As expected, Lu Qing's expression immediately changed and he asked, "Boss Yang, do you want to plead for him?" Yang Yang was in a dilemma at this time. If his brother-in-law was fired, the most he would do was go home and kneel down to eat durian. But if he was caught by the police and he did not help, he might not even be able to go home. "But if I anger Mr. Lu at this time and end up losing my job, I still won't be able to go home, and I might even get divorced." Thinking of this, he immediately shook his head. No, Mr. Lu is right. He didn't dare to plead for Lu Yufei anymore and could only look at Zhu Bin with resentment. He didn't know who this man was and how he brought up these things at this time. This grudge was created. When Lu Yufei heard that they were going to call the police to arrest him, he immediately knelt down and crawled in front of Lu Qing. Boss Lu, please let me go. I was wrong before, I'm a bastard, I'm worse than a beast. Boss Lu, please be merciful and let me go. Boss Zhu, please be merciful and ask Boss Lu for mercy and let me go. No matter how Lu Yufei begged for mercy, Zhu Bin and Lu Qing remained indifferent. Soon, Lu Yufei was taken away by the police. Whether the amount of bribes he received constitutes a crime has to be determined after the police investigation. Yang Yang has now put aside his contempt for Lu Qing and is just glad that he finally kept his job. Lu Qing then turned back to Yang Yang and said, after a while, I will arrange for a vice president to come over to help you share the work. I have worked in this mall before, and I know it is not easy for President Yang to handle the mall's affairs every day. Yang Yang's mood was like a roller coaster today. How could a veteran in the workplace like him not know what Mr. Lu meant? Wasn't this just sending someone to monitor him and share power at the same time? It seems that I have been implicated by my brother-in-law after all. Mr. Lu does not trust me. After doing all this, Zhu Bin drove Lu Qing and Secretary Wang back to Tianlan building. I didn't expect that he is good at playing with people's hearts. Yang Yang's expression almost made me die of laughter. Zhu Bin joked. No, it's just that we really don't have anyone on hand. Xiao Wang, arrange for the Human Resources Department to look for someone, and come up with a plan for the arrangement of senior personnel for Tianlan Business Management Company. Lu Yufei, do you really want him to go to jail? Why not? He has been harassing you again and again. You can't be soft on your enemies. Okay, I'll listen to you. When he returned to the company, he ran into Qiu Li as Zhu Bin remembered her and asked with concern, have you started working? How do you feel? As soon as Qiu Li saw Zhu Bin, her gratitude began to overflow again. After all, it was all thanks to Zhu Bin's introduction that she was able to intern in such a company. Excited answer, thank you, Mr. Zhu, I am very satisfied. Well, do a good job. Okay, Mr. Zhu. At this time, Zhu Bin was a hero in Qiu Li's eyes. Not only did he save her, he also introduced her to a job and agreed to let her withdraw 3 months' salary in advance so that she could pay her mother's medical expenses in time. Although she didn't know what the relationship between Zhu Bin and Mr. Lu was, it didn't stop her from imagining herself becoming Zhu Bin's woman. Lu Qing brought Zhu Bin to his office. Zhu Bin never expected that when Fang Jialing was doing the space layout, she actually got him an office in Tianlan Investment. The key point was that the lounge in the office was actually connected to Lu Qing's office. Zhu Bin looked at the layout of the restroom and kept praising Fang Jialing in his heart. He thought that this wife was very thoughtful and he would reward her well when he returned. 3 days later, in the morning, Fang Jialing was singing loudly, but her throat was obviously a little hoarse, and she was also hungry. No wonder she sang several songs every day for 3 consecutive days. She had no choice but to beg Zhu Bin behind her, go find Lu Qing. 10 minutes later, Zhu Bin finally let Fang Jialing go. After washing up, although her legs felt a little weak, Fang Jialing still insisted on making breakfast for everyone in the apartment. While having breakfast, a piece of news shocked everyone in apartment 1. Chapter 47 Malice. Yesterday, a Rui Airlines flight to Paris crashed during landing, killing all the pilots and passengers on board. No one survived. Lin Lulu covered her mouth with her hands and stared at the news with wide eyes. The plane crash really happened. It was the flight he was supposed to fly. Fortunately, he listened to Zhu Bin and asked for leave and did not fly. He really saved his life. At this moment, Lin Lulu thought a lot. If she was on the plane, if she didn't believe Zhu Bin at the beginning, if... On the side, Fang Jialing and Su Xiu also knew about this matter from the quarrel between Zhu Bin and Lin Lulu. But when the news of the plane crash was actually broadcast, they were both extremely shocked and stood there in a daze. This directly deepened Fang Jialing's admiration for Zhu Bin, and also made Zhu Bin more mysterious in Su Xiu's heart. Lin Lulu was completely convinced this time. She bit her lip, frowned, stood up, and walked to Zhu Bin. She gave him a 90-degree bow and said very devoutly, Zhu Bin. Thank you for saving my life. It was my fault for scolding you before. I apologize to you. This scene shocked everyone once again. In their impression, this kind of thanks and apology was not something Lin Lulu would do. But those who know the situation can understand it, after all, it is a life-saving grace. Zhu Bin touched his nose and said, it's okay. You should think about how to thank me. Now that I have bound you, I must take you in as soon as possible, Zhu Bin thought happily, feeling that his life in this life was so happy. Lin Lulu is a smart girl. When she heard Zhu Bin say that, she immediately thought of her previous promise to Zhu Bin to help him make Su Shui angry, and by the way, she could also help herself shut up her elders. Okay, at the dinner the day after tomorrow, I will definitely help you piss Sue off to death. She also clenched her fist and made a cheering gesture. Zhubin held his forehead with his hand. This girl had a pure mind. If he had said that to the other three people sitting there, they would have understood what he meant immediately. At Su Shue's home, Su Shue's mother was peeling an apple for Su Shue. Su Shue couldn't find anyone to take over the baby, and her belly couldn't wait for her, so she had to secretly abort the baby. She has been recuperating at home these days. While peeling an apple, her mother said, Shue, Lulu seems to be saying she's going to bring her boyfriend back the day after tomorrow. Su Shue looked disdainful. Her boyfriend? He must be a loser. That's not the case. After all, Lulu is a flight attendant and she's pretty. Your aunt said before that many people are chasing after her. A stewardess is just a higher level waiter. Besides, she is a technical secondary school student with only that much experience. How can she find a good man? Men are not stupid. Yeah, that girl acts like a little gangster all day long. Who would like her? Su Shue's father came out after using the bathroom. That's true. When I was in school, I always saw her with some questionable guys. Your aunt and I even chased a few of them away. Shue, you must be careful when choosing a man. Su Shue also knew about this. Their two families were relatives and lived next door to each other. A few years ago, Lin Lulu was still studying at an aviation school, and there were often some unscrupulous boys coming to her house, and sometimes they would tease Su Shue when they met her. After so many times, Su Shue's mother would always tease Lin Lulu's mother, and the two of them would often use brooms to chase away those little yellow-haired guys. But Lin Lulu had a carefree personality and liked to hang out with those people, which made Lin Lulu's mother hate her very much, and Su Shue's mother and some other relatives also always pointed fingers at her. Things started to get better only after Lin Lulu successfully joined Rui Airlines and became a flight attendant. However, Su Shue had always been at odds with Lin Lulu, and the two had been compared in every way by their relatives since they were young. Mom, I know that she and I are destined to be from different worlds in the future. Yeah, I heard before that many little girls like her are prostitutes outside. Yes. I saw the news a few days ago that several stewardesses from Rui Airlines were arrested for selling sex in a club. Su Shue's father echoed, holding a cup of tea. Oh my god, you don't know how worried the two ladies next door were when the news came out. I guess they were just worried that their daughter might be arrested as well. This shows that my aunt and the others must think that Lin Lulu did that. Then the boyfriend she brings back the day after tomorrow might be her PK, Su Shue laughed, not hiding her contempt for Lin Lulu. Oh, then I'll have to ask you about it when we have dinner the day after tomorrow. Su Shue's mother also laughed. When she and her elder sister were young, they competed in boyfriends, and she lost after they got married. They compared their husbands' careers, and she lost again when their daughters grew up and compared their looks. She still lost. Later, when it came to comparing her daughter's studies, she won completely. Later, when it came to comparing her daughter's work, she lost unfortunately. After all, Su Shue was still unemployed. Finally it came to the part of comparing daughters' boyfriends, and this time she was sure to win. The day after tomorrow she would definitely give her elder sister and her daughter a hard step so that she could be proud of herself. Time soon came to the day of Lin Lulu's family gathering. The company has been running smoothly in the past 2 days. After Lu Qing took over Quanta Commercial Plaza, he immediately announced the news that the new district store of Quanta Commercial Plaza was renamed Tianlan City, and publicized that the positioning of Tianlan City would be adjusted from mid-range to mid to high-end. After taking over Tianlan City, the company's organizational structure adjustment, personnel recruitment, system formulation, and employee training are all proceeding in an orderly manner. Zhubin discovered that Lu Qing was completely different when he was working than when he was with him. He originally worried that Lu Qing would be the same as Feng Jialing, but he found out that he was wrong. Now at Tianlan Investment, he can indeed be a happy hands-off boss. After breakfast in the morning, Zhubin felt that he couldn't go to Lin Lulu's house empty-handed today, so he called Lu Qing. Lu Qing, I'm going to visit Lin Lulu's house tonight. Please prepare some gifts for me. You must get the gifts you want, because Su Shue will be here too. You must pay for them in person. Lu Qing had just gone out when she received the call and immediately understood what Zhubin meant. She just didn't understand why she had to pay in person, but she just ignored what Zhubin said. Okay, don't worry, I'll put it in your car when it's ready this afternoon. Then he turned to Lin Lulu and said, Lin Lulu, after all, I am the one helping you today. After I shut up your relatives, shouldn't you give me your body? Wow, are you crazy? Sister Fong is still here. Lin Lulu kicked Zhubin on the leg of his chair. Although she always looks arrogant, she is either indifferent or responds harshly to men's flirtations. Only now, Zhubin made her feel shy. Zhubin doesn't care. Since he got the system, he has assumed that any woman bound to the system is already his woman. Of course, when to take her in depends on the right time, place and people. Since she is his woman, it seems that it is not enough to ask Lu Qing to prepare gifts for relatives. He should at least give Lin Lulu a big gift. Lulu, come on, I'll give you a surprise too. Chapter 48. This is my boyfriend, his name is Zhu Bin. He remembered hearing Lin Lulu's parents say in his previous life that she had a wish to own a Porsche after she started working. At that time, that was a wish she had never fulfilled until her death, so now I will help her realize it. Lin Lulu had never expected that Zhu Bin would take her to Porsche's 4S store. Why did you bring me here? Lin Lulu looked alert. Don't you have a wish to own a Porsche sports car? I'll bring you here to help you realize your wish. She was surprised how Zhu Bin knew this. She just told her parents this when she first joined Rui Airlines. Of course, she really wanted to own one. She looked at Zhu Bin's serious expression and her heart began to beat fast. This big liar and old pervert suddenly wanted to give me such a big gift. He must have had some ulterior motives. But he saved my life, so it wouldn't be too much even if he killed me. But isn't he already Sister Lu Qing's man? How could he flirt with me again? He is indeed a scumbag. While Lin Lulu was thinking about this, Zhu Bin had already put his arm around Lin Lulu's waist and started chatting with the sales consultant. Lin Lulu pushed Zhu Bin away and said, "Wow, you are crazy. Don't buy it. I can't have it. Stop making trouble. You don't want to lose to Su Shui today, do you? Didn't you say she was going to bring her boyfriend, Zhao?" Lin Lulu was stunned. Last night, her mother called her in a hurry to inquire about Zhu Bin's financial strength. She said that Su Shui would bring home a very rich boyfriend whose surname was Zhao. Buying a car here is nothing to me now, it's just pocket money for a day or two, so don't feel any pressure. Su Shui's lover surname Zhao is of great importance, he is the son of the Zhao family in Ningqing. Lin Lulu pinched Zhu Bin's arm hard, pouted and said, "You're helping me so much, so what do you want me to do?" Zhu Bin smirked, "You brought me to meet your parents today, so of course I have to do what I should do after meeting them." Lin Lulu didn't say anything, just kicked Zhu Bin lightly and followed behind him. Zhu Bin quickly negotiated a deal with the sales consultant for a Porsche 911 and let Lin Lulu choose the gentian blue color. After paying the fare, Zhu Bin caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Zhao Haotian walked into the 4S store hugging a heavily made-up woman. Zhu Bin sighed, wondering why he always ran into this grandson every time he came to the 4S store. "Did you change the woman you brought today?" Zhu Bin nudged Lin Lulu, who was in the happiness of receiving a new car, and said, "Quick, take your phone and take a picture of those two people." Which one?" Lin Lulu looked in the direction Zhu Bin pointed and asked, "Why are you taking pictures of those two people? Do you know who that man is?" Lin Lulu shook her head, raised her phone to face Zhao Haotian, and then zoomed in. "That's the boyfriend Su Shui is going to bring back tonight, Zhao Haotian." Lin Lulu quickened her movements and took many pictures in succession from various angles. She also took a close-up, fearing that others would not be able to see his face clearly. The excitement in my heart is self-evident. Now Su Shui will have something interesting tonight. After taking the photos, I picked up the Porsche 911 with satisfaction. On the way back, Zhu Bin received a system prompt. It was detected that Lu Qing spent 120,000 yuan on the host, and 12 million yuan was returned. It seems that Lu Qing has already helped me prepare the gifts for the evening. We can go back and prepare them and then we can set off. Shelton Hotel, in a luxurious private room. Lin Lulu's grandmother sat in the main seat. Most of the elders had arrived, but the younger ones had not yet arrived. Su Shui's mother was talking at the table. "Oh, I saw a few days ago that several stewardesses of Rui Airlines, where Lulu works, were caught by the inspector for selling sex in a club outside. I didn't expect that stewardesses nowadays would also do that. It's so shameless." Yeah, I saw the news too." "Oh, my God, did Lulu come back to talk about this?" Lin Lulu's parents sat at the table with livid faces. They believed in their daughter, but they couldn't resist what so many people said. Su Shui's mother added, "Oh, Lulu's mom, I'm not saying anything, but when Lulu was in school, she always hung out with those questionable people. We were lucky we didn't catch her this time. Don't do it again in the future. It's too embarrassing." Lin Lulu's mother angrily slammed the table and shouted, Lu Hoat, what nonsense are you talking about? My Lulu is a good child, don't make up rumors. Su Shue's mother rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, Lu Tsuihua, why are you so excited? Did I say something wrong? They were like that when they were little. Are you sure that your Lulu has become a good child now? The grandmother couldn't stand Su Shue's mother's words and deeds, so she knocked on the table with her cane and raised her voice, Hoat, stop talking. I believe Lulu is still a good child at heart and will not do those dirty things. Suehua, I heard that Lulu was going to bring her boyfriend here today, why don't you ask where they are? Lulu's mother still felt a little aggrieved, so she picked up her phone and sent a message to Lin Lulu. Su Shue's mother said to the old lady proudly, Mom, our Shue also brought her boyfriend here today. I heard that her boyfriend is the son of the Zhao family in Ningxing. The aunts were excited. Ah, really? Your Shue is very promising. If she marries into a wealthy family, won't we all benefit from it? Shue is really good at seeing things. Look at you, you are already an adult. You should learn from your sister Shue and find me a rich husband. Another aunt blamed her daughter. The old lady also smiled and said to Su Shue's mother, okay, all good. They are both not young anymore, hurry up and find a good family, so I can wait to hold my grandchildren. At this time, at the entrance of the hotel, Zhu Bin and Lin Lulu drove to the hotel one after another. After getting out of the car, they saw Su Shue at a glance. Su Shue seemed to be waiting for someone at the hotel entrance. She looked a little anxious and kept checking the messages on her mobile phone. As soon as Lin Lulu saw Amelia Su, she felt unhappy and didn't want to say hello to her at all. However, Su Shue was sharp-eyed. She was stunned when she saw Lin Lulu getting out of the Porsche. What was going on? How could Lin Lulu drive a Porsche? She couldn't afford it with her salary. Did she find a rich boyfriend? Then she saw Zhu Bin getting out of the Bentley. She was not so surprised to see Zhu Bin's car, after all, she happened to see it when Zhu Bin bought the car before. But when she saw Lin Lulu put her arm around Zhu Bin's, she was shocked. She rushed in front of the two men and blocked their way. Lin Lulu, the boyfriend you are talking about is Zhu Bin. Lin Lulu glanced at her, then pulled Zhu Bin around to face Amelia Su, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and said in a strange voice, well, yes, this is my boyfriend, his name is Zhu Bin. Chapter 49 Family Banquet. You're not, aren't you with that bitch Lu Qing? Besides, you want someone like Lin Lulu who's selling herself out there? Are you so hungry that you don't care about what you eat? Su Shue clenched her fists and blurted out her thoughts without thinking. With a slap, Zhu Bin slapped Su Shue in the face without mercy. Keep your mouth shut. There was another snapping sound, and this time it was Lin Lulu waving her hand. Be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. Su Shue covered her cheeks, You guys. Zhu Bin and Lin Lulu had no interest in listening to what Su Shue said, so they walked into the hotel and left Su Shue alone outside. Reluctantly, Su Shue took out her cell phone and called Zhao Haotian. Hey, Mr. Zhao, when are you coming? I was just bullied. Zhao Haotian's panting sound came from the other end of the phone. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, Zhao Haotian responded, Why are you in such a hurry? Go up first. I've been delayed by something. I'll be here soon. Oh well. After hanging up the phone, Su Shue had no choice but to go upstairs to the box by herself. In the box, Lin Lulu was introducing Zhu Bin to the elders. This is my boyfriend Zhu Bin. Su Shue's mother, oh, great, the boy is quite handsome, what kind of job do you do? During the years when Zhu Bin pursued Su Shue never told her family about the existence of this person, so Su Shue's parents did not know Zhu Bin. But Zhu Bin knew them, including everyone at the table, and he knew them very well. After all, in the previous life, they were Su Shue's family. Zhu Bin smiled and replied, I started my own business and opened a company. Lulu's mother was quite satisfied to see that Zhu Bin was handsome and had his own company. Come on, Zhu, take a seat. At this time, Su Shue also entered the box. When my aunt saw that Su Shue came in alone, she asked, Shue, where is your boyfriend? Su Shue's expression was unnatural. He is busy with an important task right now, but he said he would come over soon, so we shouldn't wait for him. Su Shue's mother immediately made up for it. Oh, Mr. Zhao's family is such a big company, it's normal for him to be busy with work. Everyone nodded, and the focus returned to Zhu Bin. Su Shue's mother, I heard others say that it is difficult to start a business in the past 2 years, and there is a high probability of failure. My aunt also agreed. Yes, a friend of mine quit her job in a state-owned enterprise and insisted on starting her own business. As a result, she now owes a large sum of money, and her family has to pay off the debt as well. Lin Lulu was the first to be unhappy. Aunt, we are all happily gathering here today, but you have to say something like this to spoil the fun. Besides, Jubin's company is doing well now. It has just completed a big project since its establishment. Lulu's mom, yeah, starting a business is good, it's ambitious. What's so good about it? You were just a delivery man before. Even if you start a business, what can you achieve? Lin Lulu was unhappy, and Su Shui was even more unhappy. She wanted to ruin Jubin and Lin Lulu's plan. As soon as this sentence was uttered, my aunt and Su Shui's mother became excited. Aunt, Shue, how did you know? Su Shui, Jubin and I were classmates in college, of course I know. Su Shui's mother, luckily our Shue is looking for young Master Zhao of the Zhao family. Lin Lulu was a little unhappy. She pouted and bumped Jubin with her leg under the table, muttering softly, why didn't you tell me that you were a delivery man before? What should I do now? My aunt and my uncle are the most talkative. Jubin smiled and patted her thigh, don't be impatient. Jubin stood up and glanced at Su Shui, who returned his gaze proudly. Jubin, dear elders, today is my first time attending Lulu's family gathering, and I have brought some gifts for you. He signaled to the waiter, who began to move in all the gifts piled at the door. Jubin first took out a brocade box and walked to his grandmother. This is for Grandma. I wish you good health and a long life. When he opened the brocade box, inside lay a ginseng of excellent quality. Grandma smiled happily, good. This good boy. Next came a box of mutai, a box of cigarettes and a jade bracelet. Jubin walked over to Lulu's father and mother and said, this is for uncle and aunt. I don't know what kind of cigarettes and alcohol uncle likes, so I'll give him a box of golden leaf TNI and Moutai. I hope uncle won't dislike it. Lulu's father and mother had never seen boxes of gifts like this before. They held Jubin's hand and kept saying, no. Uncle and aunt, this is just a little gift from me. Lulu's father and mother looked at Lin Lulu again. Lin Lulu's expression was normal. Perhaps she saw her parents looking at her, so she said, Mom and Dad, this is a little gift from Jubin. He also gave me a car today. After saying that, he shook the Porsche keys in his hand. Lulu's father and mother didn't expect Jubin to be so good to their daughter, so they accepted the cigarettes and alcohol that Jubin gave them. This shocked Su Shui's family and her uncle's two families. Aunt, oh, this car is not cheap. Jubin, it's not much, maybe a little over $1 million. Su Shui's face became even more unhappy. Why didn't she realize that he was so rich when he was pursuing her before? But she doesn't regret it, because she has Zhao Xiao now. Next, Jubin also brought gifts to his uncle's family and Su Shui's family, which were a set of perfume gift boxes and skin care gift boxes, also worth about 10,000 yuan. Now all the unpleasant words from the two aunts were stopped, and they kept praising Lin Lulu for finding a good home. Su Shui suddenly didn't want Zhao Haotian to come over, because Zhao Haotian would definitely come empty-handed. Su Shui herself knew that the relationship between them was not a completely normal boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Shui's mother accepted the gift, but she was in a bad mood. Why didn't Shui's boyfriend Zhao Xiao come yet? Shui, you are asking Mr. Zhao when he will arrive. Just tell Mr. Zhao that it's a meeting gift and just show your appreciation. Don't let him spend too much money, or else people will think you're a gold digger. He. Lin Lulu suddenly sneered. Of course Lin Lulu knew what Su Shui's mother meant. It's just that the two aunts accepted Jubin's gift and now they kept their mouths shut and didn't say anything. Jubin said sarcastically, originally, Lulu told me that this was just a family gathering and asked me not to prepare any gifts. But I felt that it would be inappropriate for Lulu's elders to come empty-handed after all, since it was their first time to meet them, so these gifts were just a token of my appreciation. I pursued a girl for a long time before, but she looked down on me because I was poor. Lulu is different. She and I are now friends who are willing to die for each other. After Jubin finished speaking, he looked at Lin Lulu with a sly expression. Lin Lulu rolled her eyes, but Jubin was not wrong, he saved her life, and they were indeed friends for life. But now Lin Lulu will not give up the opportunity to step on Su Shui. Yes, Sister Su Shui has always disliked Jubin for being poor and refused to accept him. I also want to thank Sister for giving Jubin to me. The whole family looked at Su Shui in surprise. Su Shui felt embarrassed. He was just a delivery boy at that time. How could I possibly like him? Besides, Mr. Zhao treats me so much better than he does now. She took a step forward, staring at Su Shui, her head slightly tilted to one side. Oh? Speaking of Mr. Zhao, we just happened to run into him by accident today. Lin Lulu took out her cell phone and opened the photo album. Chapter 50, I encountered a city treasure while eating. The photos were exactly the ones of Zhao Haotian taking other women into the forest store to look at cars in the morning, and there were several close-ups. Judging from the photos, Zhao Haotian and the heavily made-up woman behaved very intimately. Su Shui's mother was anxious and quickly pulled Su Shui aside to ask what was going on. Su Shui had heard about Zhao Haotian's other women. In fact, she was just one of Zhao Haotian's many women. It was just that Zhao Haotian had been sticking to Su Shui for a period of time before, which made her feel that she could get promoted. Faced with her mother's anxious questioning, she couldn't tell the truth and could only say, maybe it's a misunderstanding. Mr. Zhao loves me very much. Su Shui's mother was of course willing to believe her daughter, and then she raised her voice and said unkindly, Lulu, nowadays, even videos with the beginning and the end can be used to slander others, let alone photos without a beginning or an end. You can't stand the fact that our Shui is better than the man you found. Lin Lulu suddenly burst into laughter. When she had laughed enough, she stretched out her index finger and poked Su Shui's shoulder with great contempt, as if she was touching something dirty. She continued to mock her as she poked. Sister, you should know that Zhao Haotian is engaged. After all, it seems that his engagement partner is your former best friend. Coincidentally, your best friend now lives in the same apartment as me, so the source of the news is absolutely reliable. So, the question is, Sister Su Shui, are you a mistress? This information was told to her by Zhu Bin. When she knew it, she was overjoyed and even blamed him for not telling her such a big news earlier. After Lin Lulu suddenly brought up these things, Su Shui's expression froze instantly, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she still pretended to be calm. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly a few times, and she squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Don't talk nonsense, Lu Qing and Zhao Haotian have no feelings for each other, and she even wants to cancel the engagement. Su Shui's mother also opened her mouth wide. She didn't know the truth, but Lin Lulu spoke very seriously, and she saw how strong and calm her daughter was. She now really wanted to hide and avoid the gazes of Lulu's mother and her two sisters-in-law. Lulu's mother was in a good mood now. Seeing Su Shui's mother's frustrated look, she didn't forget to add insult to injury. No matter what, I really want to thank your Shui on behalf of Lulu for giving Zhu Bin to my Lulu. Su Shui wanted to struggle, not wanting to be stepped on by Lin Lulu like this, and she casually mentioned, you are still talking about me. Zhu Bin is not a good guy either. It is obvious that he himself has an unclear relationship with Lu Qing. Seeing this, Lin Lulu sneered, took a step forward, stared at Su Shui, and said loudly, what are they unclear about? Zhu Bin owns the entire apartment number 1 in Guanlan community. They are just tenants and landlords. Stop spreading rumors. There was another round of exclamations. Guanlan community, all the elders present here know, is a famous luxury residential community in Ningcheng. It owns an entire apartment building. How much assets does that require? Su Shui's mother lowered her head even lower, and Lulu's mother raised her head even higher. Humph, everyone knows that you were a jerk in school, hanging out with shady people all day long. A few days ago, several stewardesses in your company were caught for selling pee. Did you get away with it by luck? Upon hearing this accusation, Lin Lulu's eyes widened suddenly, and anger suddenly surged in her eyes. You farted. She rushed to Su Shui and almost poked her nose with her finger. Su Shui pretended to be wronged, took a step back, hid beside her mother and said, why, are you angry because I said it right? Lin Lulu was so angry that she was shaking all over, veins popped out on her forehead, her eyes widened, and she shouted, you're talking nonsense, do you have any evidence? After saying that, he swung his fist and wanted to hit Su Shui, but was stopped by Su Shui's mother, who scolded him, why, you want to hit someone just because my Shui said that? With a slap, Zhu Bin slapped Su Shui in the face again. Do you find it interesting, Su Shui? She is your cousin after all, why are you making up rumors like this? Zhu Bin knew Su Shui's little thoughts too well. They had lived together for so many years in the previous life, and Zhu Bin could tell what she was thinking with just a look or a sigh. Please put away your little thoughts of trying to change the subject. Lin Lulu also rents apartment 1. I know more about her personal life than you do. Yes, Su Shui wanted to change the subject by saying these things on the one hand, and make Zhu Bin suspicious of Lin Lulu on the other hand. She has always treated Lin Lulu in a way that she cannot let Lin Lulu be better than herself. If such a situation occurs, she will destroy it. At this time, Zhao Haotian's phone call broke the awkward situation in the box. It was just that Zhao Haotian called to tell Su Shui that he couldn't come today because he had something to do. Of course, Su Shui also heard the voices of other women on the phone. Maybe it's better not to come. She has already been completely defeated by Lin Lulu today. Even his parents couldn't raise their heads in front of Lin Lulu's parents. After the dinner, when everyone looked at Zhu Bin and Lin Lulu's Bentley Porsche parked at the door, it was the most glorious moment in the lives of Lin Lulu's parents in front of their relatives. To Lulu's mother, these are not important. What is important is that she got rid of her anger in front of Su Shui's mother today. While waiting for the designated driver and the elders enthusiastically asking the couple questions like when they were planning to get married, Zhu Bin suddenly noticed a person at the hotel entrance, his whole body wrapped in red light with a huge question mark spinning above his head. Is it because I drank too much that I am hallucinating? No, I am only 30% drunk today. Could it be Lin Lulu's City Treasure Hunt Roulette? Then he immediately opened the City Treasure Hunt Roulette map, and sure enough, there was a bright red dot flashing at his current location, and the system prompted that he needed to get within 1 meter of that person to see the treasure-related information. Zhu Bin staggered to stand beside the man. Ding, a treasure has been detected, 2% of Kuanqing Nashi Group's shares. To obtain it, stay about 1 meter away from the man for 1 hour. Kuanqing Nuoshi Group? He remembered that he had checked before and found that this was the largest jadeite raw stone supplier in China and also the largest raw stone supplier for Yunjin Group. It is really like walking on the waves and finding iron shoes, but it is easy to get it. Lu Qing and I originally planned to make layouts for the upstream and downstream of Yunjin Group, and this company needed to be conquered. If he became a shareholder of this company, wouldn't it be easy to do this? He wanted to hug Lin Lulu's face and kiss her a few times. But how can I stay so close to this man for an hour? This is a bit difficult. I don't know this man at all. If I miss this opportunity, I will never meet him again. Suddenly an idea came to my mind. Chapter 51, Big Profit. I looked at the man in front of me. He was wearing a neat suit and glasses. His face was red from drinking. He looked thin and there was a progress bar above his head. The system was really considerate. The progress bar allowed me to track the progress of the task at any time. Standing next to him was a lady in professional attire. She looked average but had a great figure. She must be a secretary. The other party seemed to feel that Zhu Bin had been staring at him, and asked with a tongue tied, "Do we know each other? Why are you staring at me?" Zhu Bin's eyes were blurry. He smiled and put his hand on his shoulder, saying in a bad tone, "Which eye of yours saw me staring at you? What are you looking at?" After saying that, she pushed the man away. It turned out that the man was indeed thin and was pushed to the ground by Zhu Bin in an instant. The secretary quickly helped the man up and said, "Are you crazy? Why did you push someone?" The man also glared at him, "Sir, what do you mean?" In order to prevent the two from being more than 1 meter apart, Zhu Bin took a few steps closer and said, "I just pushed you, so what? Call the police if you can." He pushed with both hands again, and pushed the man to the ground again. It was obvious that the man wanted to fight back, but he restrained himself and pointed at Zhu Bin's nose and cursed, "If you have the guts, don't leave. We have called the police." The secretary had already called the police. Of course Zhu Bin would not leave. He grabbed the man by the collar and slapped him lightly. The man was also a well-known figure, but he was slapped in the face when he arrived in Ningxiang, which he could not bear. Finally he fought back, and the secretary hurriedly intervened, Boss Ning, stop it." But it was too late, Zhu Bin was also punched in the face. Zhu Bin was very satisfied. Now it was settled and he waited for the inspector to come. Lin Lulu also came over to stop the fight and her parents followed behind to persuade them. What is interesting is that the relatives of Lin Lulu who had just praised me in various ways now seemed to not know me and kept their distance from me. Of course Zhu Bin didn't care, he cared more about the man. The inspector responded very quickly and arrived at the scene in less than 5 minutes. I briefly understood the situation at the scene. It was a very simple incident, a fight. Come back with us and make a statement. After saying that, he took the two of them into the police car. After arriving at the inspection bureau, Lin Lulu proposed mediation, and the two sides went through an hour of questioning and mediation in the mediation room. In the end, Zhu Bin was willing to compensate the other party 50,000 yuan for mental damages. The man's name is Ning Qi, the general manager of the Discipline Inspection Department of Kuanqing Nashi Group. He came to Ningqing this time to investigate a corruption case within the group. This person was quite reasonable and he understood Zhu Bin and the other's statement that he had indeed drunk too much and therefore did such a ridiculous thing. In addition, Zhu Bin was also willing to pay 50,000 yuan in compensation, so Ningqi naturally would not bother him any further. After all, he was from another place. Zhu Bin was very happy because when the mediation was over, the progress bar above Ningqi's head reached 100%. Ding, complete the treasure hunt mission and obtain 2% of the shares of Kuanqing Nuoshi Group. The system will interact with the host in reality. Do you want to transfer the shares to the host's personal name or to a company's name? Under the name of an individual, Tianlan investment cannot be too noticeable at the upstream and downstream ends of Yanjin Group now. It has been confirmed that 2% of Kuanqing Nashi Group's shares will be held by the host personally. Realistic interaction will take some time, and the host will be reminded immediately after the interaction is completed. It's just 50,000 yuan. Even if Zhu Bin is asked to compensate Ningqi 1 million yuan, he won't blink an eye. Kuanqing Nashi Group, with hundreds of billions of assets and 2% of the shares, made a fortune. Of course, Zhu Bin did not forget to keep Ningqi's contact information. As a shareholder, he at least had someone he knew in the company. After this episode, Zhu Bin hugged Lin Lulu tightly, which made him look forward to the treasures he could find in the city treasure map even more. Lin Lulu didn't struggle, but asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so happy suddenly?" "Hey, you are my lucky star." Lin Lulu was puzzled. She didn't know what good thing had happened to Zhu Bin, and curiosity was revealed in her eyes. Zhu Bin did not hide it from her. "I got 2% of the shares of Kunming Nashida Group. Do you think it's a good thing? How about we go to the hotel to celebrate?" Zhu Bin asked this question, but in fact the DD Express he called had already brought them to the downstairs of the Shelton Hotel. When Lin Lulu heard the destination of the express train, she originally thought that they had to go back to get the car, but now she realized that Zhu Bin must have planned this in advance. She wanted to refuse, but when the words came to her lips, her gratitude towards Zhu Bin suddenly surged up. Zhu Bin had already booked a room at the service desk. Looking at his profile, he really looked good, and Lin Lulu began to feel conflicted. After all, he saved my life, so spending a night with him was a way of repaying my kindness. Besides, I was drunk. But he is Sister Lu Qing's man, and he would be unfair to Sister Lu Qing by doing this. However, it would not be excessive even if he gave himself in return for saving her life. Before she could figure out the result, Zhu Bin had already booked a room and took her upstairs. Zhu Bin had only seen the presidential suite on TV before. Now that he is rich, he must experience it. He would rather live in the presidential suite from now on. When the hotel manager smiled and pushed open the heavy and beautifully carved door, they were both shocked. It was also the first time that Lin Lulu saw a real presidential suite. The two men's feet seemed to be nailed to the ground, their eyes fixed on the scene before them. They slowly walked into the living room, and the shock brought by the spaciousness became stronger and stronger. The luxury was several times better than what was shown on TV. Lin Lulu took out her cell phone and took pictures everywhere. She had thrown away all her previous concerns. Instead, it seemed reasonable to give her first time in such a place. The next morning, little Zhu Bin woke up to a soft warmth. He lifted the quilt and found Lin Lulu working hard on him. There was an educational film from an island country playing on the mobile phone next to her. Fang Jialing had done this to him before, and it was obvious that Fang Jialing was much more skilled at it. After a moment of secret satisfaction, Lin Lulu ran to the bathroom to rinse her mouth. Seeing Zhu Bin looking at her strangely, she pouted and said, "What are you looking at?" "I just want to try out the awakening method in the educational film to see if it works." "How about it?" Zhu Bin nodded. "Well, the effect is good. I think there are some details in the educational film. I can teach you now." This girl is studious and has a bright future, so Zhu Bin pulled her over. In Zhu Bin's arms, Lin Lulu whispered, "I'm just repaying you for saving my life. Please don't let the people in the apartment know about our relationship, okay?" Zhu Bin didn't care. Since Lin Lulu had such a request, he just agreed to it. Once the quilt was pulled, another hour of fierce fighting began. Until Zhu Bin was so tired that he lay on the bed smoking. Lu Qing called. "Hey Zhu Bin, where are you?" "In the hotel. What's wrong?" "I seem to be followed." Chapter 52 Suspicious Person. Zhu Bin immediately became alert. "What's going on?" "There was a man and a woman who had been wandering around the garage of our apartment building." "Have you found a property manager?" Yes, I looked for them. I told Sister Fong and the property management. But when I went out, I found that although the two were no longer in the garage, they were still wandering around the gate of the community and staring at the community. This reminded Zhu Bin of the situation when Fong Jialing was kidnapped. There were also several people lurking at the gate of the community. Lu Qing felt uneasy because of what happened to Fong Jialing. Okay, I'll be back in a bit. What's wrong? Lin Lulu asked beside him. Well, something happened. You have 2 days off these days, so try not to go out alone. Ah? What's going on? Lin Lulu also became serious. Xu Bin recounted the story of Fong Jialing being kidnapped. Lin Lulu's blood boiled after hearing this. She clenched her fist and said, "Is there such a thing? Let me go and beat them all down." Xu Bin pressed her head down and said, "What nonsense are you talking about, little girl? You should rest for a while. I will go back and take a look." Oh. Lin Lulu nodded honestly. She really couldn't take a step now and could only lie on the bed. After returning to the gate of Guanlan community, Zhu Bin got out of the car and looked around, but did not find the two people Lu Qing mentioned. Is he gone? I gave the security guard a cigarette and asked about their situation. Security guard, those two people, they stood at the door for a while and then took a taxi and left. Did they leave after seeing who came out? Security guard, how would I know? There were so many people leaving the community at that time. But these two people had already been here the day before yesterday, and they always took a taxi and left at about the same time. The day before yesterday? Xu Bin said in surprise. There is no doubt that there is something fishy about these two people. Just like when they kidnapped Fong Jialing, they have been scouting the area these days. He immediately ran back to the apartment and saw Fong Jialing cleaning the kitchen. He was certain. Yes, Sister Fong usually doesn't go out at this time in the morning, so those two people must not be coming for Sister Fong. Lu Qing told you. Well, it shouldn't be directed at me, but at the other people. Could they have offended someone outside? If it's not Sister Fong nor Lin Lulu, then it can only be Lu Qing and Su Xiu. I'll go to the company to check it out. After saying that, Zhu Bin drove to Tianlan Investment. When Lu Qing arrived at the company, he arranged for the security guards to keep an eye out for any suspicious persons outside the company building. He also went to the monitoring room to check the surveillance and confirmed that no suspicious persons were following him before he started today's work with peace of mind. Seeing Zhu Bin coming, she immediately put away her image as a female career elite and threw herself into Zhu Bin's arms. Xu Bin, those two people look fierce and a little scary. Xu Bin didn't want to cause Lu Qing unnecessary worry, so he didn't tell her that the two men had been squatting there for a few days. I asked the security guard at the gate, and he's gone. Don't think too much about it. Just be careful when you go out. Okay. By the way, I have good news for you. I have acquired 2% of the shares of Kuanqing Nashi Group. Lu Qing's eyes lit up and he said excitedly, "Isn't Kuanqing Nuoshi Group our largest jade supplier?" Xu Bin, you are amazing. I love you so much. Lu Qing hugged Xu Bin's face and kissed him. But 2% is still too little. I will go there soon to understand the situation there and see how to acquire more shares in the future. Xu Bin stood up and went to the refrigerator to get a can of iced Coke. He paced back and forth while saying, "Then it's your turn. Our top priority at Tianlan Investment is to acquire various commercial plazas." Lu Qing became serious and expressed her opinion, acquisition is not difficult. We just need to have the funds. The key is that we must operate these acquired shopping malls. But our biggest problem right now is talent. Although Tianlan City is operating smoothly, we haven't found the right people yet. And I think it would be more efficient to set up a business management group to lead the acquisition and operation of commercial plazas and let professionals do professional things. Xu Bin smiled. Lu Qing was indeed completely different at work. He had underestimated her before. Okay, I'll listen to you this time. I'll find a headhunter and pay a lot of money to recruit him. You can control the pace, but you still have to hurry. After arranging things for Lu Qing, Zhu Bin thought of Su Xiu. Although she was not his woman yet, Su Xiu was the only woman among the women in the apartment that he had not confirmed with. He might as well go and see her to feel at ease. In Su Xiu's law firm, Su Xiu had just finished negotiations with the legal representative of Meirui Jewelry Company. Su Xiu has already gained the upper hand in the commercial espionage case of Meirui Jewelry, which she represented, so Meirui Jewelry can only send people over now, hoping to resolve this dispute through out-of-court settlement. In the end, Yomiuri Jewelry made substantial concessions and completed the entire settlement negotiations. Su Xiu was in a pretty good mood at this moment. This case had taken up a lot of her energy, and she had always been at a disadvantage in court due to insufficient evidence. This time, with the help of Zhubin, I can say that a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders, and I won beautifully. At this time, the phone rang. She couldn't help but smile when she saw it was Zhubin calling. "Mr. Su, are you busy? I just finished a big thing. I really want to thank you." After hearing Su Xiu's voice and feeling that she seemed to be in a good mood, Zhubin felt relieved. It seemed that the target of those two suspicious people might not be Su Xiu. "Then I'm coming over now. How are you going to thank me?" Su Xiu looked at his watch and said, "How about you come over here and I'll treat you to lunch?" "Okay, then wash yourself and wait for me. I'll be right over." Su Xiu rolled her eyes, suspecting that Zhubin was driving again. "You lunatic, can you ever speak properly? Okay, let's talk seriously. Was anyone following you today?" Zhubin thought he should ask again. As a lawyer, Su Xiu has always been vigilant, and she should be able to notice if someone was following her. "Following me?" Su Xiu went over his daily commute to get off work or outings over the past 2 days in his mind. "I don't think so." "Well, that's good. I'll be there in a moment. Then just go to the garage. See you in the garage." After hanging up the phone, Su Xiu thought about it carefully again and indeed found nothing unusual. Then he packed up his things and prepared to go to the garage to pick up Zhubin. "I came to the garage and walked to my car, when suddenly I heard a familiar voice from behind me. 'Su Xiu! It's really hard to find you.'" Su Xiu was startled and turned around to see two people she was very familiar with walking towards her. Both of them had angry looks on their faces and their pace was getting faster and faster, as they were afraid that Su Xiu would escape. Su Xiu thought to herself, "Oh no, why are they here? How did you find this place?" Chapter 53 Su Xiu's debt, why don't you pay it back? One of the two people is a young man and the other is a middle-aged woman. Seeing Su Xiu, the aunt rushed over and grabbed Su Xiu's arm. "You little stinky girl, you don't answer the phone or reply to messages, you have grown independent, don't you want your parents anymore?" The middle-aged lady is Su Xiu's mother, and the young man next to her is Su Xiu's younger brother. Su Xiu had a big fight with his family before and cut off contact with them. After his family accidentally heard that Su Xiu lived in Guanlan Community, a wealthy community in Ningxing, the two of them ran from their hometown to Ningxing to find Su Xiu. Su Xiu didn't treat the middle-aged lady well, and said coldly, "Mom, little brother, if you just come to Ningxing to see me, then it's fine, I will treat you well. If you still come to me for that matter, I'm sorry, you should just go back." Su Xiu's mother Zhang Yanping raised her voice, "He is your biological brother, what's wrong with you helping him? We raised you up, is this how you repay us?" "That's right, sister. You're a big lawyer and make so much money. Please help me. I love Yujio very much." Her mother said that as long as I have a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift and a down payment for the house, she will let Yujio marry me. Su Xiu looked at her brother sharply. "Little brother, should I give you the money I earn? For so many years, I paid for your schooling and trained you to be a college student. When you graduated, you said you wanted to find a job and a car, so I bought you a car. But now you play games at home all day and don't go out to work. Now I have to pay for the down payment on the house and the wedding gift." Su Xiu looked at her mother again. "Also, don't think I don't know that the money I send to my parents every month is basically used to subsidize him. He is your son. I have paid for his tuition and bought him a car. As for his marriage, shouldn't it be you who should consider it? Besides, I usually send you 8,000 yuan every month. After so many years, you have your own retirement salary, so you should have saved a lot. But last year, I paid extra for Dad's medical treatment. Are you trying to squeeze me dry?" Zhang Yanping showed no weakness. "We raised you with great difficulty, but you refused to help with such a small matter at home. You drive a luxury car and live in a mansion in Ningxing, and now you are crying poor." Seeing more and more people in the garage, Zhang Yanping plopped down in front of Su Xiu, crying and wailing, "I raised you with great difficulty, and now you have grown up and drive a luxury car and live in a mansion in Ningxing without caring about your parents' lives. You are such a heartless daughter that you want to starve your own mother to death." Su Xiu looked at Zhang Yanping coldly. This was her mother's secret weapon. When she couldn't win the argument with others' reasoning, she would use this trick. In the end, others would let her succeed because of their face loss. She had been forced to compromise several times in the past because of her mother's behavior, but now she was very calm. It was none of her business if her mother threw a tantrum on the ground. Anyway, she sent money to her parents every month and had fulfilled her obligation to provide for their retirement. She didn't want to care about anything else. I have something else to do, you guys can do whatever you want. She turned and walked towards her car. The younger brother Suda grabbed Susho's arm and said, "Sister, why are you like this? I asked you about the Guanlan community where you live. It is one of the richest areas in Ningcheng. You can even live in a house there. Isn't a few $100,000 a drop in the bucket for you? Shouldn't you support your own brother?" Susho struggled to break free from Suda's grip, her eyes full of anger and disdain, and she shouted angrily, "Should? Who am I to you? I'm just your sister. You're young and don't make any money, you're a waste, and you still want to get married, you're only fit to be single for the rest of your life." With a crisp slap sound, Zhang Yanping stood up suddenly, slapped Susho hard on the face, and shouted with eyes wide open. "Who said your brother is a loser? He is a college student in name only. He just can't find a suitable job and stays at home. As his sister, you should help him." Susho covered her burning face, her eyes instantly turned red, staring at Zhang Yanping, and said word by word, "I didn't introduce him to a job?" He either complained about the hardship or the low salary. Who didn't start from the grassroots? He has high expectations but poor skills, and he just stays at home every day. How dare you say he's not a waste? Who are you calling a waste? Sudi also became furious and began to push his sister Susho hard. At this moment, a figure rushed out from behind Susho. The man kicked Suda to the ground. Suda rolled on the ground in pain and couldn't get up for a long time. Zhang Yanping exclaimed when she saw this, and quickly ran to her son's side, anxiously checking, "How are you?" When Susho saw that the person coming was Zhu Bin, he felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that Zhu Bin would get involved in such a trivial matter in his family. She shook her head slightly at first, and then said firmly, "Go over there and wait for me. I can handle these problems at home by myself." Zhu Bin didn't give any explanation. He grabbed Susho's hand and said seriously, "Can you solve this problem? Let me do it." Then, in front of Zhang Yanping and Suda, he said to Susho, "Susho, you are really good at hiding. Today I finally found you. Tell me when you are going to pay me back the 500,000 yuan. Susho understood instantly, "I have no money." Shubin glanced at the mother and son on the ground and laughed, "It doesn't matter if you don't have money. These are your mother and brother, right? I heard everything clearly just now." He grabbed Suda by the collar and said, "Your sister bought you a car and sold it to pay off the debt." He turned to look at Zhang Yanping again and gave her a ferocious look. "I just heard that you send 8,000 yuan to your mother every month. Does this count as transferring property? You are a lawyer after all. You should know that I can sue to recover the money." Susho pretended to be helpless and begged for mercy. "Brother, I really have no money now. Please give me some time. The money I gave to my mother and brother before is legally considered a gift and cannot be recovered. Starting next month, I will not remit money to you. Use all the money to pay me back. Is that okay?" Zhang Yanping and Suda looked at the ferocious Zhu Bin and said in unison, Yes, it was a gift. It has been given and cannot be revoked. She owes money, it's her business, it has nothing to do with us." Zhu Bin walked up to Su Xiu and laughed. He lifted Su Xiu's chin with his finger and said, "Next month? You dare to think about it. Next month is also okay. One finger, it's yours or your family's. You choose." Before Su Xiu could speak, Zhang Yanping and Su De said in unison again, "She has nothing to do with us. We don't know her. You can ask her for money and fingers." "Oh, really?" Su Xiu smiled awkwardly, curled her lips, and answered readily, "Yes, they have nothing to do with me. If you want money, just come to me. I will definitely pay it back, but please give me until next month." Zhu Bin picked up the phone in his hand and shook it. "What a pity. I recorded a video so that I could ask them for the debt if I couldn't find you later. But it was useless. What are you still standing here for? Get out of here." Zhang Yanping and Su De were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They bowed and nodded hurriedly and ran away in shame. After watching them run away, Zhu Bin and Su Xiu smiled at each other. Zhu Bin took out the video he had just taken. "Here, this video, what they said has nothing to do with you, you can use it later." Su Xiu looked embarrassed. I'm sorry that you had to deal with such a small matter. Thank you. But they will probably bother me again in a while. Now that they know where I work, it's quite troublesome. Chapter 54, You are not equal to me, what are you talking to me about? Shubin patted Su Xiu on the shoulder and comforted her, don't worry, I'm here. If they come again, I'll use this video to have a good talk with them. I don't think they'll dare to go too far. If it doesn't work, we'll take legal action. You're a professional lawyer, are you afraid that you can't deal with them? Su Xiu raised her eyebrows and said confidently, I'm not afraid of them. My parents raised me since I was a child, and I have done my best for them in the past few years. It's just that these family matters always give me a headache. Shubin nodded and said seriously, rather than talking about these, I am more concerned about how you thank me. Su Xiu glanced at Shubin with a lewd smile on his face, what are you thinking about? I'll treat you to a meal. Shubin frowned, looking very unconvinced, I feel like I'm at a disadvantage. Su Xiu was slightly stunned, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, then he straightened his back and said, don't think about it, scumbag. Shubin was pushed into the car with great effort. Su Xiu specially picked a very stylish private restaurant. But for lunch, there were 4 people. The other 2 are the boss of Yuiwei Group, Lin Jixuan, and his secretary Yuan Ming. Su Xiu knew that Zhubin wanted to acquire some commercial plazas of Yuiwei Group, but he was unable to contact the other party's senior management. It happened that Su Xiu had handled some private lawsuits for Yuiwei Group's boss Lin Jixuan, so he was quite familiar with him, so he thought of inviting him to introduce him to Zhubin as a way of thanking Zhubin for his help to him recently. So she also specially arranged for Zhubin to accompany Lin Jixuan. According to convention, we don't drink alcohol during lunch, but today everyone is happy and wants to have a drink. Zhubin was happy that he received the system prompt. Ding, it is detected that Ningxing Yuiwei International Plaza is estimated to be worth 500 million. You can use the 1 yuan property acquisition card. Do you want to use it? However, he chose not to use it for the time being, because even he felt that this acquisition card was too overbearing, so he talked to Lin Jixuan first, and he felt that he still had to discuss it with Lu Qing. After all, Lu Qing had just talked to him about the company's personnel issues in the morning. Lin Jixuan did it because he met Su Xiu. Lin Jixuan was less than 40 years old, and it was Su Xiu who helped him settle his divorce lawsuit. During the process, he found that a woman like Su Xiu was the perfect match for him. Unfortunately, Su Xiu never responded to his love. He was very excited when Su Xiu suddenly invited him to dinner. Although she wanted to introduce someone to him, this was the first time Su Xiu took the initiative to invite him. During the dinner, Su Xiu took the lead in toasting everyone with wine and introduced both parties to each other. Shubin, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Lin Jixuan, the boss of Yuiwei Group, and next to him is his secretary Yuan Ming. Shubin nodded, shook hands, and handed over a cigarette. Boss Lin, let me introduce you to this guy, Zhubin from Tianlan Investment. Because Su Xiu did not introduce Zhubin's position, Lin Jixuan thought that Zhubin was just an employee of Tianlan Investment. He was still interested in Tianlan Investment itself. After all, a big news in their circle a while ago was the emergence of Tianlan City. It was said that Tianlan City was the result of Tianlan Investment's acquisition of the new district store of Quanta Commercial Plaza, and it might be a rival in the future. As for the young man in front of him, he looked to be in his early 20s and was quite handsome. He was so attractive that lawyer Su actually went to such lengths to introduce him to him that Lin Jixuan actually felt a little hostile. However, Zhubin knew the rules. As it was their first meeting, he would not talk about anything too specific. He mainly introduced the situation of Tianlan Investment Company to Lin Jixuan, and intentionally or unintentionally revealed his strong interest in several commercial plazas under the Yuiwei Group. Mr. Lin, I believe that the country will vigorously support the physical industry in the near future, so I am really optimistic about the retail industry. If there is an opportunity, we can also cooperate with each other. Lin Jixuan frowned. This guy actually wanted to discuss cooperation with him. Their statuses were not equal at all. He should send him to the manager below later. Lin Jixuan, who already had some hostility towards Zhubin, said disdainfully, that's true. Mr. Zhu, manager, if you have any ideas later, just contact us at Yuan Ming directly. Zhubin heard the perfunctory and contempt in Lin Jixuan's words, but he didn't care and still kept a polite smile. He picked up the wine glass and said, Mr. Lin, it's my honor to meet you. Let me toast you first. I hope we can have a chance to cooperate in depth in the future. After that, he drank it all. Lin Jixuan nodded slightly, took a sip of wine, but his mind was all on Su Xiu. At this time, Su Xiao noticed the slightly awkward atmosphere and hurriedly smiled to smooth things over. Boss Lin, although Zhu Bin is young, he is very insightful in the field of investment. Tianlan investment has developed quite well in recent years. Maybe we can really create some sparks of cooperation. Lin Zhixuan looked at Su Xiao and saw that she was quite impressed with Zhu Bin. He said calmly, if lawyer Su thinks highly of him, I will naturally pay more attention to him. Zhu Bin couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Since he looked down on him and couldn't cooperate with him, then they would just be enemies. He didn't say anything more. Seeing that Zhu Bin no longer pestered him, Lin Zhixuan finally had the opportunity to show off in front of Su Xiao. Men of his age like to brag at the dinner table, and they like to brag even more in front of the women they are interested in. However, Lin Zhixuan's secretary Yuan Ming has been observing Zhu Bin quietly, and always feels that this young man is not simple. Although Mr. Lin does not take Zhu Bin seriously, Yuan Ming remains vigilant, and he feels that lawyer Su will not easily introduce a person of unequal status to Mr. Lin. After 3 rounds of drinks, Lin Zhixuan opened up completely and started talking about his entrepreneurial experience and his views on the future of the industry. Zhu Bin seized the opportunity and skillfully led the topic back to the operation of Yoyue's shopping malls. Mr. Lin, you have built Yoyue to its current scale at such a young age. Your wisdom and courage are really beyond the reach of many people. I wonder if Mr. Lin can tell us about the successful experience of operating so many shopping malls of Yoyue. Lin Zhixuan narrowed his eyes slightly, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He had drunk some wine but was very sober. Tianlan City, a subsidiary of Tianlan Investment, had the same positioning as his own Yoyue Plaza, so in fact, the other party and himself were in a competitive relationship. What's the big deal? Isn't it just to do a good job of accurate positioning through market research and plan a good business combination based on the positioning? These are the basic ideas. I believe that your Tianlan City will be more professional than us. After the dinner, Lin Zhixuan left with his secretary Yuan Ming. Su Xiao looked at Zhu Bin and said with a smile, thanks to your tolerance today. Lin Zhixuan is a bit conceited. The key is that you don't reveal your identity, so others will indeed look down on you. TSK, can't you see that Mr. Lin's mind is on you, and he has a low vision? He is obviously hostile to Tianlan Investment itself. Even if I come before him today as the boss of Tianlan Investment, the result will be the same. So what are you going to do? They don't lack funds. Just wait for me to blind your eyes. Chapter 55, Frustrated Bao Jing. After dinner, Zhu Bin rushed back to Tianlan Investment. Lu Qing is discussing business candidates with a salesperson from a headhunting company. You're here, just in time. There are a few good candidates here. Would you like to take a look? Especially one of them is the vice president of Yoyue International Plaza. Upon hearing about Yoyue International Plaza, Zhu Bin became very interested and immediately came to Lu Qing. Open your resume. Name, Bao Jing. Age, 47. Position, Deputy General Manager of Yoyue International Plaza. Zhu Bin carefully reviewed his career experience. He has been working in this industry since he was 25 years old. He has worked as an investment promotion specialist, deputy investment promotion manager, operations manager, marketing manager, and deputy general manager. He is currently in charge of the investment promotion and operations of Yoyue International Plaza, and his performance has always been good. He is indeed a good candidate, with considerable grassroots experience and having rotated through multiple departments. It's just that the treatment at Yoyue International is good, so why would he want to leave? Judging from his resume, both Zhu Bin and Lu Qing were quite satisfied, but Zhu Bin was very curious about why he wanted to leave Yoyue International. The headhunter couldn't explain it either, and just said vaguely, according to the other party, it's because he wants better development. A better development? Interesting. Zhu Bin turned on his spy eye and rescanned Bao Jing's resume to see if he could find out why he wanted to leave. Because his operating philosophy was not in line with the company, he was excluded by the company's senior management and had no hope of promotion. Zhu Bin narrowed his eyes. Differences in operational philosophy? This is something he needs to talk to him about. After sending away the people from the headhunting company, the two returned to Lu Qing's office, and Zhu Bin asked Lu Qing what he thought of Bao Jing. Lu Qing gently lifted one side of her skirt with one hand, her movements were simple and smooth, and she slowly sat on the sofa. If possible, I think we can let Bao Jing serve as the vice president of the business management group first. What if I acquire Yoyue International now? Lu Qing was surprised. She had never thought that Zhu Bin would act so quickly. Ah. If Yue International acquires us, unless we can keep all his people, I don't recommend the acquisition now. We don't have the talent. That being said, it is true that Yue International is different from the original Quanta Commercial Plaza. Yue Group started out as a commercial real estate company, and the company behind Quanta Commercial Plaza only runs the commercial plaza as a byproduct. In terms of personnel, it does not have a complete talent team like Yue Group. In addition, the acquisition of Yue International this time was done using a 1-yuan industrial acquisition card, which is completely different from Quanta, and there was no negotiation process at all. Our salary is much higher than Yue's, so we should be able to keep some people here. If we recruit Bao Jing first, maybe we can let him do some of the work. Lu Qing thought for a moment and continued, Bao Jing has some influence in the industry. With his connections and abilities, he might be able to convince some key talents to stay, but this is also a stopgap measure. Xu Bin nodded, agreeing with Lu Qing's point of view. You should talk to Bao Jing first. I only care about his operating philosophy for the commercial plaza. Xu Bin naturally put his hand on Lu Qing's thigh and continued, in my opinion, the commercial plaza is a big platform. Only when the merchants on the platform can have enough food can we have enough food. Therefore, we should not squeeze the merchants desperately for profits, but grow together with the merchants. You can talk to him later. If the concepts are compatible, then use it. I can acquire Yue International at any time. Lu Qing felt Xu Bin's hand on her thigh, and her body trembled slightly. The aura of the female CEO during work hours disappeared. She coughed subconsciously, trying to hide her panic. Then he turned his head slightly to look at Xu Bin, bit his lip and said, well, I understand what you mean, and I agree that this is the way it should be. As a store manager, I was exploited by the mall a lot before. At this time, Xu Bin's hand reached upwards and moved around dishonestly. Lu Qing took a deep breath and tried to immerse himself in the work discussion. If you want to acquire Yue International, it is best to do it after you have poached Bao Jing and communicated with some people in Yue International. Even so, after acquiring Yue International, how to make a smooth transition and maximize its value is still a key issue we need to consider. Xu Bin's dishonest hand has reached the target area. Lu Qing snorted carelessly and quickly reached out to pull Xu Bin's hand away. This is the office. Xu Bin smiled wickedly and looked towards the lounge. Lu Qing lowered his head with a flushed face, then picked up the intercom and told the secretary that he was discussing a particularly important topic with President Zhu and no one was allowed to disturb him. The two of them entered the lounge. The lounge was indeed decorated by Sister Fong. It looks very warm and comfortable, and the sound insulation is very good. The next day, Lu Qing invited Bao Jing to the company. The company set up a quiet tea room on the third-floor rooftop. When Bao Jing stepped into the tea room, he was wearing a well-tailored suit and a confident smile on his face. He looked mature, steady and quite graceful. Boss Bao, I have long heard of your great name. Lu Qing politely stood up to greet him. Mr. Lu, you are too polite. I didn't expect that the head of Tianlan Investment, which acquired the Quanta Plaza new district store at lightning speed, is so young. Bao Jing took the teacup and took a sip, his eyes full of curiosity. Lu Qing nodded slightly and got straight to the point. I'm sure Mr. Bao has heard about this. We are now in a stage of seeking talents, and we have long heard of your reputation and ability in the industry. This time we invited you here to discuss some ideas about the future development of our Tianlan city, especially the operation of the commercial plaza. Bao Jing put down his teacup and looked serious. He had his own views on shopping mall operations, but these views were not favored by his leaders. The more he insisted, the more those arrogant senior executives excluded him, especially the current general manager of Yue International, Lin Jiao, who is the younger brother of the group chairman Lin Jishuan and is 30 years old. When he first took office 3 years ago, he strongly promoted his operating philosophy and demanded profits from merchants. He clearly remembered that Lin Jiao was furious at him in public at the meeting. Bao Jing, put away your unrealistic ideas. The mall is a battlefield. Either they die or we die. Those merchants are our blood bags. If we don't suck them, who will we suck? Are you a stickler? If you want to continue, don't question me anymore. If you don't want to do it, get out. It is true that the profits of Yue International have grown significantly in recent years, but it has hurt the hearts of merchants. Many merchants have complained that if it were not for the strong control of Yue Group in the local market, what would have happened if they had encountered one? The Mr. Lu in front of me is even younger than Lin Jiao was back then. He is also the helmsman of an investment company with billions of funds. I believe he will be even crazier than Lin Jiao. So I'll tell you what I think. Boss Lu, I am indeed concerned about the development of your company. After all, your company is a newcomer in the commercial plaza operation, and your operation strategy for Tianlan City is also unique. You should be able to achieve good results. I think that the commercial plaza is a platform for win-win cooperation among multiple parties. The prosperity of merchants is the foundation of our development. We should grow together with them. What do you think, Mr. Lu? Lu Qing smiled slightly, with a flash of approval in his eyes. Then Mr. Bao, under this concept, how should we ensure that the layout of the mall is constantly innovating? We can adopt an elimination system. Since the mall chooses to grow together with the merchants, if there are merchants who cannot keep up with the mall's growth rate, they should be eliminated. Lu Qing was secretly delighted, as it seemed that Bao Jing and Zhu Bin had a high degree of compatibility in their ideas. With Bao Jing as the helmsman of Tianlan Commercial Management Group, there will be no deviation in the business direction. And since they are going to acquire Yuiwei International, Bao Jing will also be a good gun to snipe at Yuiwei Group. Chapter 56, Plans are not as fast as changes. Lu Qing smiled and said, Mr. Bao, your views coincide with those of our Tianlan investment. We do believe that the success of a commercial plaza lies in building a virtuous cycle ecosystem. Merchants, consumers and operators are all indispensable. I think our Tianlan Business Management Group needs someone like you to take the helm, so I sincerely invite you on behalf of Tianlan Investment. Bao Jing was slightly startled, with a hint of surprise and hesitation in his eyes. This sudden invitation was definitely the best opportunity for him to change his career predicament. However, joining a new team, especially a new company that has just entered the business management field, made him have to consider it carefully. He thought for a moment and said slowly, Mr. Lu, I am deeply honored by your invitation. I have also heard about Tianlan Investment's development momentum and innovative ideas in the industry. I am very grateful for your recognition. But this is not a trivial matter. I need to consider some practical factors. Lu Qing smiled slightly and expressed her understanding. Zhu Bin had told her that if the other party's ideas were compatible, then he would have to spend money to win them over. Without waiting for Bao Jing to speak, Lu Qing raised two fingers and said, First, you will temporarily serve as the Deputy General Manager of Tianlan Business Management Group in charge of work. As for salary, I will give you twice your current salary, and purchase the maximum 6 insurances and 1 housing fund. Bao Jing originally wanted to ask about the specific salary terms, but he was stunned by Lu Qing's 2 fingers. 2 times, I didn't expect that I could meet such a wealthy boss at my age. Lu Qing added, in terms of authority, you will have full decision-making power. You can make independent decisions on the formulation of operational strategies and the deployment of team members as long as they are within the company's overall strategic framework. Of course, we will still discuss major decisions together, but you will be the core person in charge of daily operations management. There was a gleam in Bao Jing's eyes. This was in line with the responsibilities and authority he expected, allowing him to give full play to his professional abilities. At this time, his worries gradually dissipated. He raised his head, looked at Lu Qing and said, Boss Lu, thank you for your sincere invitation. After consideration, I am willing to join Tianlan Business Management Group. Okay, then when can you come and start working? My resignation procedures at Yuiwei International should take a month, and I also need to make a handover for the work at hand. Lu Qing thought for a moment and said, I think you should take a look at it. In this month, you can help Tianlan Business Management bring some more people here. As for the affairs of Yuiwei International, I hope you can still handle every task seriously and don't hand it over until the last day. Boss Lu, what is this? Lu Qing just smiled calmly, the company has its own considerations. Okay, Mr. Lu, I understand. In this way, Bao Jing officially joined Tianlan Investment. After Bao Jing left, Lu Qing reported the situation to Zhu Bin one by one. At this time, Zhu Bin was flirting with Fang Jialing in apartment number 1. Lin Lulu had gone back to work after the holiday, so Fang Jialing was the only one in apartment number 1 during the day. Just a piece of TV news made Zhu Bin feel bad. The news content is that Lu Goen, chairman of Yunjin Group, announced that his son Lu Tian will serve as the general manager of Yunjin Group and transferred 18% of the group's shares to Lu Tian. So he picked up the phone and called Lu Qing again. Do you know about the equity change in your company? A puzzled voice came from the other end of the line. I don't know. Look at the news. Your brother has been appointed as the general manager, and your father has transferred 18% of the shares to him. What kind of operation is this? 18%? Then my brother would be the largest shareholder. I have to go home and ask him today. In that case, we need to speed up our plan at both the upstream and downstream ends. Okay then, go ahead and do your work. I'm hanging up now. After saying that, he hung up the phone. At the same time, Jubin also planned to visit Kuanqing Nashi Group. As a new shareholder, he had to perform his duties. At this time, Fong Jialing asked, Jubin, I have to go back to my hometown in the next few days. My father is going to celebrate his 60th birthday. She really wanted to ask Jubin to go back with her, but she didn't dare. On the one hand, her family didn't know about her divorce, and on the other hand, she didn't know in what capacity she should invite Jubin. When Jubin heard this, he remembered that he had not been home for a long time. After he became rich, he did not go home to see his parents. He just sent some things back home. This was really wrong. In addition, the tasks in Fong Jialing's desire manual were still stuck there. Well, why not go back home before going to Kuanqing? Okay, then why don't you go and get ready, and we'll go back and stay for a while in the next few days. Fong Jialing smiled happily and nodded in agreement. That night, Lu Qing did not return to apartment number 1, but went back to his own home angrily. At home, my father, stepmother, and younger brother's family of 3 were happily eating around the dining table. The butler wanted to speak, but was stopped by Lu Qing. Walking to the table, Lu Qing sat directly opposite his father Lu Goen. Dad, can you give me an explanation about the equity transfer? When they saw Lu Qing, everyone was stunned for a moment, and the originally happy atmosphere froze in an instant. Lu Goen put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand. His eyes were a little evasive, but he still pretended to be calm and said, You still remember to come back. I am old, and I must consider a successor. I don't know where you are every day. If I don't hand it over to your brother, who will I hand it over to? Lu Tian pretended to comfort her. Sister, I really don't want to fight with you. I know you have contributed so much to the family and have worked much harder than me. It's just that my parents thought I should have some protection and gave me some shares. I have always felt bad about it. Why don't we find a time to discuss it together and see how to divide it more reasonably, so as not to hurt our relationship because of this matter? The stepmother raised a mocking smile and said in a veiled tone, Humph, Lu Qing, don't blame your dad. You are a girl, and you are out in the open all day long. How can you be so rude? If you were to take over the company, who knows what would happen to it? Your brother is steady and capable, so we can rest assured if we hand over the company to him. Lu Qing glared at her, Auntie, this is our Lu family's business, and it's not your turn as an outsider to comment here. My mother built the company with her own hands, why should she give it to Lu Tian? Just because he is a man? What era is it now? You still have such futile ideas. The stepmother blushed at Lu Qing's criticism and said angrily, How can you talk like that? I have been in the Lu family for so many years and have worked so hard for this family. How can I become an outsider? Besides, look at me. How can a girl who is away from home every day marry into the Zhao family in the future? Lu Tian also chimed in, Sister, instead of making trouble with Dad here, you should get married to young Master Zhao as soon as possible. Wouldn't it be good to live in the Zhao family? This way, the group will gain a powerful ally. Lu Qing glared at Lu Tian and said, Lu Tian, what have you and Zhao Haotian been doing during this period? Is it really for the good of the company? Dad, you should investigate what Lu Tian and Zhao Haotian are doing. I don't care whether I inherit the company or not, but if you want to harm the company, I, Lu Qing, will not agree. Lu Goen slammed the table heavily, Enough. Lu Qing, you are too presumptuous. How can you talk to your mother and brother like that? I have the final say in this company, and I will give it to whoever I say so. And the marriage with the Zhao family. The Zhao family has urged me many times. The stepmother whispered in Lu Goen's ear again. Chapter 57 Hello, future father-in-law, I declare war on you. Lu Qing's eyes quickly lit up with anger, his face was cold. Don't you know what kind of person Zhao Haotian is? He even has a heart disease, you don't know that. Lu Qing shook his head, tears in his eyes. Dad, I remember when we were little you said you would never let my marriage become a pawn for profit. What do you say now? Then she looked at Lu Tian and his mother with a fierce look. Don't think I don't know what you are doing with the Zhao family, especially you, Lu Tian. You teamed up with outsiders to seize the family property and helped others make money without knowing it. I am your bargaining chip to please Zhao Haotian, right? Lu Tian's face turned red and white, and he quickly denied it. Don't talk nonsense, how is this possible? Dad originally gave me the company to inherit, do I need to do those things? Don't slander me. That's right, Lu Qing, how can you slander your brother like this? Goen, look at your daughter, she rarely comes back and treats us like this. Lu Goen stretched out a hand, pointed his index finger at his daughter, and said with irresistible majesty, look at what you look like now. At the same time, his other hand slapped the table hard. With a bang, the dishes and chopsticks on the table began to shake. Qinger, do you know how important it is for our group to unite with the Zhao family? Just tell me now whether you will marry into the Zhao family or not. Lu Qing sneered, since the Zhao family is so important to the group, wouldn't it be the same if Lu Tian married the Zhao family's youngest daughter? Lu Tian stood up and said excitedly, sister, are you kidding me? The little daughter of the Zhao family weighs 300 pounds. If she sits on me, she can crush me to death. Do you want to kill me? Lu Qing immediately retorted, well, as the new president of the group, you have also received additional group shares, but you are unwilling to make some contributions to the group? You want me, a marginal person in the group, to sacrifice my life happiness to help you achieve your goals? How can such a good thing be possible? Lu Qing crossed his arms and said, if you want me to marry into the Zhao family, that's fine. Dad, give me all the shares you have, and I can consider it. You. Lu Goen almost fainted. In fact, this old man has always favored boys over girls, so he can abandon his daughter but not his son. As a member of the Lu family, you don't have the slightest awareness of contributing to the Lu family. If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. But don't ever set foot in this house again. Lu Goen was very disappointed with his daughter. She always said that she wanted to protect the company left by her mother, but when it came to the critical moment, she was unwilling to do anything. When Lu Qing heard his father's heartless words, he did not show any fear or retreat. Instead, he raised a resolute smile. She raised her head slightly, her eyes firm and sharp, looking straight at Lu Goen. Dad, are you going to kick me out of the house now? How much care have you given me since I was a child, since Mom passed away? In your heart, the company and my brother are always more important than me. Humph, but I, Lu Qing, am not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by others. Then Lu Qing spoke clearly, forcefully and confidently, this group was left to me by my mother. I will use my own efforts to take back the company. I will make you regret it. Lu Tian, on the side, had a glimmer of pride in his eyes. It seems that my sister is anxious because my father kicked her out of the house, so she is going to say something harsh. I have to add fuel to the fire. Sister, don't be so impulsive. Dad wants you to get married for the good of our group, why don't you understand? If you really leave, Dad will be so sad. I know you have feelings for the group, but joining forces with the Zhao family is the best way at the moment, so don't be so willful anymore. Besides, when Dad wanted you to participate more in the group's affairs, it was you who didn't want to and wanted to run away from home. You can't blame Dad. Lu Tian said this while shaking his head slightly. Lu Qing glanced at Lu Tian coldly. Lu Tian, stop being so hypocritical here. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Get out. Lu Goen couldn't bear it anymore and yelled loudly. Lu Tian was secretly happy, that was great, Lu Qing had completely pissed off her father. Now even if she didn't get married and was kicked out of the house, she wouldn't be a threat to him anymore. Lu Qing turned around resolutely, but saw a man smiling at her at the door. She was slightly stunned. Why did Zhu Bin come to her? Why are you here? I know you're going to go home and ask for an explanation, and I'm afraid you won't be able to argue, so I came to see if you need any help. Lu Qing's heart suddenly felt warm and his eyes turned red. What? It seems that you really can't win the argument. Come on, take me in to say hello to my future father-in-law. Zhu Bin touched Lu Qing's head and said with a smile. Lu Qing instantly turned into a little woman again, looking up at Zhu Bin's smiling face. Okay, I'll do as you say. The two returned to Lu Qing's house. At this time, the stepmother was instigating Lu Goen to find a way to dilute Lu Qing's shares. Hubby, look at that girl Lu Qing, she's threatening to use her methods to take back the company, do you think she's serious? What can she do? She only holds 19% of the shares. No, husband, 19% is not a small amount. What if she joins forces with the other old shareholders of the Yun family? Lu Goen frowned. Well, we really have to be on guard against those old guys. They were quite dissatisfied with Tian being forced to be the president this time. Dad, can we exaggerate the fact that my sister is unwilling to marry into the Zhao family, so that those old guys will think that we are saving the company and my sister is the sinner of the company? Lu Goen pondered for a moment, isn't it true? Now she is the sinner of the company. At this point, they saw Lu Qing walking back with a man's arm around her, and they were filled with confusion and a bit of guilt. "Why did you come back?" Lu Goen asked in a deep voice. "Hello uncle, my name is Zhu Bin." Zhu Bin had a confident and calm smile on his face, and looked directly into Lu Goen's eyes without being humble or arrogant. He gently patted Lu Qing, who was holding his arm, then spread his hand slightly, and said in a steady tone, "I came here just to tell my future father-in-law that Lu Qing is my woman. Anyone who wants to bully her must ask me if I agree." He paused, his eyes swept from Lu Goen to his stepmother and Lu Tian, and finally fell back on Lu Goen, and continued, "Just now I accidentally heard you say that she is the sinner of the company. I don't know whether she is a sinner or not. I only know that I, Zhu Bin, will use my means to help my woman get back everything that belongs to her. The more you scheme against her, the weaker the family ties you'll have left. Don't let the company go, and the family ties go too. That would be a loss." Lu Goen quickly went through the list of Ningxing's dignitaries and the dignitaries in the industry in his mind, and there was no one with the surname Zhu. In Lu Goen's opinion, Zhu Bin's words were arrogant and ignorant. Yunjin Group was such a large company, it was impossible for a young man like him to shake it at will. At this moment, Lu Goen looked at Zhu Bin with murderous eyes, which was both a response to his arrogant words and hatred for him for taking advantage of his own business. "You are the one who fooled my daughter around like that. I was wondering how my daughter could become like that. Humph, boy, are you declaring war on me? You are too arrogant. It's easy for you to fall." Zhu Bin just nodded, then left a wicked smile and left the Lu family with Lu Qing. This left Lu Goen, furious at the dining table. He picked up his phone and called his secretary, "Check for me, a man named Zhu Bin, I want to know everything about him." Chapter 58, Be careful when buying gifts. On the way back, Lu Qing kept looking at Zhu Bin with those tender eyes. She was really angry at home just now. She didn't expect her father would really say that he would kick her out of the house. But the moment she saw Zhu Bin and the words Zhu Bin said at home were like a ray of light, shining straight into the softest corner of her heart, and she was instantly overwhelmed by the emotion. "We have to speed up our layout. Tell Bao Jing to find someone who can be used in Yueyue International within 10 days. Once the acquisition begins, have him have the first round of talks with those people." Zhu Bin seemed calm and composed when he was at Lu Qing's house, but in fact he had been thinking about what to do next the whole time. He acted on impulse just now and put the plan that could have been made slowly under the table on the table. "If I'm not mistaken, your father and your brother will probably contact the shareholders of your mother's Yun family. If the shareholders of the Yun family don't support you in the future, our plan will be more difficult. Well, I will also choose the right time to visit my uncles. Okay, I'll go back to my hometown to see my parents in the next 2 days, and then I'll go to Kuanqing to learn about the situation there." "Well, they won't succeed as long as you're here. Hey, this is your business." Lu Qing burst into laughter in the car. The next day, everyone in apartment 1 was busy with their own affairs. Lin Lulu put on the uniform of their airline again, and she looked like a completely different person. Now she looked beautiful and dignified, with delicate features. Su Xiu was in a good mood today. It seemed that after scaring her mother and brother away, they no longer harassed her. Lu Qing, who loves to sleep in, unexpectedly went out to the company very early today. The task of buying a gift for Fang Jialing's father was naturally handed over to Lu Qing. Although Lu Qing was confused, she was happy to listen to Zhu Bin and follow his arrangements. "Sister Fang, if you want the money for the birthday gift, I'll transfer it to you and you can buy some good ones too." Without waiting for Fang Jialing to answer, Zhu Bin transferred 200,000 yuan to Fang Jialing. "You have to be careful with your money when buying things. His plan is that no matter whether Lu Qing buys it for him or Fang Jialing buys it for herself, it will trigger a 100-fold return. He can earn back some living expenses, so he will wait at home for them to give him some today." However, Lu Qing still thought more carefully about it for him. Not only did he buy a birthday gift for him, he also bought a gift for him when he met his wife. In addition, Lu Qing bought gifts for Zhu Bin's parents and sent them directly to Zhu Bin's hometown. All at once, Lu Qing spent 500,000 yuan on him and received a cashback of 50 million yuan. Fang Jialing was relatively conservative. She only spent 120,000 yuan and received a cashback of 12 million yuan. A day later, the two drove back to Lingping County in 2 cars respectively. The 2 families lived next door to each other, and 2 luxury cars were parked in the yard in front of the houses, which instantly caused discussions among the villagers. Zhu Bin went back to his home first. Before they came back, Fang Jialing told Zhu Bin to go to her home the next day. She wanted to explain the situation to her parents first. After all, her parents didn't know that she was divorced. Before entering the house, Jubin discovered a scene that made him happy. Lin Lulu's city treasure hunt will started spinning, indicating that there were treasures in Lingping County as well. Opening the map, Jubin saw that the treasure was also located in the village. He thought that he would be staying in the village for a while anyway, so he decided to go treasure hunting after finishing the next 2 days' work. When the old mother saw her precious son coming back, she immediately put down the vegetables she was picking, walked over quickly, grabbed Jubin's hand, looked him up and down, and muttered, "Son, you haven't been back for half a year, and I miss you every day. Have you lost weight out there?" Jubin looked at his mother's concerned face and felt warm in his heart. He smiled and said, "Mom, you see I'm fine. I've even gained a lot of weight." As he spoke, he deliberately puffed out his belly. The father also hurried out from the inner room. When the two elders saw the new car Jubin drove back, they asked in surprise, "Son, this car of yours? Is it rented?" Jubin smiled and said, "No, I bought this car." "Oh, you must have taken out a lot of loans, right? Do you have enough money to spend every month? You don't usually use the car when you're delivering food, isn't that a waste?" Jubin's nose felt sore and he felt a little guilty. He had never told his parents that he had become rich, and his parents still thought he was still delivering food. "No, Dad, Mom. I don't deliver food anymore. I opened a company in Ningchun. It's doing pretty well and I'm making a lot of money." When Shu Bin's parents heard this, they were delighted. "Oh, that's great. Our son has made great progress." "That's great. So how much did the car cost?" "It's not expensive. I'll take Dad to the county town tomorrow and buy you a car to drive." "Binbin, even if we make a little money, we can't spend it recklessly. Your dad doesn't need a car for much in the village." "Well, my son wants to buy it for me, so let him buy it. This is my way of showing filial piety." Shubin's father has always wanted to buy a car, but his pension is really not high, and he also has to save money for his son's marriage. Shubin's mother may not know much about cars, but the old man has paid attention to cars. He recognized it as a Bentley at a glance. It seems that his son has made a lot of money. When his son mentioned buying him a car, he was so excited. He didn't expect his wife to come out to stop him. How could he accept that? "Yes, Mom, you have raised me to this age, and it's time for me to let you enjoy life. Dad, let's go buy a car tomorrow," Shubin said with a smile. Shubin's mother was still not giving up. "You have money, go get married first. How is that girl Su you mentioned now?" Speaking of this, Jubin also had to think about what to say. He came back to admit his relationship with Fang Jialing for the mission of the Manual of Desire. "Su Shui thought I had no money, so we broke up. Besides, I have several girlfriends now, including Sister Fang next door." Shubin's parents widened their eyes in surprise, especially Jubin's father. Bin, Ling Ling next door is already married. You put a hat on Qin Shou?" "No, Dad, don't get me wrong, Sister Fang is divorced." "Then you are not picking up a slut?" Shubin's mother asked immediately. Shubin's father seemed to have found the point. "What about your other girlfriends?" "Don't worry, they are all original." The mother's nervous expression finally relaxed. "Actually, Lingling is not bad either, but it would be nice to have more. You can pick one." The father's expression was very interesting. His face was a little solemn, but he revealed an excitement that could not be concealed. He and his neighbor, Mr. Fong, had been neighbors and friends for decades. Now his own son had taken away his cabbage. Mr. Fong must be pissed to death. At this time, the atmosphere at the neighboring Fong family was very happy because Fong Jialing had returned, especially when his daughter came back in a Mercedes-Benz with a birthday gift worth 120,000 yuan. Mr. Fong was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Only Fong Jialing was feeling nervous. She was still wondering how her parents would react if she told them about her current situation. Chapter 59: A Pair of Old Friends. Fong's mother looked at the many birthday gifts Fong Jialing brought back and said, "Lingling, you brought so many things back home. Qinsho is really a fool. Why spend so much money? As long as you two are doing well, we will be relieved." Father Fong was also very happy. Seeing his daughter and son-in-law driving back in a Mercedes-Benz made him proud. Yes. "Oh, they bought another new Mercedes-Benz? It's really nice. Hey, where's Qinsho? Didn't he come back with us?" Both Fang's mother and father looked into the car, thinking that Qin was also in the car, but was delayed by something and didn't get off in time. After looking carefully in the car, I found that Qin had not come back at all. Is he too busy at the factory to spare time? Father Fang asked, a little anxiously. His son Fang Jialing married to Ningcheng. Her husband's family ran a factory and had good conditions. Everyone in the village knew about it. Many families with daughters in the village envied the Fang family's daughter for marrying into a good family. As a result, the Fang family has been very proud and walked proudly in the village in recent years. This time, when he celebrated his 60th birthday, he was counting on his good son-in-law Qin to come and support the party, but Qin didn't come, which made him a little anxious. Fang Jialing looked at her parents awkwardly and held her father's arm. Dad, Mom, please sit down first. I have something to tell you. Father Fang was slightly stunned, and seeing his daughter's slightly solemn expression, he couldn't help feeling a little confused. A hint of worry flashed across Fang's mother's eyes, and the corners of her mouth drooped slightly. After they sat down, they stared at Fang Jialing. Fang Jialing calmed herself down, coughed lightly, and mustered up the courage to say, Dad, Mom, Qin and I are divorced. As soon as he finished speaking, the expression on Fang's father's face froze instantly, and he looked at his daughter in disbelief. The old man was very satisfied with Qin's son-in-law. How could this silly daughter divorce him just because she wanted to? She must have made a big mistake. His good son-in-law wanted to divorce his daughter. Father Fang's face was filled with anger, his voice trembling with shock, and he asked, Lingling, have you done anything unchaste? Fang's mother was crying on the side. She didn't think about that. She just wanted to know what happened. Lingling, what's going on? How come you can't live like this anymore? Did you have a fight? Is there any conflict that can't be resolved properly? You can't be so willful. If you did something wrong, apologize to Qin. Why do you want a divorce? Fang Jialing felt upset when she saw her parents' reactions. Her parents actually thought that it was her fault that led to the divorce. Qin's family factory went bankrupt before, and she was afraid that her parents would be worried if they knew, so she kept it a secret from her parents. In their minds, Qin was still the successful entrepreneur, and she, Fang Jialing, was just lucky enough to marry into a good family. Whenever there is any problem between the couple, it must be Fang Jialing's fault. The guilt she had originally felt towards her parents was gone. She straightened her back and told the whole story of how Qin's factory went bankrupt. Finally, she said loudly, I am the one who wants a divorce. After the factory went bankrupt, he became addicted to gambling and owed a lot of gambling debts. I was the only one who made money outside to help him pay off his gambling debts and support the family. In the end, he even hired someone to kidnap me and wanted to sell me off to pay off his gambling debts. He treated me like this, so can't I divorce him? After listening to Fang Jialing's crying, the old couple had a mixture of shock and anger on their faces. They also felt guilty, and their minds were full of their daughter's wrongdoings. Father Fang slammed the table hard. With a bang, the teacups on the table began to vibrate. Qin, this beast, could actually do such a cruel thing. Is he still a human being? Lingling, how did you escape? What are you going to do in the future? Fang's mother's face was full of heartache and tears flowed down. Zhu Bin saved me. Xiaobin next door? Fang Jialing nodded. Oh, this Xiaobin is really good. Lao Fang, we have to thank the neighboring Zhu family. Father Fang also nodded, but he was not worried about his daughter's future. What's there to be afraid of? My daughter is beautiful. She can definitely find a good family in Ningcheng. Dad, Mom, Zhu Bin saved me, he is very good to me, I want to be with Zhu Bin. The two elders hadn't reacted yet, and Fang's mother was still worried, but after all, Lingling is getting married for the second time. The city is different from the village. There are not so many requirements. Lingling has never given birth to a child. As long as you are pretty, you won't have to worry about not finding a good one. Dad, Mom, I want to be with Zhu Bin. Old Fang froze, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. Daughter, are you kidding? Zhu Bin? Fang's mother also reacted, but she really thought Zhu Bin was a good person. After all, she had watched him grow up and he was a college student. But Lao Fang was not happy. Why don't you find someone else? Why go to him? What's the point of going to college? He's just delivering food in the city. I don't agree. My daughter is so beautiful, how can the son of Mr. Zhu next door be worthy of her? This daughter is going to be taken away by Xiaobin next door, and Mr. Zhu will laugh himself to death. I heard that Xiaobin can make tens of thousands of yuan a month delivering food when things are going well. We have watched that kid grow up since he was a child, and he also saved Lingling. I think he's a good person. Fang's mother thought it was a good idea and persuaded her while stroking Fang Jialing's head. Father Fang showed an unhappy expression. Do you have a house? Do you have a car? And look, you just want to go home, but you rent a luxury car to drive back. You are so stubborn that you suffer in vain. This is not a good way. I don't agree. Fang's mother smiled and patted Fang's father. Alright, you're just unhappy that he's Mr. Zhu's son. Even if your daughter likes him, Zhubin may not like him. Your daughter is divorced. It seemed that what Fang's mother said came true. Fang's father just smoked the cigarette in his hand and stopped talking. Zhubin is very good. He now runs his own company. He bought the car himself. He also gave me my car as a gift. There was surprise in Mr. Fang's eyes, but he still didn't say anything. Fang's mother said to Fang Jialing, well, it seems that Xiaobin has made great progress. After all, he is a college student. It seems that he treats you well. Lingling, you must seize the opportunity. After Mr. Fang finished smoking a cigarette, he took out another one and smoked it fiercely, but his expression had obviously improved a little. Fang Jialing saw that her father stopped talking, as if she was thinking that today's talk should stop here. There are many things that she must slowly let her parents accept. At Zhubin's house next door, Zhubin and Lao Zhu were looking at the model introduction of Mercedes-Benz on the tablet, and they kept sneezing while watching. Mr. Zhu's first reaction was that Mr. Fang next door must be scolding him. There will be Lao Fang's birthday party tomorrow night, and their family is also invited. He is going to drive the new Mercedes-Benz his son bought for him to Lao Fang's door, and then see Lao Fang's reaction when he finds out that his son has taken his cabbage. Zhubin's father laughed as he thought about it. However, Zhubin discovered that the red dot of the city treasure that he found when he first entered the village had now moved to Fang Jialing's home next door. Chapter 60. The village is small, rumors spread fast. Zhubin suddenly became alert. He called Fang Jialing and asked who had come to her house. Fang Jialing didn't know what Zhubin wanted to know. She had just finished chatting with her parents about her own affairs when some relatives came to visit her home. Before Qin Shou's company went bankrupt, he would always bring gifts to his relatives when he returned to his hometown. So as soon as the relatives heard that Fang Jialing was back, they would come to visit. My uncle and aunt came to visit my house. Oh, okay. Is it Fang's uncle or aunt? In other words, the treasure is hidden between those two families. The treasure I encountered last time was worth more than 10 billion, and I don't know what the treasure will be this time. Let me come and take a look. Zhubin was a little impatient. It's not convenient now. Fang Jialing refused. This was the first time she rejected Zhubin since she was with him, so forget it. She would be able to see the treasure at the birthday party tomorrow anyway, so she might as well be patient. Retracting his thoughts, he continued to plan tomorrow's itinerary with his father. At this time, Fang Jialing's house was so lively. Not only did her uncle and aunt come, but even her uncle came, and they brought their own children. Everyone was asking about Qin Shou, praising Qin Shou, and waiting for the gifts Qin Shou would bring. When they learned that Fang Jialing and Qin Shou had divorced, their faces were filled with disappointment, and they began to mock Fang Jialing. Only Fang Jialing's cousin Fang Mingjie couldn't stand everyone talking about his sister like that. Qin Shou was really a beast. Sister, I support you in getting a divorce. Fang Jialing looked at her cousin with a smile. Her cousin Fang Mingjie was a naughty devil among his peers in the village. Many people in the village hated him. He had been idle since graduating from technical secondary school. He always said that he would soar to the sky if he met a platform he liked. However, in the eyes of the villagers, he was a person who was not doing his job and had no future. He often got into trouble and caused trouble for his uncle's family, and was often ridiculed. But he has always been very good to his sister Fang Jialing. Perhaps like most boys in the village, he had been an object of admiration for her during his youth. But by this time some rumors had spread throughout the village. TSK, I heard that the girl in the old Fang family must have some shameful problem, otherwise how could she ruin a good marriage? The man's factory went bankrupt, maybe it was because of her. That's right. What good will a woman end up with after a divorce? Who knows, she might have done something shameful outside and forced her man away. This Lingling, I guess her ambitions are too high, but her fate is too fragile. She wanted to climb up the social ladder, but ended up getting herself into trouble. She's a divorced woman, whoever gets involved with her will be unlucky. I heard that she just couldn't settle down. She couldn't live a good life and had to make trouble. Now she ends up getting divorced. Let's see how she can be proud in the future. Mr. Fong's birthday is tomorrow. This is terrible. He will be so embarrassed. His daughter's divorce will make his family a laughingstock in the village for a long time. These rumors also reached Zhu Bin's ears, and Zhu Bin sighed. Alas, the village is small, and rumors spread quickly. The next day, early in the morning, Zhu Bin was dragged out of bed by his father. "Dad, what are you doing? It's only 7 o'clock. Zhu Bin muttered, his voice still groggy from having just been woken up. "It's getting late. We have to go see your grandfather in the morning and then visit your uncle." As old Zhu said this, he started to pull Zhu Bin's cup. He didn't allow Zhu Bin to refuse at all. His son has made it big, driving a luxury car and returning home in glory. Old Zhu is so happy. His first thought is to go to see his father in his son's luxury car, and then go to his brother's house to show off, so that everyone knows that his son has made it big, so that he won't be criticized by others for going to college and still being a delivery boy. Zhu Bin rubbed his sleepy eyes helplessly, climbed out of the warm bed, and after a simple wash, he and his father walked towards the brand new Bentley Continental GT. Old Zhu looked at the luxury car with his eyes full of pride. He puffed out his chest and was feeling very proud. When he turned his head, he saw the old Fong couple walking towards him carrying things. Old Fong glanced at Bentley reluctantly, snorted softly, and said to old Zhu with an unhappy look on his face, "Old Zhu, we are here to thank your Xiaobin for saving my Lingling." Old Zhu had also heard from Zhu Bin about Fong Jiaoling's kidnapping, and he felt quite sympathetic. Now, looking at old Fong's appearance, he couldn't help but make a joke. "Mr. Fong, you don't look like you're here to thank me. Look at your sullen face." Mr. Fong looked reluctant, but he couldn't get angry. Just because Zhu Bin saved his daughter, he had to thank him. But he didn't want to see old Zhu's smug face. After hesitating for a moment, he sighed and said to Zhu Bin, "Xiaobin, uncle is really grateful to you for saving my Lingling. This little thing is just a token of my appreciation. Uncle, you are too polite. Sister Fong will never suffer any loss if she follows me in the future." Seeing old Zhu staring at his unusual smiling face, Fong's father felt that he had never been so speechless in front of him in his life. Zhu Bin and Lao Zhu were in a hurry to visit his grandfather, so they drove away without saying much to them. Old Zhu was very proud throughout the morning. He sat in Zhu Bin's car, opened the roof of the car, and directed Zhu Bin to drive around the village before heading towards Zhu Bin's grandfather's house. Along the way, I would tell everyone I met, "My son is back, and this is the Bentley he bought." Zhu Bin found it funny just thinking about it. In fact, the villagers in this county town didn't even know what a Bentley was. If they wanted to show off, they couldn't get as good as the Mercedes that Fong Jiaoling drove back. But the old man enjoyed it. When he saw the villagers greeting him enthusiastically and looking at him with envy, the corners of his mouth rose with pride. When they arrived at Grandpa's house, Grandpa was full of praise for Zhu Bin. Zhu Bin also took out the gift he had prepared for Grandpa. It must be said that Lu Qing is quite good at picking gifts. He prepared some very warm and nourishing tonics for Grandpa, hoping that the old man would live a long life. The proudest moment for old Zhu was when he went to his uncle's house. His uncle's family always criticized Zhu Bin the most for being a useless college student and a food delivery man. His son failed to get into college and went to work in a factory as a screwdriver. When Zhu Bin was admitted to college, old Zhu often boasted about it at his uncle's house. So after Zhu Bin graduated and started delivering takeout, his uncle's family naturally kept mocking him. This time, Lao Zhu came here to vent his anger. And he succeeded. When his uncle and aunt heard that Zhu Bin was now running a company, making a lot of money, and driving a Bentley, they started to speak with jealousy. "Oh, Xiaobin is going to be a big boss. What good fortune has come to you? But you still have to be steady when starting a business. You may make a lot of money today, but you may lose everything tomorrow. As a college student, it's best to get a stable job." Zhu Bin actually looked down on his uncle's family. He nodded, "Yes, aunt, you are right. I didn't make much this month, but it's not a problem to help my parents renovate the house." Old Zhu also added, "Xiaobin will take me to buy a new car this afternoon. If there is anything we need a car for in the future, please come to me." Zhu Bin really didn't want to waste time here. His heart had already flown to the birthday banquet in the evening, wanting to see who had the treasure. Following the proud and excited Lao Zhu, he perfunctorily dealt with his uncle and aunt and finally ended the trip to his uncle's house. In the afternoon, Zhubin took his father to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the county and bought a Mercedes-Benz GLS, saying that he could take his grandfather out for a ride more often, so a bigger car would be better. Zhubin was only responsible for paying the money, but he asked Lu Qing to transfer the money directly. Ding, it was detected that Lu Qing spent 1.4 million yuan for the host and received 140 million yuan in business funds. After buying the car, I drove home with my father to attend Lao Feng's birthday party. The birthday party was held in the field in front of Lao Feng's house, and of course some land was borrowed from the neighbors on both sides. Looking at the map in the city treasure hunt wheel, the red dot of the treasure was getting closer and closer to him, and Zhubin became more and more excited, much more excited than when he just won 140 million yuan. Chapter 61. He is actually a business genius? The birthday party didn't start until 6 o'clock in the evening. Zhubin and his father returned home at around 5 o'clock. At this time, the banquet tables at Old Feng's house had already been set up, so Zhubin and Old Zhu could only park the car on the street outside. Many people saw Zhubin and began to point and whisper. Zhubin had good hearing and he heard it all clearly. Hey, look at the kid from the Zhu family. He went to college for nothing. He's just delivering takeout outside. What's the point of going to college? A woman with a pointed chin and monkey face poked her companion with her elbow, her eyes full of contempt. In addition to talking about my own, of course I talked more about Feng Jialing. I heard that it was Lingling who was not disciplined and made the man want a divorce. The Feng family is considered a well-known family in the village, but now she has been completely disgraced. That's right. Her husband's family was very rich and owned a factory in Ningqing. But now, I heard that they are leaving the family with nothing. Zhubin's originally excited mood turned a little bad. Although he knew that the villagers loved to gossip, he felt unhappy when the gossip was directed at him and his woman in front of him. Just when he was about to make trouble, Zhubin's eyes lit up and his unhappy mood was temporarily forgotten. At this time, Feng's father and Feng Jialing appeared, followed by some of their relatives who were busy running around. Among these relatives, there was a young man with a big golden treasure chest on his head. That's him, my treasure. Unexpectedly, the treasure was in the possession of Feng Mingjie, the cousin of Feng Jialing, the village devil. Zhubin's first reaction was to get close to him and get information about the treasure. Open the system panel and the city treasure hunt roulette will be displayed. Ding, a treasure has been detected, a top business genius. To obtain it, persuade this man to become a grassroots employee of the host industry within half an hour. What is going on? This naughty and idle Feng Mingjie is actually a business genius? However, the system's identification must be correct, and the company's expansion is currently hesitant due to lack of talent. It's just that I'm not familiar with Feng Mingjie, and time is tight, so I can only ask Feng Jialing to help persuade him. Before the birthday banquet started, Zhubin pulled Feng Jialing aside. Sister Feng, help me. Help me get your brother to the company. Ah, you mean Mingjie? Can he do it? Well, I can see that he is a talent. He just needs to be trained at the grassroots level. Okay, but I'm a little busy now. I'll bring him to you after the birthday party is over. No. Call him over to talk now. It's urgent. Zhubin looked serious and pulled Feng Jialing's arm. Feng Jialing saw that Zhubin was not joking. Although she was a little surprised, she did not hesitate when she saw that Zhubin was so anxious and determined. Okay, don't worry, I'll go find him right away. Feng Jialing turned around and looked around the crowd, and soon saw the familiar figure of Feng Mingjie, who was standing in the corner and slacking off. The two of them were talking to each other, which once again caused a lot of discussion at the scene. Hey, look, how come this kid from the Zhu family is getting involved with Feng Jialing? Maybe he wants to take advantage of Feng Jialing because she just got divorced. A woman with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks poked her companion with her elbow, her eyes full of contempt. That's right, Feng Jialing is so casual. She hooked up with Zhubin right after her divorce, and she's not afraid of being criticized. Zhubin is not a decent person either. Who knows, he might have had some unclear relationship with her in the past. Another fat Ann echoed, with disgust written all over her face. Zhubin hasn't made a name for himself in the city, so it's hard for him to find a wife. He can only think of picking up an existing one. Feng Jialing is divorced now and has a lot of troubles. If Zhubin stays with her, he will suffer in the future. By then, he might become a laughingstock in the whole village. An old man said, shaking his head while puffing on his cigarette. Fang Mingjie was slacking off when he was suddenly caught by his sister. He thought his sister wanted him to greet the villagers, so he tried to be unreasonable and refused to go. Because he loved to make trouble, many villagers hated him, and he looked down on those people, so he would rather help serve dishes than greet those people. Fang Jialing's face darkened, and she pinched him hard. Don't you always say outside that if you have a mentor, you will soar to the sky? Come with me. Good things are coming. Upon hearing the good news, Fang Mingjie was reluctantly pulled in front of Zhu Bin by Fang Jialing. Brother Zhu? Fang Mingjie was a little confused when he saw Zhu Bin. Although he was not familiar with Zhu Bin, he knew that this guy was admitted to a university in Ningxing, but ended up delivering takeout after graduation and was always criticized by the villagers for having no future. Zhu Bin looked at him and smiled, motioning him to sit down, and Fang Jialing also sat next to Zhu Bin. I'll get straight to the point. I opened a company in Ningxing and manage shopping malls. Are you interested in coming to Ningxing to work with me? Fang Mingjie pointed at Zhu Bin and laughed. You? Aren't you delivering food in Ningxing? And you also run a company? I'm not sure your subsidiary will pay for a team building trip to Thailand soon. There are a lot of jokes like this online recently. With a snap sound, Fang Mingjie's shoulder was hit by Fang Jialing. Be serious. Do you think I would team up with him to deceive you? Zhu Bin's company in Ningxing is very big. He even opened a company for me. He really wants to take you to Ningxing for development. This is a good opportunity. No, sister, Zhu Bin is just a delivery man. Who would believe you if you said that? Zhu Bin was depressed. The rumors he ignored actually made his recruitment task more difficult. Zhu Bin took out his mobile phone and searched for information about Tianlan Investment, Tianlan Business Management Group and other companies on a certain website and showed it to Fang Mingjie. After Fang Mingjie read the information and got Fang Jialing's confirmation, he finally believed it. Fuck, brother Zhu, you're awesome. Fang Mingjie gave Zhu Bin a thumbs up. Since you've confirmed that there's no problem with my company, I invite you to join our company again. I have 2 positions here that I think you can have great development in. You can be an investment specialist or an operations specialist in Tianlan City. The base salary is 8,000 yuan per month, commissions are calculated separately, and you will be covered by the maximum 6 insurances and 1 housing fund. At the end of the year, you will be rewarded based on your performance. Fang Jialing stared at Zhu Bin with wide eyes. She had also recently learned about business management. The salary conditions offered by Zhu Bin were quite competitive for grassroots employees. What ability does this idle cousin of mine have that makes him value him so much? Is it because of me that he offers such good conditions? Fang Jialing couldn't help but look at Zhu Bin with eyes full of love. Zhu Bin looked at Fang Mingjie expectantly. The conditions he offered should be the highest salary for the 2 positions in Ningxing. Isn't it just a matter of recruiting someone within half an hour? As long as the money is in place, nothing is impossible. I looked at the time and only 10 minutes had passed. I finished it easily. Fang Mingjie lowered his head and thought for a moment. This salary package was indeed very attractive to him. After thinking for a while, he suddenly looked up and said to Zhu Bin, "Thank you, brother Zhu, but I'm not interested." Zhu Bin and Fang Jialing both widened their eyes in surprise and asked in unison, "Why?"